Audiobook title Empires of BlackPowder and Ember 301 to 350. Original title Steel, Guns, and the Industrial Party in Another World Chapter 301. The Stalemate and the Serpent's Tail by the waning days of July, the second act of the usurpers' war in the Northwest Gulf had drawn to a tentative close. Along the Western Front, the board looked remarkably similar to how it had appeared when the first shots were fired. The strategic linchpin of Bido Castle remained firmly in the clutches of the Kent family, yet the Duke's forces, having only just clawed the fortress back, dared not press their advantage. The pressure from two other theaters of war held them in a vice. In Emden, the Duke's men were stymied by the formidable defenses of Baylan Fortress, leaving the Arda army temporarily toothless against stone walls. However, the situation upriver along the Weiss painted a far grimmer picture for the ducal faction. The northern territories of the Duke's direct demesne had all but collapsed, leaving the Arda forces camped right on the border. Had Paul Grayman's troops not required a fortnight's respite to lick their wounds after the recent heavy fighting, they would have already been marching upon the gates of Center City. The ducal commanders, Fergus and Emerson, had made repeated, desperate attempts to drive the Arda army back into the river, but each sortie ended in failure. Yet in the ashes of these frontal defeats, they finally identified the chink in Arda's armor, a severe lack of cavalry. Seizing upon this, they unleashed squadrons of light horsemen to plague Arda's rear lines. These riders struck like vipers, torching supply depots, assassinating newly appointed magistrates, and ambushing small patrols before vanishing into the landscape. It was a campaign of terror and mobility that left the Arda infantry exhausted, constantly wheeling to face phantom threats. Building a cavalry corps from scratch was a sheer impossibility in such a short span, and with their allies pinned down on the Western Front, no relief was forthcoming. Arda had no choice but to lean into its strength, the overwhelming discipline of its infantry. The issuance of war bonds provided Leichhardt Town with much-needed financial breathing room. A fresh conscription drive was launched, with enlistment notices fluttering onto doorsteps across the territory. In a bid to stoke the patriotic fires of the youth and to lay the cobblestones for the eventual abolition of serfdom, Paul Grayman proposed a radical decree. Any soldier born of a serf family would win their freedom upon completing their service in the Arda army. However, the government council quickly poured cold water on the idea. Their reasoning was pragmatic. Such a policy would strip the landed gentry of their free labor, ensuring they would sabotage the conscription efforts at every turn. Paul Grayman sighed, resigning himself to the slow grind of progress. Very well, he conceded. We shall find another opportunity. For now, eyes on the war. 4 provisional infantry battalions were hastily assembled, drilling day and night in the fields surrounding Leichhardt Town. Due to bottlenecks in production, only half the men were issued muskets. The rest had to make do with pikes and longbows. Yet, even amidst these shortages, the general staff refused to lower their standards. They did not expect every recruit to be a master of war, but they demanded absolute obedience to the drill. Forward, retreat, left face, right face. These commands had to be instinctive. More importantly, no man was to take a single step backward without an order. Discipline was the primary export of the Arda military machine. During this lull, aside from a few probing skirmishes, both sides held their breath. The artillery barrages from the 1st and 3rd battalions against Baylan Fortress fell silent. Then came a surprise. Maltz Kent dispatched an envoy to the coalition, suing for peace. His terms were simple: a return to the status quo from before the war. In the eyes of the new Duke, simply not demanding reparations or ceded land was a gesture of immense generosity and sincerity. The reaction within the coalition was fractured. The Malkin and Johnston families seemed tempted, their resolve wavering. However, the Parker family was vehemently opposed to any talk of truce. Meanwhile, the Grayman and Garnard families laid their cards on the table. If the war was to end, Maltz Kent must recognize their occupation of northern Emden. As for the Carter lands seized during Operation Overlord, they would let those go. It was a disconnected enclave anyway, hardly worth the headache. Naturally, Center City flatly rejected this. Emden was the ancestral seat of the Duke. Ceding it was out of the question. Not 1 inch of soil would be given. Consequently, the Grayman and Garnard families joined the anti-peace faction. Having just issued a mountain of war bonds, walking away with nothing but debt would be political suicide. And so, the peace talks collapsed as quickly as they had begun. Within the coalition, the staunchest opponent of the ceasefire was Count Parker. This puzzled Paul Grayman. Was Parker's obsession with crushing the usurper Maltz truly just about noble tradition and honor? He sought out Old Ford, the steward of the government council, for a private word. "Oh, that is no mystery, my lord," Old Ford said, stroking his white beard as he unraveled the tangled history of the two houses. "Parker and Kent have been at each other's throats for generations. You see," the old steward continued, "the Parker family, much like the Grayman family, are direct vassals of the crown. This means their ancestors were enfiefed personally by the Rodney royal family, either before or after they took the throne. Conversely, the Ferdinand family and their cluster of vassals are indigenous lords of the Northwest Gulf. You find this all over the kingdom. Lords whose titles date back to the chaotic era of the ancient Gubera Empire. They either allied with the Rodneys for profit or were conquered and forced to bend the knee." Old Ford leaned in. "The Parker family was the first royal vassal planted here in the Northwest. They represent the king's authority on this frontier. Now, nominally, the Ferdinand family is also a vassal of the crown. But when the Duke of the Northwest has a spat with the king, he cannot openly rebel without breaching his oath of loyalty. He needs a mouthpiece, someone to bark on his behalf and rally the other vassals. The Kent family, originally a branch of the Ferdinands, plays that role. So, Old Ford concluded, the Parker family represents the crown and the Kent family represents the local aristocracy. They clash constantly. Both sides have blood on their hands, but with the secret backing of the Ferdinands, the largest power in the region, the Kents have always managed to keep a boot on the Parkers' neck. A blood feud by proxy, Paul Grayman mused. So in a sense, I am also part of the royal family's inner circle. Indeed, Old Ford nodded. But Paul asked, is the Kent family not afraid of royal punishment? Old Ford shook his head slowly. In theory, His Majesty is the Lord of all Oldo. Everyone is his subject, but in practice, there is an unwritten rule. The vassal of my vassal is not my vassal. The king could use his authority to force the duke to punish his underling or do it himself, but that breaks the feudal contract. Unless the Kent family openly humiliates the crown or rebels, the king stays his hand. Paul Grayman muttered the phrase under his breath, tasting the absurdity of it. The vassal of my vassal is not my vassal. Precisely, Old Ford affirmed. Remember when Giles Kent marched south to join Princess Catherine's army. He did so under the banner of the Duke of the Northwest, not as a servant of the king. Listening to the old steward's explanation, Paul Grayman made a silent vow. In his territory, this messy, chaotic feudal web would be torn down. There would be no vassals of vassals, only the law and one authority to enforce it. Chapter 302. The weight of thrones. Giles sat in the war room, his fingers drumming an anxious rhythm against the polished table. A knight stood before him, travel-worn and dust-covered. He set down the letter and rose to his feet, pacing the chamber like a caged beast. His father made his decision then. "I, my lord, the Duke has resolved upon it. Consolidate the forces and meet Grayman in a decisive engagement." Giles shook his head, frustration creasing his brow. "But we've only just reclaimed the Western territories. If we abandon them, the enemy will swallow them whole the moment we turn our backs. The Duke bids me tell you, young lord, that should we crush Grayman, all other nobles are but jesters and fools." The knight pressed on, reading the hesitation in Giles's eyes. "Intelligence suggests Grayman is conscripting furiously, raising army after army. His fleet commands the Weiss River utterly. He shuttles men and supplies upriver as easily as breathing. His forces have already seized the Andrew territories as a forward staging ground. Fishdale Harbor is excellent anchorage. Our scouts report merchant vessels arriving daily. The Ardor are plainly scheming something grand. Their next move will almost certainly be Center City itself. Would you watch your father encircled and abandoned?" Giles clenched his fist so hard his nails bit into his palm. "Never. And yet, I thought to march north first, to relieve the siege at Beilan. My lord, would you then engage the Arda army in open field? That territory sits closer to Greyman's heartland. Their reinforcements and supplies flow freely. Or would you garrison Sir Valentine instead? That would be a dreadful waste of your cavalry. Besides, Bayland's stores can hold for some time yet, and Sir Valentine reports the enemy shows no appetite for a direct assault. The Duke's dominion can supply us far better here. The knight continued smoothly. We shall have the overwhelming advantage of ground and logistics, whilst Arda fights from afar, stretched thin. What of the other lords? Can they field more troops? Provided the Duke supplies their wages and provisions, my lord. Yes, those treacherous dogs, Giles spat. The war drags on and discontent festers. The knight said quietly, this is why the Duke is so eager to end it decisively. Giles exhaled heavily. Very well. Tell father I shall march east within 7 days, but I must first see to Bido's defenses. They shall hold as long as flesh and stone allow. The knight bowed. I shall carry your word at once, my lord. He turned toward the door, then paused, spinning back with sudden urgency. Forgive me, I nearly forgot. The Duke wishes you to know he has received assurances from that quarter. They have pledged substantial support to our cause. Giles's face brightened instantly. He knew precisely what that quarter meant, the mysterious order of mages. Ever since Maltz Kent had confided his long-kept secret to his son, Giles had heard his father speak of the mages with an almost reverent hunger. The fate of the previous Duke of Ferdinand had only deepened Giles's own awe of these legendary, elusive powers. Within hours, requisition orders cascaded outward. Giles, acting in his father's name, demanded that every lord in Eastern Bido contribute whatever they could, coin, men, or material, for the decisive battle ahead. To prevent shirking, he set minimum quotas based on each holding size. The smaller lords groaned and protested. They had scarcely warmed their seats in their own holes before being bled dry for yet more contributions. Besides, the Allied retreat through their lands had already left them bare as picked bones. Yet mindful of Giles's victory at Bido and the Duke's undisputed authority, none dared refuse. They complied, grumbling like kicked hounds. On the 3rd day of August, Giles departed for Center City. 2,000 troops had already marched eastward. He himself led the final 3,000 out, banners snapping in the summer wind. He left 2,000 soldiers to garrison Bido Castle under a seasoned commander, bolstered by supplies from the rear lords. It should hold indefinitely. As he rode toward the gates, he called back one final instruction. Watch for hidden passages. I want no surprises. The commander saluted. My lord, we've dug concentric trenches around the entire castle. I shall divert fresh water from the nearby river to flood them. No one enters from below. Good man. Giles cracked his reins and galloped toward the head of the marching column. Whilst the Duke's faction consolidated its strength, Arda proceeded methodically with its own design. In early August, Paul Greyman received Henry, the late Duke Ferdinand's brother. To the uninformed observer, the coalition's true might still seem to rest with Count Parker, Count Malkin, and their ilk. The struggle for Bido Castle appeared to be the primary theater, with Greyman's forces playing merely a supporting role, harassment and flanking maneuvers. But Henry, stationed within the very heart of the coalition, harbored no illusions. The first Bido campaign had proven Greyman's mettle. Now, nearly all the iron used for the coalition's weapons and armor came from Arda's foundries. Greyman's firearms had turned the tide at the second Bido engagement. Most crucially for Henry and the Ferdinand family itself, Arda's operations upriver along the Weiss posed a direct threat to Maltz's occupied heartland of Manda. The other lords remained bogged down at Bido, their eastward advance frustratingly slow. Only Arda seemed positioned to drive into Manda and reclaim Center City, if they continued to triumph. For a man as ambitious as Henry, a man desperate to reclaim his family's ducal throne and its powers, this was everything. Arda had undeniably become one of the Northwest's great powers. Henry Ferdinand made the journey to Lakehart Town to probe, ever so delicately, into Paul Greyman's intentions. If circumstances permit, we hope to breach Manda and hold Center City, Paul said, though he offered no firm commitment. Loose tongues breed lost battles, and Paul had no wish to alert his enemies prematurely. He remained unaware that Maltz was already massing superior forces in Manda to meet the approaching Arda threat. Henry ventured carefully forward. "Might I ask, Count, is reconciliation with Maltz among your possible terms?" "I stand implacably opposed to him," Paul replied. Henry's shoulders visibly relaxed. He chose his words with surgical precision, each one weighted with hope and dread. "Count Grayman, should you seize Manda, what then becomes of it? That territory has been the Ferdinand family's ancestral holding for generations. As for the ducal title itself, I wondered if perhaps you might consider." Henry fixed Paul with an imploring gaze, though anxiety flickered behind his eyes. Inheritance law was straightforward. Once the usurper fell, Henry should naturally ascend. But law meant nothing to swords and cannons. Henry possessed only a title and no army, no garrison, no power. Worse, he had heard troubling whispers recently. Paul regarded the Viscount with evident amusement, a slow smile playing at the corners of his mouth. When word had come that Henry would visit, Paul and his war council had already speculated on precisely this conversation. The lad was even more transparent than expected. Henry, reading that expression, decided upon boldness. "Count Grayman, I shall speak plainly. If you support my claim to the ducal throne, I shall grant you extraordinary concessions in the post-war division of spoils. Should Center City fall to Arda, Paul Grayman would become the coalition's most powerful voice." Paul remained noncommittal, instead observing with measured calm. "It occurs to me that many Ferdinand family members remained in Manda, taking service under the usurper." Henry stiffened visibly, color draining from his face. "Some were coerced, naturally," Henry stammered, "though admittedly certain. Rotten branches require pruning." Paul chuckled warmly. "No rush, dear Viscount. We have several days ahead of us to discuss the particulars of our arrangement. Take time to consider which branches most deserve the axe. Chapter 303. Wolves, Arrows, and Whispered Magic in the Sultry South. Across the humid plains of the Furial region, the Oldo Kingdom's Grand Princess Catherine faced down the rebel host of the so-called Greedy Wolf, Giles. Back in early spring, the main strength of the royal army had reached Bramble Fortress, linking up with the loyal garrison that had clung on there through the worst of it. Catherine wasted no time. She flung her weight straight at the rebel commander Sam'l and his troops, using sheer numbers to smash through his lines again and again. Steel rang, arrows shrieked, and under the shadow of Bramble Fortress's black walls, the royal banners slowly pushed the rebel standards back. Bit by bit, the balance shifted. Where once the rebels had ringed the fortress like a noose, now the royal army had turned the tables and penned Sam'l in instead, hemming his men in a tightening ring of spears and shields. At the crucial moment, the mages marched with the drums. Scott and the other accompanying battle mages stepped into the breach once more. With enchantments and alchemical drafts, they pieced together a hand-picked suicide company. Men whose eyes burned a little too bright, whose hands did not shake when they took the potion cups. Under cover of night and war smoke, this doomed unit hurled itself at the thinnest section of the royal line. Enchanted blades bit through armor, bodies crashed together, and for a few brutal heartbeats the field narrowed to steel, blood, and screaming. They punched through. Smoke, shouts, and horn blasts rolled over the battlefield as the gap ripped open. Having carved that bloody path, the suicide company did not flee. They turned and held, grim as gravestones, fending off the royal vanguard with shield and spell and raw, suicidal fury while Sam'l drew his main force back. Under their cover, the bulk of the rebels disengaged and fell southward in ragged but orderly columns. By the time the last of that desperate rearguard went down under a forest of royal spears, around 1/5 of Sam'l's original strength lay dead or scattered. Even so, he had his army. He led what remained into Furial, where they joined with the main rebel host marching up from the deep south, and together they slammed the door on any further royal advance. By then, Archduke Giles had stamped out every pocket of resistance in the southern marches. At last, he could turn his eyes north. On paper, the numbers looked respectable on both sides. The royal army fielded roughly 50,000 soldiers. The rebels mustered a little over 40,000. The gap was not enormous, but in kit and training, the royal side held the edge, especially among the crown's own household troops, where almost every soldier wore proper armor. The number of fully equipped knights, riding beneath Catherine's banners, dwarfed anything Giles could scrape together. And yet, when steel met steel, the rebels somehow fought the Crown's army to a standstill. To the seasoned veterans under Catherine's command, something about the rebel host was just wrong in several very specific and maddening ways. Their scouting was uncanny. Whenever royal troops moved out to give battle on open ground, if there was not a wood or a decent ridge to screen them, the rebels always seemed to spot them first. By the time the royal army tramped into view, Giles's men were already in formation, lines dressed, spears braced, longbows bent and ready, as if they had been waiting all morning. Then there was their protection. A simple leather jack on a rebel's back could shrug off blows that should have punched straight through, more like good mail than stitched hide. It made officers mutter in their tents at night. Had the rebels somehow mastered some wildly advanced craft of armor making overnight? And of course, their frenzy. That part you could not miss. These men did not merely fight bravely. They threw themselves into combat like rabid dogs, utterly uncaring whether they lived to see another sunrise. Even the holy knights of the church, bolstered by faith and blessing, could not usually reach that level of murderous abandon. Fortunately, this terrifying zealotry came with a very real flaw. Their discipline was appalling. They understood nothing of formations or timing, only how to charge head down at whatever moved and hack until their arms gave out. More than once, sharp-eyed royal officers reported these berserkers hacking at friend and foe alike when the lines became muddled. Some began to wonder aloud whether Giles had filled his ranks with half-tamed barbarians from the borderlands. Worst of all was the longbow fire. A great many longbowmen served in Giles's forces, more than most southern commanders had ever seen gathered in one place. Once the lines closed, their arrows fell in great black sheets, sleeting down like iron rain. Armor rang, horses screamed, and men in the royal ranks grew to dread the high, thin whistle that meant another storm of shafts was on its way. Under that rain, shield rims splintered, visors snapped shut, and even the boldest knights hunched in their saddles. The one place where the royal army could still claim an overwhelming edge lay with its cavalry, more precisely, with its knights. Alongside the crown's own knightly orders rode a whole swarm of northern noble scions, young lords eager to make their names. Blessed with rich families and long training, they had grown up in the saddle, fluent with lance and bow alike. They came with their own war horses, their own fine armor and weapons, and after only a little time drilling together, they had molded themselves into a formidable mounted force. Since the Southern Rebellion had first flared, countless discontented or glory-hungry knights had flocked to Catherine's banner. With lance thrusts and sword strokes they carved out reputations, land grants, and coin for themselves. And of course, for many of them, there was a prize far brighter than gold. If by some stroke of staggering luck they could catch the eye and favor of Her Highness Catherine herself, well, what knight would not daydream? Up until the start of summer, the two sides had fought a grinding tug of war across Furiel. One day the royals would attack and the rebels hold. The next day their roles reversed. Villages burned, fields were churned into mud, and both banners rose and fell over the same blood-soaked hills. Neither camp could claim more than a handful of clear victories. Then summer truly arrived. Once June rolled in, the southern heavens opened. The rains came heavy and frequent, turning tracks to sludge and fields to sucking, treacherous mire. With every storm, large-scale clashes grew rarer. Horses struggled to keep their footing in the mud, wagons bogged down axle-deep, and even the thought of a full cavalry charge became something between a joke and an invitation to drown in filth. In this sodden landscape stood Fordersa, the beating heart of Furiel's roads and rivers. As the region's chief crossroads and stronghold, it was only natural that Catherine had made it her headquarters. Today, again, the sky hung low and gray. Fine, needling rain drifted down over Fordersa, beating on tiled roofs and pooling in the ruts of the streets. The whole city felt wrapped in damp wool. Catherine had just finished a working meal with her leading officers. As the broader crowd filtered out, the highest-ranking commanders remained behind of their own accord. By long habit, unless there was some urgent change of plan, this next stretch of time belonged to hard talk and sober maps, the daily council of war with their princess. They followed Catherine out of the echoing hall into a smaller, closer room. A central table waited there, already buried under charts, markers, and scribbled notes. The first and fiercest topic, of course, was the Giles rebellion raging just beyond reach. From the opening clash at Bramble Fortress, the senior officers had been quietly uneasy about the oddities in the rebel ranks. Once they had traded blows directly with Giles's main force, that unease hardened into alarm. These strange elements were not mere curiosities. They were war winners, unless answered. Perhaps there really is some sort of mysterious power backing Giles, Duke Dodge said at last, spreading his hands in a helpless little gesture. Catherine frowned, fingers resting lightly on the table's edge. Her thoughts flicked back, unbidden, to the great fire that had turned the royal granaries to ash the previous year. The reports from that investigation had been equally bizarre. Locked doors opened without keys, flames that leapt in patterns, witnesses swearing they had seen cloaked figures step into shadows and never come out. Now prisoner interrogations told of cloaked figures within Giles's host, so-called holy men who could call on the favor of some hidden deity and bless soldiers with terrifying strength and resilience. It was hard not to think of the old tales, hard not to picture the long-whispered mages of legend stepping out of nursery stories and into their war. Low murmurs rippled around the room, the sort of half-hushed talk that always surfaced when people brushed up against the uncanny. Reason told these hardened veterans not to chase ghost stories, but they had all grown up on grim little fireside tales about mages and their bargains, curses, and catastrophes. Those stories sat deep. At last, Klein, one of Catherine's steadiest battlefield commanders, clapped his hands together once, sharply breaking the mood. "Enough of haunting ourselves," Klein said, his voice firm. "To date, we have not met a single problem steel and wits could not solve. However mad the enemy fights, steel still kills them. However tough their armor, a solid mace or hammer breaks bones beneath. As long as we keep our heads and match our tactics to the field, numbers and discipline will carry the day. The only real thorn in our side remains those longbowmen." Giles clearly spent years preparing this uprising. He has been drilling archers in the countryside for ages. When the war began, he simply marched them straight onto the field, ready-made. That, everyone agreed, was the worst of it. In the rain-slick south, cavalry power faltered. Horses slipped and floundered in the soft ground, charges lost their punch, and knights found themselves slogging forward in heavy armor while their mounts splashed and stumbled. All the while, the rebel longbowmen stood back on firmer patches of earth, loosing volley after volley into the struggling royal riders, reaping lives at leisure. As the officers took turns airing ideas and grievances, the knight Ophelia offered a different path. She reminded them that, far away in the Northwest Gulf, several lords had begun using two strange new weapons in their own conflicts, the so-called thunder hammers and fire bows. The thunder hammers, she said, could kill a man at over a mile's distance with a single, thunderous strike. On the face of it, they sounded like the perfect counter to longbowmen, reach for reach, but with far more bite. Why not, she asked, purchase such weapons in large quantities under the authority of the royal army, and turn those same innovations against Giles's archers? Ophelia spoke with more confidence than most. She had spent the last months in the capital, raising grain and men for the southern campaign, while also keeping a close watch on events in the Northwest Gulf, a task Catherine had entrusted to her mainly to keep an eye on a runaway younger sister. As a result, she knew more than most about the strange goings-on in that windswept region. The reaction to her suggestion, however, was lukewarm at best. Many of the senior officers simply shook their heads. Those provincial lords in the far northwest, what did they truly know of war? When the kingdom had retaken Crystalglow, a number of them had come south with their levies. The impression they had left was hardly inspiring. Puffed-up pride, shabby equipment, lax discipline, the usual country rabble, just with titles attached. Yes, there had been a few bright exceptions. Baron Andrew of Bayardin, Viscount Jace of Emden. Their conduct in battle and the bearing of their troops had been impressive. Baron Andrew, in particular, had fought so well that Catherine herself had commended him by name. But a couple of sharp northern officers did not outweigh the broader pattern. Among the Northwest Gulf nobility, such men were rare birds indeed, and their small, well-drilled retinues were more curiosities than models to emulate. In the minds of most royal commanders, The so-called usurpers' war that had flared in the Northwest Gulf earlier that year was little more than a glorified peasant brawl. Some clever backwater lord had apparently cobbled together a few peculiar weapons, killed a handful more men than usual with his new toys, and then the whole affair had been blown into legend by rumor and drunken boasting. Thunder hammers, fire bows, unstoppable volleys. It all sounded terribly grand around a campfire. But here, in the dripping reality of Furiel, facing the longbows and blood-drunk zealotry of the Wolf Giles, most of Catherine's officers trusted the old proverb more than wild stories from the edge of the map. Steel is steel, mud is mud, and no tale yet has stopped an arrow in flight. Chapter 304. Iron from the Northwest. Most of the council dismissed Ophelia's suggestion out of hand, shooting it down before she had even finished speaking. Their prejudice against the Northwest Gulf ran deep. In their minds, that bleak corner of the realm produced backwater lords, not cutting-edge weapons. Only a handful thought it worth considering, chief among them the officers responsible for logistics. They, more than anyone, knew just how much of the Royal Army's food and war gear now came trundling in from the far northwest. When it came to rations, the tinned food from the Northwest Gulf had won the troops over completely. In the sweltering southern heat, where fresh supplies spoiled quickly and marching columns often found themselves far from any town they could buy from or requisition, those squat iron tins were worth their weight in silver. On long marches or in lonely garrisons, a man could prise one open and at least be sure of something solid and safe to eat. As for weapons, a supplier calling itself Northwest Industries had quietly seized a hefty share of the Army's arms contracts. Their blades and armor were serviceable, nothing more. No one would sing songs about a Northwest Industries breastplate, but they turned the stuff out in staggering quantities and sold it cheap. Thanks to their output, the Royal Army now easily outmatched the rebels in the simple matter of how many bodies could be put into armor. It did raise a troubling question, though. Where exactly was the Northwest Gulf getting all that iron? Those lords were at war themselves. If they chose to equip their own troops with the same scale of armor and steel they were shipping south, then whatever was happening up there was certainly no mere peasant brawl. As the officers argued back and forth, Catherine caught Ophelia's eye and gave the smallest of nods. That was a private conversation for later. Since the Northwest Gulf was now on everyone's lips, the topic of the meeting naturally slid towards the usurpers' war that had erupted there earlier that year. It is obvious, one lord said, that Count Parker and his lot will never recognize Maltz Kent as the rightful heir to the ducal seat. Ridiculous, the whole business, another snapped. The kingdom is on fire, and instead of marching to serve the crown, they skulk about in their own backyard playing at civil war. No sense of the greater good at all. A third snorted. It is not utterly without merit. The old line of Northwest dukes have long been insolent towards the crown. At least Parker and his allies remember where their allegiance lies. A little pressure on those native lords will do them no harm. Pressure, someone retorted. They are not doing this for the crown's sake. They are feathering their own nests. If there is a dispute, they can petition His Majesty to arbitrate. Taking matters into their own hands is nothing but vanity and greed dressed up as loyalty. The royal envoys posted to the Northwest had done nothing to clarify matters. Men like Hansel Abbott, assigned to Arda, and Emerson Wilder, stationed in Emden, had each taken to echoing the stance of their local patrons. Their reports to Crystalglow read less like impartial dispatches and more like partisan pamphlets, each accusing the other envoy of distorting the truth, sowing discord, and outright lying. Faced with this mess of mutually contradictory letters, the king and his ministers had ended up thoroughly bewildered, unable to say with certainty who in the Northwest was truly in the wrong. Even so, most at court leaned towards the anti-ducal faction. After all, since the Southern Rebellion had broken out, the counties of Arda and Bayardin, both counting themselves among the Duke's opponents, had shipped a great deal of grain south to keep the army fed after the granary fires. On top of that, the Northwest Industries Consortium, founded by those same lords, had supplied large quantities of cheap weapons and armor. Duke Dodge stroked his chin, eyes half closed in thought. Which side holds the advantage at present? Ophelia answered crisply. Latest word is that the ducal faction has slipped into decline. It looks as though they mean to pull their strength together for one last throw of the dice. Neither side is inclined to lay down arms. Duke Dodge pressed. There were whispers of a truce, Ophelia said, but clearly the talks broke down. Duke Dodge turned his gaze to Catherine. Your Highness, when the Northwest Gulf settles and their quarrel is done, might we not charge those lords with keeping watch on Wybron? Then we could redeploy Walker's forces south to deal with the rebels. Through secret channels, the Royal Council had already concluded that Duke Wybron of the Eastern Marches had, in his heart, thrown in with Giles. He had not yet openly raised his banner, but no one in Fordersa trusted him to stay quiet forever. For that reason, Catherine had been forced to leave a force of some 25,000 men entrenched along the eastern frontier under Duke Walker's command, simply to guard against a sudden strike from Wybron. An entire field army doing nothing but staring east at a threat that might, or might not, materialize. It was a colossal waste of strength. Without that burden, the main host under Catherine would likely have long since broken the deadlock in Furiel. Perhaps that was exactly what Giles had intended. Let his ally in the east be nothing more than a shadow, and the royal army would shackle itself. Ophelia nodded in agreement with Duke Dodge. Among the lords opposing the Northwest Duke, Count Paul Grayman is the keystone. His family was exiled to the Northwest Gulf long ago after some palace intrigue. During the preparations for this southern campaign, Count Grayman worked tirelessly to raise supplies. It is clear he wishes to mend fences with the crown. If His Majesty were to restore the Grayman family's honor in name as well as fact, that count would surely exert himself for the kingdom and might well draw the other lords along in his wake. From her tone, she plainly had considerable faith in Grayman's faction. Catherine found herself tempted despite her caution. She nodded slowly. The quarrel in the Northwest Gulf is not yet finished, and we do not know which side will stand victorious in the end. Once the dust settles, we shall send an envoy. That was what she said aloud. Inwardly, though, irritation pricked at her. But for Giles's rebellion tying their hands, a single royal edict bearing the king's seal would have been enough to drag those bloodied lords to the table, however furious their fighting. They would not dare ignore Crystal Glow outright. Now, with the crown's strength drawn south and stretched thin, she could do nothing but sit and wait to see who emerged on top before begging for his support. If she sent a mediator too early and the attempt failed, the crown would look weaker still. A limping authority snubbed by its own vassals. The more she turned that thought over, the more bitter her loathing for the traitor Giles became. At that moment, Viscount Klein spoke up, watching her carefully. Your Highness, the Northwest Gulf has always been rather poor. However stout-hearted those lords may be, they cannot alone withstand the wealth and strength of the Eastern Marches. Catherine's mouth curved into a wry smile. You have that look, Klein. You have already thought of a remedy, have you not? Klein laughed. Guilty as charged, we can levy the Highland tribes to serve alongside the Northwestern forces, and together they will keep watch over the east. It is time we invited Chieftain Gerov, forgive me, Count Gerov, to demonstrate his loyalty to the crown. Gerov had been one of the Highland war chiefs who, in last year's uprising, chose to turn his cloak and open his gates to Catherine. With his help from within, she had shattered the rebellion far more swiftly than anyone expected, and in return she had raised him to the rank of Highland Count. Catherine was thoroughly pleased with Klein's proposal. In recent years, she had made a point of promoting younger officers into the upper reaches of her command. Klein and Lester were standouts among that rising generation. Klein was mild in manner but razor-sharp in thought. Lester was withdrawn and austere, yet seemed to have a born instinct for marching and battle. Together with Ophelia, they formed the core of her trusted circle, and being closer to her in age, were often far easier to talk to than the crusty old warhorses. Then we shall do exactly that, Catherine declared, ending the matter with a single, firm line. The council broke up soon after. One by one, the lords and captains bowed and withdrew, boots thudding softly on the stone floor. As Ophelia turned to follow them out, Catherine's voice halted her at the doorway. Ophelia, come to my chambers. You can tell me how little Aileen is getting on these days, and then you can tell me more about those thunder hammers you mentioned. Chapter 305. Charge into the guns of St. Mere on the 10th day of August in the Holy Calendar. 4 newly raised infantry battalions finally disembarked at Fishtail Town, and Paul Grayman came ashore with them. The war was sliding into its final, decisive act, and as Arda's supreme commander, he had no intention of missing the chance to claim a handsome haul of battle honors. No, to witness the enemy's last, pitiful screams in person. Paul Grayman had barely had time to stretch his legs in Fishtail Town when a dispatch from the front, sent by Schroeder, landed in his hands. The report was grim. The Duke's army, massed in overwhelming strength, close to 10,000 men by estimate, had launched a full-scale assault on his position. The Arda detachment had been beaten in the field and forced to fall back, now dug in around a small town called St. Mere. Nearly 10,000 men, defeated in action. For a heartbeat, Paul Grayman nearly shot out of his chair. He had grown almost complacent, accustomed to Arda marching from victory to victory. The word defeat itself felt like an insult. Under Schroeder's command were 2 regular infantry battalions, nearly 1,000 militiamen from Arda, and a batch of locally hired auxiliaries, roughly 3,000 bodies in all. Even with Paul Grayman's confidence in his own side's drill and equipment, that gap in numbers was nothing to shrug off. He sent his answer back at once: hold St. Mere, fortify, and wait. He would bring 4 battalions south to join him immediately. So the 2,000 men who had just staggered off the ships barely had time to catch their breath before being marched hard to the south. After 2 days of punishing forced marching, Paul Grayman's column tramped through the gates of St. Mere, linking up at last with Schroeder's battered force. The old knight looked deeply ashamed. "My apologies, my Lord Count. It was my poor command. I have brought dishonor upon Arda's arms." Paul Grayman waved that away. "Nonsense. You did not have enough men. That is all." Even after a losing battle, Schroeder still had around 2,500 soldiers under him. Once he realized just how badly outnumbered he was, he had wisely switched to conserving his strength and buying time until Paul Grayman arrived with reinforcements. In truth, only the 2nd and 4th Infantry Battalions, just over 1,000 regulars between them, could really be called fighting troops in his little force. There were also roughly 1,000 Arda militiamen with pikes and little armor, and as for the hastily recruited local auxiliaries, best not to speak of them. "What exactly are we facing?" Paul Grayman asked. He did not for a second believe that Maltz Kent, in his current state, could possibly have trained 10,000 proper soldiers. If he had, the whole war would have looked very different. "By our reckoning," Schroeder replied, "no more than 3,000 to 4,000 are properly drilled. They have close to 1,000 cavalry, and among those, perhaps 400 are fully fledged knights." 3,000 to 4,000. Paul Grayman folded his arms, running the numbers in his head. On paper, if one only counted the regulars, they were close to parity now. With Schroeder's men and Paul Grayman's fresh battalions combined, Arda had nearly 4,000 under arms. Arda's edge lay in overall quality, steady discipline, tight formations, uniform training. The Duke's edge lay in that one word that always complicated things: cavalry. As for the rest of the Duke's men, the half-armed conscripts and desperate levy troops, Paul Grayman barely bothered to consider them. After this long in this world, he knew exactly what those poor wretches amounted to. Throw too many of them into a charge, and they were more likely to tangle up their own line than harm the enemy. "Can we beat them with what we have now?" Paul Grayman asked Schroeder plainly. "If they receive no further reinforcements," the old knight replied without hesitation, "we have no cause to fear." His confidence had its reasons. Alongside the 4 battalions, Paul Grayman had brought 20 quick-fire guns, light artillery pieces that could spit canister and shot in murderous bursts. Those alone would make the Duke's soldiers pay dearly for every step. Paul Grayman patted a row of sturdy wooden crates with a grin and glanced at his chief of staff. "And it is not just firepower. Material encouragement works wonders as well." 2 days later, dust plumes appeared to the south of St. Mere. The Duke's army, rested, reorganized, and eager to finish what it had started, had caught up with them. Arda moved quickly, forming a line just south of the town, only 2 battalions visible in the open. The rest of the troops melted back into the streets and alleys of St. Mere, hidden from prying eyes. "Good. It looks like they have not had time to bring in fresh men," Schroeder murmured, telescope pressed to his eye. Judging from the gaps in their ranks and the toll taken by earlier clashes, he put the enemy's strength now at just over 8,000. "Lord Jace, we have scouted the town thoroughly. There are no ambushes lurking around its outskirts." A knight galloped up to Jace's side, rain-spotted cloak snapping, and delivered his report in a shout. Jace stared down the field towards the Arda lines, his expression clouded. Something about all this gnawed at him. How did the enemy always seem to spot him first? Each time he had clashed with Schroeder, it had been the same. When the Arda soldiers appeared on the horizon, they were already fully formed up, facing him in neat ranks as if they had been expecting him for hours. Their scout's eyes were unnaturally sharp. Could his father be right? Had the Greyman family also accepted secret aid from mages, gaining some unseen advantage? Enough, whatever phantom powers backed them, he meant to end this troublesome little army here and now. At least one thing reassured him. Out there on the plain, the Arda force still looked like the same 2,000-odd men who had pulled back last time. "Begin the attack as planned," Jace ordered the officers gathering around him. Their chosen tactic was simple and ugly. First wave, expendable rabble, surging ahead to soak up Arda's ammunition. Behind them marched the spear line and the archers, because Arda's flintlocks were direct fire weapons, firing flat into oncoming ranks. The sacrificial front wave bought the rest of the army both time and cover. They died in droves or broke and ran. But while they lasted, the real soldiers advanced behind their living screen. The only serious threat to the second line during this approach came from the thunder hammers, those long-ranged, arcing blasts that could tear gaps in tight formations. Once the main body drew close to Arda's infantry line, most of the fodder had been spent. The archers then stepped up, hailing the enemy with arrows to pin their heads down, while the spearmen pressed in to take them hand to hand. During all this, the cavalry prowled around the flanks, part psychological terror, part hungry wolf pack, watching for a weak spot, ready to surge in and smash through the moment a gap appeared. Previous engagements had proved the method's worth. So long as Jace held the advantage in numbers, and Arda had no cavalry of its own, this ugly dance worked. Forcing Arda to retreat had, in fact, been a first for the Duke's side since the war began. Jace still did not know whether to be proud of that, or appalled at how hard won it had been. Thunder rolled across the fields south of St. Mere, not from the sky, but from the mouths of guns. The boom of artillery shook the ground in dull, heavy pulses. Between those crashes came the sharper, staccato cracks of muskets firing in volleys, then the raw, terrible grind of close-quarters combat, shields splintering, men roaring, steel on steel and steel on bone. Smoke spread low and greasy over the trampled grass, thick with the bitter tang of powder and the copper sting of blood. Wave after wave of the Duke's conscripts surged forward under the twin goads of rich rewards and savage punishment. Drums pounded, officers bowled themselves hoarse, and the men hurled themselves at Arda's line as if the lash were already on their backs. On the other side, the soldiers of Arda held firm. Paul Greyman himself watched from the rear, his banner clear, his presence a weight on every man's shoulders, and a promise. Before the battle, he had personally ordered combat pay, set at several times the usual rate. Between coin, pride, and their commander's own eyes on them, their morale burned hot. Each time the enemy came on, the Arda line spat fire and steel and sent them reeling back, leaving the ground littered with dead and moaning wounded. As the bodies piled higher in front of their position, Schroeder glanced across at Paul Greyman and gave a small, meaningful nod. "That should do." Paul Greyman dipped his head in agreement. "Fall back into the town," Schroeder bellowed. Before the battered enemy could scrape together yet another charge, the Arda line pivoted as one and broke into a run, streaming back towards the gates of St. Mere. By now, Jace had confirmation of what he had half hoped and half feared. A knight, bloodied and limping, had staggered back from the front with the news. Paul Greyman himself was here. The very man who had dragged the Kent family's name through the mud at Bido stood somewhere on the far side of this field. The knowledge hardened Jace's resolve like quenched steel. Crush this insolent force that had dared rampage in his rear, kill or capture Paul Greyman, and the whole Northwest Gulf would lie open. Sweeping it clean would be a matter of time. The enemy is retreating. They are running for the town. More than one voice along the line cried out as the Arda formation broke and poured back through St. Mir's streets. "Good! All cavalry, form on me. We ride them down inside the town. Infantry to follow and press the advance. Jim, take your men and block the other exits from St. Mir. Nothing gets out." Jace snapped his orders out in the space of a single minute. The situation seemed obvious. The enemy's nerve had finally snapped. Barring some bizarre exception, pursuing a beaten foe was the soldier's oldest rule. "Grayman, you will not escape me." The roar of hooves swelled as the cavalry surged forward, a dark, rolling mass boiling across the open ground towards St. Mir. Mud flew from iron-shod hooves, lances dipped, and the echo of their charge bounced off the town's stone walls. As they drew closer, Jay saw some Arda soldiers desperately trying to haul several thunder hammers back towards the town. The sight pleased him. The moment his riders thundered into view at full tilt, those men panicked, abandoned the heavy weapons where they stood, and bolted after their comrades. "Cowards," Jace snorted, elation bubbling in his chest. They swept through the town gate in a pounding flood and galloped down the narrow street, boots and hooves drumming. On cobbles slick with dust and blood, Jace lashed his beloved warhorse with the flat of his reins, spurring it on as they rounded a tight corner at speed. And then he saw them, lined up across the street ahead, squatting behind hastily thrown-up barricades, yawned a row of black iron mouths. Barrels, dozens of them, from squat field pieces to the ugly snouts of quick-fire guns, each one ringed with the faint, oily sheen of recent loading. In the dim, smoky light of the street, they looked like a line of empty eyes, cold and hungry, all staring straight at him. For an instant, the world seemed to narrow to those dark circles of iron and the chill they breathed into his bones. Chapter 306. Blood, price, and fangs in the dark. In this world's military lexicon, the term street fighting did not yet exist. By all conventional wisdom, when the walls fell, the city fell. Once the attackers poured through the breaches and into the urban core, victory was essentially assured. The notion of fighting for control street by street, district by district, was virtually unheard of. The usual outcome was simple. The defenders either laid down their arms or took to their heels in the chaos of collapse. When Jace led his cavalry thundering through St. Mir's gates, he naturally assumed victory was already his. All that remained was to hunt down the fleeing Paul Grayman and ensure no survivor escaped to carry tales back to the capital. But firearms, once invented, were destined to rewrite warfare itself, and that rewriting included the street. Arda's soldiers had spent the previous hours converting St. Mir into a killing ground. They had thrown up barricades at every choke point and intersection, blocking the main routes with quick-fire guns positioned to rake any approaching column. In the buildings flanking the streets, they had cut firing ports, narrow, carefully sighted holes through which riflemen could pour controlled volleys. To sustain that fire without interruption, they worked in teams of 4 or 5. One man shooting, the others loading, priming, and passing fresh weapons into his hands in a steady, relentless rhythm. When the Duke's cavalry burst into the streets of St. Mir, they ran straight into a maelstrom. Fire poured from ahead, fire erupted from the left, fire scythed from the right. It came in sheets, in waves, a drowning deluge of light, and the narrow lanes imprisoned them, choked their momentum, rendered their numbers meaningless. A cavalry charge's lethal power lay in wait, in the thunder of hooves driving deep into an open field. But here, crammed into streets barely wide enough for 3 horses abreast, they could not achieve that killing velocity. They could not break through with one savage thrust. Worse still were the artillery pieces squatting behind the street barricades. In this close urban nightmare, canister shot, dozens of heavy iron balls fused together in clusters, became a weapon of almost biblical lethality. Each discharge tore apart not one man or two, but great handfuls of them, shredding armor and bone alike. Horses screamed and stumbled on their own entrails. Knights fell before they could even raise their lances. Jace had charged too far to the front, riding straight into the firestorm. He and his beloved warhorse were riddled with shot, stitched into sieves by overlapping volleys. He never even saw the quick-fire gun that killed him. Just the sudden, terrible impact, the cold rush of air, and then nothing. As Jace's cavalry poured through St. Mir's gate, Emerson was pressing hard behind with the main body of infantry, 2 mercenary captains among the officers, All of them already mentally dividing the spoils they expected to claim inside the town. Greed lent their legs speed. No man wanted to fall behind and see his portion claimed by quicker rivals. The moment the first ranks of infantry crossed the threshold, hell opened its mouth. The roar of fire bows and thunder hammers erupted from the depths of the street, rolling up the town's narrow throat like a grotesque echo. Moments later, something appeared that drained the blood from every southern face. The cavalry streaming back out again. But these were not the same proud riders who had charged in minutes before. These were the shattered remnants of cavalry, armor crumpled and torn, saddles empty, many of the men missing limbs or gushing blood. Some tried to flee on foot, their horses dead or broken beneath them. All carried the mad light of terror in their eyes. The infantry soldiers, watching that collapse in horror, needed no explanation. Death had swallowed their vanguard whole. "Routed, we are routed," someone screamed, and panic rippled through the ranks like wildfire through tinder. The fleeing cavalry, caring nothing for the pedestrian ranks, drove their surviving horses straight through the infantry without mercy, trampling men beneath churning hooves. Emerson saw the disaster unfolding, saw the beautiful order dissolving into chaos, and knew his command was finished. Without Jace, without a supreme commander whose name carried weight, this patchwork army of hired swords and conscripted levies simply fractured. There was no rallying them, no reforming the line. Emerson himself cursed with feeling and drove his mount toward the nearest edge of the press, abandoning any thought of holding the field. The Arda army did what soldiers always do when the enemy breaks. They pursued. This time, the pursuit was truly a pursuit. The enemy had no organized resistance left to offer. The cavalry could flee faster than foot soldiers could manage, and so while knights and noblemen escaped to fight another day, the infantry, those poor bastards who had no horse between them, paid the full reckoning. Paul Grayman threw nearly his entire remaining strength into the chase, and it was pursuit without mercy. By the time the butchery ended, and the Arda soldiers paused to catch their breath, the casualty count had been tallied. Somewhere close to 4,000 of the Duke's men were either dead, wounded, or prisoners on the field at St. Mere. Once the wounded had been gathered and the dead catalogued, Schroeder approached Paul Grayman with a proposal burning in his eyes. "My Lord Count," the old knight said, "I suspect Maltz has stripped troops from other sectors to muster this force. Otherwise, such numbers could not have appeared so suddenly. Should we not alert the other members of the coalition and probe for weaknesses? Perhaps mount an offensive while their forces are scattered?" Paul Grayman considered that carefully, then shook his head. "Not yet. We still have ground to cover to reach Center City, and the road ahead may yet hold surprises. Besides, I prefer our allies remain cautious and deliberate. I have no wish for anyone else to reach the gates before we do." At that moment, a squad of soldiers approached, bearing a corpse on a stretcher. The sergeant in charge saluted and spoke with grim formality. "My Lord Count, Schroeder, sir, we have made positive identification. This is Jace Kent, son of the usurper Maltz Kent." "What?" Paul Grayman and Schroeder exchanged glances of astonishment. They had bagged far larger prey than they had dared hope for. Maltz's military operations had rested largely on his son's shoulders. The loss of Jace would strike the usurper harder than a dozen battlefield defeats. Paul Grayman knelt and gently lifted the cloth covering the body. What lay beneath was a ruin, the face barely recognizable, the body torn and mangled beyond easy description. He sighed quietly. "Alas," Paul Grayman said, almost to himself, "if you had shown less cruelty and overreach at the beginning, we might never have come to this. But the die was cast long ago." He rose and turned to the sergeant. "Have Jace's body prepared for transport to Center City. As for the rest of the dead, the summer heat will bring sickness if we leave them long. Cremate the bodies here and give them proper burial. Log the names and identities of any you can confirm, but do not linger. Move with purpose." The sergeant, visibly impressed by Paul Grayman's gravitas and clear thinking, saluted smartly and hurried away to see the orders carried out. Days later, in a shadowed chamber within the ducal palace of Center City, Maltz Kent stood motionless, staring at the body laid before him. This boy, his son, his heir, the hope upon whom he had heaped such weight, was now nothing more than a corpse, skin already beginning to gray beneath a layer of lime. Maltz reached out a trembling hand and touched the cold, chemically preserved face. Lime clung to his fingers. He did not withdraw the hand. "My child," he whispered. "My child." He seemed lost in memory, fragments of moments shared with Jace flickering through his mind like fever dreams. The boy's first steps, his pride when Jace first took a sword, the weight of the ducal authority finally settling on shoulders broad enough to bear it. A loyal servant, unable to bear witnessing his master's grief, stepped forward to offer what comfort servants could offer. "My lord, please, compose yourself. Grief is natural, but you must endure. The realm still needs you." Mount seemed not to hear. Instead, his voice dropped to a hoarse whisper, words barely audible. Why do they not come?" The servant leaned closer, confused. "My lord, what did you say? Why do they not come?" Maltz repeated, his voice rising slightly. There was something wrong about the way he said it. A wild, desperate edge, like an animal trapped and snarling. The servant stepped back, suddenly uneasy. "My lord, I do not understand. Who should come?" Maltz turned to face him fully, and in that moment the servant's blood froze solid in his veins. The duke's face had changed. It was no longer the visage of a man, but something twisted, distorted into something other. His eyes burned with a sickly red luminescence. When his mouth opened, two long, needle-sharp fangs descended where his canines should have been. The servant opened his mouth to scream, but sound would not come. Maltz, or whatever wore Maltz's shape now, moved with impossible speed. One hand, the fingers now elongated into cruel claws, drove forward. It pierced the servant's abdomen as easily as a knife through silk, and the claws erupted out through the man's back in a spray of blood. "I will have payment," the thing screamed. "Blood payment, death payment." With its free hand, it seized the servant's head and wrenched with inhuman strength. There was a wet, tearing sound, and the servant's head came free, blood fountaining from the ragged stump of his neck. The creature raised the severed head to its mouth and drank, long, deliberate pulls of the blood still flowing from the arteries, drinking as a man drinks wine, savoring each drop. "I shall have my vengeance," it snarled, and the words came out distorted, echoing with harmonics that no human throat could produce. Then, in a burst of agony and terrible transformation, two massive wings tore free from the creature's spine. Bat wings, translucent and horrible, sprouted from its back. The air filled with the stench of burnt flesh and something else, something ancient and foul. "I am Maltz Kent," the thing shrieked, its voice layered now with countless other voices, a chorus of the damned. "And I walk the world now as one of the blood kindred. I shall walk these lands until every debt is paid in blood, until the last drop of my enemy's life has quenched the fire in my heart." The thing that had been a man opened its wings wide, and the sound that came from its throat was neither scream nor roar. It was the wail of the damned, echoing through the stone halls of Center City. Chapter 307. The last day of Maltz Kent on the 18th day of August in the Holy Calendar, once the Arda army had rested and refitted, it set out again. 2 days later, they crossed back over the border of the Duke's direct demesne and marched straight for Center City. Maltz Kent tried, one last time, to bar their path. On the 19th, he scraped together another field army and flung it at Arda's advance. It shattered and scattered like glass under a hammer. After that rout, the road to Center City lay wide open. News that the usurper had, quite literally, run out of soldiers raced across the Northwest Gulf. The other lords in the coalition wasted no time. Their forces, which had been checked for so long around Bido Castle, swung wide, bypassing the fortress altogether and leaving only small detachments to keep its garrison bottled up. By late August, the three great counties that had long clung stubbornly to neutrality finally issued joint proclamations siding with the coalition. A motley collection of lesser independent lords followed suit, condemning Maltz Kent's claim to the ducal throne as illegitimate and swearing to support the war against him. At the same time, many nobles who had once served as Maltz's staunch supporters began quietly changing their colors. Some publicly declared for the coalition and placed themselves under its protection. Others, more cautious, sent secret envoys to bargain for mercy and favorable terms should the usurper fall. One name appeared in almost every such negotiation: Paul Grayman. Everyone, by now, knew exactly whose steel and powder had carried the greatest weight in this war. On the evening of the 25th of August, a messenger burst into the ducal palace with the news Maltz had been dreading. The Arda army was less than 20 li from Center City. Barring some act of divine intervention, they would be at the walls by midday. The city itself, largest in the Northwest Gulf, once a bustling hub of trade and politicking, now shivered like a half-sunk ship in a rising storm. In the heart of Center City, the ducal residence, once the beating heart of provincial power, had turned cold and hollow. There had been a time when the palace gates had barely shut. Carriages lined up in rows, nobles and rich merchants queuing for audiences, favors, or a share of the ducal ear. Now the broad courtyard stood almost empty. Those who could slip away had already done so. Only the truly trapped or truly loyal remained. Worse still were the deaths. Servants and retainers had begun to vanish from the palace with disturbing regularity. The corpses that were found told a consistent, horrifying tale. Bodies shriveled and dry, as if every drop of blood had been drained away. The rumors that followed multiplied like flies, each whisper darker than the last. Maltz Kent, apparently consumed by the collapsing war, paid no public heed. He neither punished gossip nor addressed the fear. Within the palace, the remaining servants lived on the knife edge of terror, jumping at every shadow, yet few dared bolt. Until an enemy banner flew over Center City's walls, the Duke remained the law here. He still had a core of loyal household knights who would happily run down any deserter. Between the armies at their gates and the tales of bloodless corpses in their streets, the people of Center City slept poorly, if they slept at all. At noon on the 26th, Paul Grayman's army arrived before the city. With newly recruited auxiliaries folded into their ranks, their numbers now approached 6,000. They spread out with methodical care, sealing off the three main gates of Center City with dense ranks of infantry and guns. After a hot meal and a brief rest, the first guns opened up at around the second hour after noon. Shirtless artillerymen, skins slick with sweat and blackened with powder, swarmed over the gun lines. Shot after shot boomed out, each recoil kicking clouds of dust and smoke into the heavy summer air. To spare them from the worst of the sun, tarpaulins and rough canvas had been slung over each battery. But even in the shade, the gun pits felt like furnaces. After only a few rounds, the barrels grew so hot they could not be touched bare-handed. Buckets of water were up-ended over iron, and wood alike to keep the weapons from warping or seizing as they spat death at the walls. But the bombardment was only ever meant as a smoke screen. Against a fortress as solid as Center City, conventional siege work alone would swallow weeks and lives in their thousands. Paul Grayman had no intention of feeding his men into the teeth of a traditional assault. His real plan burrowed under the surface. Teams of sappers and picked soldiers took up mattocks and shovels and vanished into freshly cut tunnels. Working in shifts, slick with sweat even below ground, they began to worm their way under the outer defenses, angling for the base of the walls. The idea was simple, brutal, and effective. Carve out a chamber beneath the foundations, pack it with barrels of gunpowder, and then light the fuse. Let the wall hurt itself when the earth beneath it vanished in one colossal blast. Above ground, the cannons kept roaring, masking the scrape of shovels with the thunder of iron. Inside the ducal palace, Maltz Kent sat alone in the vast, echoing hall that had once hosted half the nobility of the Northwest Gulf. He was thinking of beginnings, of how this had all started. In his mind's eye, he could see the same hall half a year ago, bright with candles and full of laughter, the air thick with the perfume of wine and power. Lords from every corner of the Gulf had gathered to celebrate Duke Ferdinand's birthday. It was on that night that the old Duke had named Maltz his heir. He could still see Henry Ferdinand's face, the Duke's younger brother, now styling himself Viscount, twisted in disbelief, fear, and thwarted ambition. That had been the first crack. Maltz was sure of it, the moment when some cabal of lesser men began to weave their little treacheries in the dark. Prize Parker, Paul Grayman, Morley Malkin, named them one by one, and each stank of the same thing to Maltz. Gutter rats and cesspit maggots, gnawing and scheming in the corners while he stood in the light. They had probably lurked in the shadows of this very hall that night, eyes warped by jealousy, counting the seconds until they could drag him down. Ah, he thought bitterly, I should have had them clapped in irons there and then. Straight from the banquet to the dungeons. Had I done so, perhaps none of this would have come to pass. No war, no shattered armies, no dead son. The thought of prisons brought another irritation boiling up. The Ferdinand family's secret escape route, its vaunted lifeline, had included an entrance in the ducal dungeon itself. After that idiot Henry had slipped his noose, Maltz had all but torn the place to pieces, ripping up flagstones and battering down walls until the hidden tunnel finally revealed itself. It galled him that the passage had been there all along, under his very nose. Even so, with or without Henry Ferdinand, he doubted the likes of Parker and Grayman would have rested. If not this excuse, they would have found another. Men like that did not tolerate an upstart on the ducal throne. You would not let me sit in peace, he thought, and you killed my son. Very well, I shall see you choke on your victory. Maltz Kent turned his thoughts to the other path he had chosen, the one that had already left behind a trail of pale, drained corpses in his own halls. In open battle, he had been broken. That much he admitted, but the play was not over. Not yet. He would become a nightmare, not a man. Let them take his lands and his title. He would haunt their dreams far longer than this war would last. The blood kindred did not surrender thrones, they hunted them. Such ease, your grace, a light, mocking voice said, so very relaxed at a time like this. The words floated through the hall like smoke. Maltz was on his feet in an instant. With the senses he possessed now, he should have heard a man cross the threshold, should have felt the weight of a living heart anywhere in the hall. Yet he had perceived nothing. A figure in a black cloak stood in the doorway. In the height of summer, the garment looked absurd. A pool of night in all that close, baking heat. The newcomer slowly pushed back his hood, revealing a young, handsome face. An earring glinted on his right ear. There was a certain arrogance in his eyes, a lazy sort of insolence that made Maltz want to break his jaw on principle. No ordinary man, then. The cloaked youth walked forward at an unhurried pace, until only a low table separated him from the Duke. After a brief, calculating pause, Maltz ventured, "You are of the mystic conclave." The young man smiled and dipped his head in confirmation. "Where is Master Barnet?" Maltz demanded. The youth shook his head. "That great one goes where he pleases, your grace. We are not privy to his movements. Has Andy returned to you?" Maltz pressed on, anger simmering now. "Was it he who sent you here to help me?" He did not bother to wait for an answer. His voice suddenly rose to a shout. "Why are you only coming now? You are too late." The young man spread his hands in a theatrical little gesture. "Help, your grace. I fear you may have misunderstood our purpose. Forgive me, I have no wish to waste breath on pleasantries. Unpleasantness is about to ensue." Maltz threw back his head and laughed, a ragged, hysterical sound that echoed off the high ceiling. "So," he rasped, "I am no longer useful. You come now to tidy up loose ends, to cut my throat so your precious secrets stay buried. Very well, I have a reckoning of my own to settle with your kind." He moved. To a normal eye, Maltz's lunge would have been a blur, his right hand curling into a claw, striking for the youth's face with the speed and force of a striking beast. Since his change, his body had answered him with frightening eagerness. His fingers never touched skin. Just as his extended hand was about to rake across the young man's features, his entire body locked in place. Muscles that had carried him through a dozen battles and 100 hunts simply refused to obey. He froze in mid-attack, caught in a half-crouch over the table, a nightmare statue carved out of flesh. The young man took a single, casual step back, looking him over with faint amusement. "Your grace," he drawled, "you are only half right. Yes, you have outlived your usefulness. But there is another matter, far more important." His eyes hardened, the lightness in them vanishing. When he spoke again, his voice was low and cold enough to bite. "You dared threaten a mage," he said, "even if he was only an apprentice." Memories flashed through Maltz's mind, Andy on his knees, pleading for time, his own hand gripping the boy's shoulder like a vice as he demanded that the mystic conclave intervene on his behalf. The threat he had made then, half-spoken, full of implied violence. So that, he thought dimly, was it. The young man placed one hand lightly on Maltz's shoulder and pressed down. Without his muscles to catch him, Maltz pitched forward. He crashed chest first onto the heavy table. A brass candlestick, its spike forged to secure thick candles, was unfortunately placed directly beneath him. The sharpened point punched up through his breastbone and out between his shoulder blades with a dull, wet crunch. His body never even twitched in protest. Whatever spell held him kept him rigid, impaled like an insect on a pin. Slowly, whatever mockery of breath still moved through his lungs stopped. The red glow in his eyes dimmed, then went out. The young man's expression relaxed into a pleasant, almost boyish smile. He drew his hood back up, turned on his heel, and walked out of the hall as if leaving a dreary dinner party. A little over an hour later, several servants arrived at the doors to the great hall, bearing trays of food. They found the guards slumped at their posts, snoring loudly. Startled, they shook them awake. The guards were mortified. These were the Duke's elite household men at arms. Falling asleep on duty, all of them at once, was the sort of mistake that could see a man flogged, or worse. They muttered excuses about exhaustion, about the strain of these last weeks, and hurried to open the hall. The first servant stepped inside, took one look at the scene on the dais, and dropped his tray. Crockery and roasted meat smashed and skidded across the marble. 10 minutes later, the news had spread through every corner of the palace like wildfire. Duke Maltz Kent was dead, killed, they said, by some ghastly accident in his own hall, run through on a fallen candlestick. Chapter 308. White flags and victory drums. Since the siege of Center City began, the defenders had mustered 3 desperate sallies. With their proper troops bled dry, these sorties had been flung out by so-called armed citizens. Rabble even less reliable than farmhands pressed into uniform. A single volley from Arda's ranks, fired from afar, sufficed to scatter them. Barely a handful fell before panic gripped the lot. White with terror, they bolted back through the gates, leaving broken weapons and soiled breaches in their wake. By the 29th, the sappers' tunnels had reached their final stretch. Soon Arda's men would be right under the walls, ready to ram in a colossal powder charge and blow the stones skyward. Paul Grayman had picked a prime vantage, a shaded pavilion rigged up by his guards, and settled in to watch the fireworks. "Hey, Paul, old mate." Henry Ferdinand chuckled from the seat beside him, fiddling endlessly with a spyglass. He raised it to peer at Center City's battlements, polished the lenses, then peered again. "This little beauty's a cracker. Fancy selling one to your Uncle Henry. Coin's no object. Keep it," Paul Grayman said with a grin. A gift. Ever since they had hashed out the succession to the ducal seat, the two men's rapport had warmed considerably. No chance Henry would sit out the crowning moment of storming Center City. He had scampered over like an eager schoolboy, keen to play the returning hero. That very afternoon, a vast white banner broke out over the walls. At Paul Grayman's nod, the guns fell silent. Moments later, the gates creaked open, the drawbridge thudded down, and a delegation emerged under a smaller truce flag, hands raised high. After a thorough frisking, swords, daggers, and hidden vials all confiscated, they were marched straight to Paul Grayman and Schroeder. The group was a proper mixed bag. Civil servants in rumpled finery, garrison officers stripped of their swagger, a pair of priests, and a couple of prosperous merchants. Paul Grayman recognized a few. He had rubbed shoulders with them at old Duke Ferdinand's birthday feast. A grizzled bureaucrat stepped forward, his voice grave as a funeral dirge. "Count Grayman, Viscount Ferdinand, we stand here on behalf of all the people of Center City and formally surrender the city to you." Paul Grayman cocked an eyebrow. "Not on behalf of Maltz Kent." The man shook his head, face tightening. "Duke Maltz Kent Ferdinand, the usurper, as you call him, passed away yesterday." Paul Grayman and Henry Ferdinand shot to their feet. "Maltz is dead, indeed. Last night between the 7th and 8th hours, His Grace suffered a tragic mishap. He stumbled, fell against a table, and was impaled on a candlestick through the chest. The wound proved fatal. A respectful hush fell. Hats came off, clutched to breasts in silent tribute. Enemy or not, Maltz had been a great noble. Paul Grayman followed suit. Protocol demanded it, unless he fancied a reputation as a bore. Once the moment passed, Paul Grayman donned his hat and turned to Schroeder. Chief of Staff, sort out the entry protocol. Schroeder moved briskly. 2nd Battalion would lead, backed by a scratch force of militia, to secure and sweep the key crossroads. The rest would follow, in good order. Paul Grayman pushed the main body's march back to dawn. "Get the lads scrubbed, polished, and tucked in early. Tomorrow we march in at our sharpest, squares tight, boots thumping in step, heads high." He wanted Center City's folk to see an army like no other, disciplined, relentless, a force apart. And a quiet nudge to Henry beside him, too. This lad had missed the real scrap. On the 30th of August, in the holy calendar of 1991, the parade began. Center City's residents lined the streets, eyes wide with a brew of curiosity and dread, peering at this odd host marching through their gates. Arda's uniforms were still that plain pale green, workaday stuff, really. But uniform they were, cut to the same pattern, worlds smarter than the ragtag patchwork of any other lordling's rabble. Drums rolled with a crisp, hypnotic beat, boots struck cobbles in perfect lockstep, and the whole column hummed with coiled power. Grave, inexorable, unbreakable. Deep down, every watcher felt it stir. A bone-deep certainty that this machine had crushed Maltz Kent as surely as a millstone grinds wheat. Cheers bubbled up here and there, unbidden, spreading like summer fireflies. Paul Grayman and Henry Ferdinand, mounted on glossy chargers, rode in the wake of 2nd Battalion, soaking it all in with smug satisfaction. Henry, in particular, could hardly contain himself, a lump in his throat amid the glee. Gods, these streets. Feels like yesterday I was dragged here in chains, straight to the dungeons. Come full circle, eh? Paul Grayman humored him with a visit to the Ferdinand family crypt. They paused at old Duke Ferdinand's tomb, heads bowed. The caretaker led them to a dim chapel within, where 2 coffins lay waiting. These are the remains of Maltz Kent and Jace Kent, my lords. How shall we dispose of them? Paul Grayman deferred to Henry with a glance. After all, his brother had vanished under murky circumstances, and the Kent clan reeked of guilt. Henry hesitated, then shrugged. They are dead and gone. Bury them like common folk for now. The caretaker summoned hands to shift the boxes. One muttered as he hefted his end, "Blimey, feels lighter than you'd think." "Right," Henry said, clapping Paul Grayman on the shoulder. "Come on, peek at the dungeons with me. Maltz's distant kin are mouldering down there, plus a few sellsword chiefs. Emerson, Fergus, and the rest stewed in cells, awaiting the victor's judgment." Henry bypassed them at first, heading deep into the bowels. He jabbed a finger at a ragged hole, smashed through one wall. Slipped out right under here. Looks like Maltz sniffed it out eventually. The chamber was a wreck. Bricks shattered, flagstones heaved, earth churned like a fresh grave. Maltz Kent had clearly set men to dig the place inside out. Every noble house worth a damn seemed to have its bolt hole, a secret tunnel for black days. Bido Castle had one. This palace hid another. Paul Grayman rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Time to add a few under Heartlake Town's keep, perhaps. Can't lag behind the times. Word of center cities, full raced through the northwest Gulf. Like a gale. The coalition's other lords had already cracked Bido Castle and pressed east before the news hit. It lit a fire under them. They quickened their pace but met no further fight. On the 4th of September, they rolled into Center City. Among Maltz Kent's former holdings, his ancestral seat of Emden was the last to bend the knee. At Byronhold, the commander, a knight long sworn to the Kent line, hoisted white upon hearing his liege was no more, yielding to the besieging 1st and 3rd Battalions without a shot. Blaze and Joyce swept south with their commands, claiming every inch of Kent land. Thus ended the usurpers' war, a half-year of blood and shadow over the northwest Gulf, its final curtain rung down at last. Chapter 309. The dead Duke's bones, and the Game of Thrones. Paul Grayman had been content enough with Henry Ferdinand's proposal for Maltz and Jace's burial. A pauper's grave, really, nothing fancy. But the ancestral estates of Emden and its vassal territories were another matter entirely. Maltz had been a man of rank, after all. Bury him like some vagrant and his surviving kinfolk, not to mention the lords still loyal to his shade, might take umbrage. A disgruntled nobility made for headaches. So Paul Grayman broached the subject with Henry. Give Maltz a proper burial befitting his former station as count. Keep the kin mollified. Keep the peace. It was only as they were discussing this arrangement that it occurred to them, both, that neither had actually set eyes on a corpse, and confirmed it was really Maltz lying in that coffin. They rushed back to the chapel, wrenched open the casket, and got the fright of their lives. The summer heat should have had the body well into decay, bloated and blackened. Instead, what lay before them was something altogether more sinister. A desiccated husk, as if every drop of moisture had been pulled from the flesh, leaving only papery skin stretched over bone. The withered face was barely recognizable, but traces of Maltz Kent's features remained, etched into the mummy mask like some macabre death portrait. Decidedly unusual. Paul Grayman, drawing on what little medical knowledge he possessed, judged the thing thoroughly, irrevocably dead. To be absolutely certain, Henry steeled himself and pressed fingertips to the corpse's nose. Not the faintest stirring of breath. Standing over that desiccated frame, Paul Grayman felt a strange, almost déjà vu prickle at the back of his mind. A flash of image, Maltz rearing up suddenly, bellowing something like "Farce, Loda" at the top of his lungs. He pushed the memory away. "Right, get him in the ground," Paul Grayman said quietly. "Let's be out of here." Henry clamped a hand over his nose, grimacing with revulsion, and dragged Paul Grayman back towards the chapel door. They made their way next to the great cathedral within the city to call upon Bishop Leonard. The old man had suffered cruelly at Maltz Kent's hands. Something during his captivity had shattered him, a stroke by the look of it. When Arda's forces took Center City, he had been returned to the cathedral, but the damage was complete. His body lay useless, his tongue leaden, his mind drifting in and out of fog like a ship losing its moorings. Anderson, his protege from the monastery on the northern banks of Heart Lake Town, had hurried here upon receiving word, and had scarcely left the old man's bedside since. Anderson had been scheduled to travel to the holy city of the pontiff's seat to attend a conference of the Society of Illumination, to present a series of findings he called deeply troubling. But his mentor's collapse had shelved those plans indefinitely. Leonard lay propped on pillows, and when Paul Grayman and Henry entered, he struggled to sit upright. Paul Grayman waved him down and had Andrew press him gently back. "Rest, your grace," Paul Grayman said gently. "Rest." Leonard had been no friend to troublemakers over the years, rigid in his doctrine, perhaps, but never one to weaponize his faith against Paul Grayman's interests. Indeed, during his tenure at the monastery, Leonard had done much to support the schools and learning at Heart Lake Town. Seeing him like this, hollowed out and gasping, stirred something uncomfortable in Paul Grayman's chest. From the cathedral staff, Paul Grayman learned that Leonard had been arrested for his inquiries into whether Maltz harbored sorcerous taint, much as Leonard had once questioned Paul Grayman in Heart Lake Town. The difference was that Paul Grayman had been a count, protected by connections and influence. Maltz had been a duke, and a duke's patience was considerably shorter. Leonard struggled to lift one trembling arm and gestured weakly at his own mouth, producing only garbled sounds. His frustration at his own uselessness evident. "The light of heaven shall cast that tyrant's wicked soul into the pit," Anderson snarled, his young face twisted with vindictive piety. Paul Grayman exchanged pleasantries with the youth for a moment, then took his leave with Henry. The church in the Northwest Gulf had been savaged under Maltz Kent's rule. The regional bishop imprisoned, dozens of clergy arrested and sentenced. Even the church's only military arm, the Inquisition, had been ambushed, stripped of arms, and temporarily outlawed. The pontiff's distant seat seemed powerless to intervene. The Gulf lay too remote for swift aid. And besides, the great city of Corner Bay was convulsing in a witch hunt of such scale and savagery that the Holy See was utterly consumed trying to contain it. Anderson had mentioned to Paul Grayman that the inquisitions there had spiraled so far beyond their original mandate that the church fathers were beginning to look like men riding a tiger they could no longer control. Back within the ducal palace, Henry ventured a careful question. "Paul, that list I gave you before we entered Center City." Paul Grayman thumped his chest reassuringly. "In the jail, every one of them. Safe and sound." Henry shifted nervously. Right, but I mean, just keep them locked up, yes. Nothing untoward. 3 meals a day, no beatings, fresh water. They'll emerge plump and rosy when you grant your pardon. Very magnanimous, the new duke." Before the assault on Center City, Henry had handed Paul Grayman a list. Family members of the Ferdinands, potential rivals to his claim, or those he suspected of harboring sympathies towards Maltz Kent. Arda's soldiers had swept through the city and scooped them all up, locking them in the dungeons before the other coalition lords could even arrive. No real danger to them, of course. Once Henry was safely crowned as the new Northwest Duke, a grand amnesty would follow, the new regime displaying clemency, magnanimity, forgiveness. Very reassuring to the family and the common folk alike. However, Paul Grayman continued, holding up a hand, "Let us be clear on one matter. Henry braced himself. Half of the Ferdinand family treasury. For my troubles, I have debts the size of mountains waiting for this war to end, and I intend to settle them. Henry's face fell. But the gold is under your guard right now. Precisely my point. We can negotiate, or you can tell your family why half their hoard walked out the gates with me. That's piracy. That's the cost of victory, my friend. I'll have clerks inventory every coin, mark my words. Bloodsucker. On the 3rd of September in the holy calendar of 1991, Melon Garnard, Count of Bayardin, arrived in Center City. The following day, the other coalition lords, Prize Parker, Morley Malkin, Winifred Heller, and the rest, filed through the gates. Many brought with them the lords who had backed Maltz Kent, and now came as supplicants, hat in hand, hoping for clemency. Paul Grayman, Mellon, and Henry rode out to receive them in ceremony. Arda's regiments formed an honor guard, ranks crisp as folded paper, boots striking the cobbles in rhythm, bayonets winking in the afternoon sun. It was a masterclass in disciplined theater, and it made every other lord's ragtag soldiery look like a child's toy parade. As they approached the ducal palace, a tremendous boom rolled out from the direction of the gates. Several lords flinched, hands dropping to sword hilts. "Peace, gentlemen," Paul Grayman called out with a thin smile. "Only a salute to mark the end of this dreadful war." The cannon roared again, and again. 60 times, the booming echoes rolled across the city, each report a statement. The other lords, faces strained, understood the message perfectly. These guns are mine. These soldiers answer to me. Remember that when we discuss terms. They laughed through gritted teeth and made their courtesies. Only young Derek Heller, son of Count Winifred, gazed at the Arda columns with undisguised envy. Oh, to command such a force, to have soldiers who moved as one, who obeyed without question, who transformed raw flesh and steel into an instrument of will. One day, his eyes seemed to say. One day. Chapter 310. Spoils of war and cannons kissed the Grand Council to carve up the spoils dragged on for a full 2 weeks. The usurpers' war had shattered the old order in the Northwest Gulf, once centered on the Ferdinand and Kent houses. Now Arda of the Grayman line, Bayardin under the Garnard clan, Lanarka of the Parker family, Portree held by the Hellers, and Stanlow commanded by the Malkins, stood as the new pillars of power. Arda in particular had turned the tables spectacularly. Those in the know whispered that Arda deserved more than half the credit for toppling Maltz Kent. The other lords, they had mostly tied down Jace's forces, buying time with skirmishes and screens. Thus Paul Grayman's voice carried the most weight in the chamber. Outside, his regiments drilled without cease, rifles cracking on odd days, cannon thundering on even. No rest for the victors or their neighbors. First order, the ducal throne. By ancient custom, Viscount Henry Ferdinand, the old duke's own brother, stood next in line. Simple enough, but Morley Malkin rallied a faction to push a distant cousin of Ferdinand's instead. This fellow had fled Maltz's coup and drummed up support for the coalition across the provinces. Trouble was, the cousin's own brother languished in Paul Grayman's jail. He had wined and dined with Maltz through the war. One brother on each side, smacks of fence-sitting. Prize Parker and Paul Grayman led the chorus of outrage. 3 days of wrangling later, Henry's supporters prevailed. A hasty rite followed. Oaths sworn, a circlet placed, and Henry Ferdinand emerged as the new Northwest Duke. With the throne settled, Arda and Bayardin tabled their claim on the Kent lands of Emden. Not the title of Count of Emden, that was abolished outright. Instead, the entire territory would fall under Arda's administrative council. Emden's vassal lords could keep their holdings after a hefty fine, but their internal affairs and foreign dealings would now fall under the council's guidance. A polite fiction for vassalage, really. Pity the Graymans lacked the clout to enfief them properly. The proposal split the room. Supporters saw the rising star of Arda and wanted to hitch their wagons. Emden already lay under Arda occupation. Paul Grayman merely sought to legitimize the fait accompli. Opponents feared Arda's unchecked growth. Emden and its satellites were the Gulf's finest lands after the ducal core. Hand them to the Graymans, and their power would double overnight. Paul Grayman compromised. Half of Emden's remaining Kent treasures, plus half the vassals' fines, to be split among the victors. That sweetened the pot. To the lukewarm holdouts, Emden was never theirs anyway. Cash in hand beat envy any day. Paul Grayman asked for no more. The Administrative Council had debated this endlessly. Emden's size and population dwarfed Arda and Bayardin combined. It would take years to digest. Push too hard, and the other lords would band against them. Arda already claimed the fattest slice. The Kents, as war's architects, deserved to lose title and lands. But Maltz's allies, they had honored oaths or feudal bonds. Noble codes tempered vengeance. Titles spared, lands mostly intact. But eye-watering indemnities were non-negotiable. The rest of the talks ground on over fines and border trims. Sated with Emden and Henry's secret pledge of half the Ferdinand vaults, Paul Grayman lounged quietly, watching the squabbles. He lent timely words for his allies Parker and Heller. Newly enthroned, Duke Henry Ferdinand owed him dearly. The treasury carve-out stung, but Paul Grayman's backing had secured the crown and preserved his goodwill among the people. Arda's march through the ducal lands had been a model. No looting, no massacres. Supplies bought fair at market rates. Once in Center City, as thugs and gangs scented chaos, Arda stepped up to restore order. Their methods, swift, shocking, unforgettable. Criminals were lashed to cannon muzzles. A boom, a gout of flame, and half a body vanished in red mist. Thus entered the annals of punishment, a term that chilled the marrow. Cannon execution. Public trials preceded each. Crowds mustered, crimes proclaimed with evidence, sentences read aloud. The spectacle tested nerves, the wet crunch, the iron tang of blood, the acrid bite of powder. But seeing vermin meet such ends drew cheers. Thieves and cutpurses slunk deeper into shadows, cowed. What an army, Henry mused. Nothing like the old tales. His allies' forces. Precisely, those tales made flesh. From Bido Castle east, they pillaged freely, extorting peasants, squeezing surrendered foes. In the ducal heartlands, tradition permitted it. Henry, duke in name but throne unsteady, could hardly stop them. Victor's rights. Arda's watch kept the bandits bridled. Whispers spread through the demesne, Count Grayman and his iron host, the duke who summoned them. That raised Henry Ferdinand in the common mind, burnishing his claim like gold leaf on old wood. Chapter 311. The tariff packed the feast of victors ended. Lords trickled out of Center City. The winners puffed with pride, eager to claim their prizes of gold and ground. The losers slouched away, scheming to claw back what they could. Many skipped even a courtesy call at the ducal palace. Duke Henry Ferdinand's prestige hung threadbare. The war had tarnished the entire Ferdinand name across the Northwest Gulf, and no amount of pomp could polish it overnight. Paul Grayman had no plans to play nursemaid. If anything, a shaky duke suited him fine. Better no lofty overlord looming large. So Hal Duke strolled Center City's broad avenues, leading his mount with his squire Arthur at his side. Unbelievable, Arthur breathed, eyes wide. Not a scar from the war. We're all Northwest Gulf soldiers, gentlemen, then, sir. What's your take? Duke snorted. Don't paint every army a pack of brigands. This is just what proper troops do. You think only our Watcher's Legion can manage it. Arrogant pup. Arthur stuck out his tongue, chastened. At the ducal palace gates, Duke presented his card to the porter. Deputy Commander of the Watcher's Legion. The man scanned the note, bowed low, but regretfully. My lord, the Duke entertains important guests. He's unavailable now. Might you return another time? Ah, Duke shrugged. Busy man, the new Duke. No surprise. Please convey our respects. We've called. Gladly, my lord. Duke turned to leave, then froze. A familiar face. Owen Schroeder. You old dog. The man whirled, squinted, then grinned. Hal, what brings you to Center City? Schroeder crushed him in a bear hug. Gods, over a year since we last met. Duke clapped his back. Aye, and 6 months since your last letter. What's your tale? Schroeder explained. Back home after our wanderings, I fell in with Count Grayman of Arda. Joined his host for the usurper's fall. The council on post-war matters only wrapped up. Heading back soon. Ah, Duke nodded. His friend's fire still burned then. Last they'd parted, Schroeder had vowed a quiet farm life. And you, Schroeder prompted, loitering at the palace gates for. The Duke's changed, hasn't he? Duke glanced around. Schroeder shushed him sharply, finger to lips. Hush, tread light, right slip of the tongue. The new Duke's enthroned. Commander sent me to gauge his stance on our Watcher's Legion. Done already. Alas, guests first. But you're off to the palace too. Don't tell me you're the VIP. Schroeder waved it off. No, my count's inside. I'm just backup. Come along. I'll vouch, Duke beamed. If you would, splendid. They doubled back with Arthur in tow. The porter knew Schroeder, bowed deeper, and waved them through at the sight of their easy camaraderie. In the palace great hall, Paul Grayman pitched his vision to Mellon Garnard and Duke Henry Ferdinand. We need a unified market across the Northwest Gulf. Only then can trade truly flourish, lifting every soul from peasant to peer. Henry leaned in, intrigued. Unified market. Spot on, Paul Grayman elaborated. Lands here limp along in self-sufficiency. Take Manda, fruit rots on the bough for want of buyers. Meanwhile Ardor and Bayardin churn out iron from rich veins, but it piles up or trickles to a few neighbors. A common market lets us swap surpluses. Sell the excess, buy the lax. Coin flows, goods abound, everyone wins. Sounds solid, Henry agreed. New Duke, 3 fires to light. This could build his name quick. How do we make it happen? Roads first, Paul Grayman said. Road from Fishdale Town to here. Paths were a quagmire, impassable after rain. And that's the Duke's own prosperous belt. Imagine the backwaters. Second, slash tariffs between our realms. Over 50 checkpoints strangle trade now. A merchant from Arda to Center City, shortest route, gets fleeced 10 times over. He snatched a sheet from the table. Arda paper. Here in Center City, it costs a fortune. Back home in Heartlake Town, 10 sheets for the price of one. Lord of Light. Henry, nobleborn, blinked at the sticker shock. Merchants, heartless vampires. Not quite, your grace, Paul Grayman countered. They earn no more here than at home. Tolls, gate fees, cardage, it all devours profits. Without markups, they'd bleed red. He shook his head, pained. These barriers choke commerce like bindings on limbs. No blood to fingers or toes. Worse than foul weather. Mellon and Henry nodded slowly. Makes sense, but tariffs are lordly coin. Cut them and revenues crater. Paul Grayman parried. Shift to trade taxes. Free flow draws merchants like flies to honey. More sales, more levies. Simple. So I propose, he pressed, eyes alight, we champion an alliance. The duo exchanged glances. What sort? The Tariff League. Chapter 312, Reapers, Levies, and Legions word Tariff League. Mellon and Henry Ferdinand echoed in unison, brows arched. Paul Grayman nodded firmly. Precisely. Members set common tax rules. No internal checkpoints, no consumption or transit duties. Goods flow free as the wind. Mellon paused, wheels turning. He grasped it. The League and its waivers would turbocharge Arda and Bayardin. Their folk still scraped by. Industries born of Paul Grayman's ingenuity leaned hard on exports. Canned goods especially craved cheap imports of fruit, veg, and meat from afar. Tariffs gone. Profits soared both ways. Paul Grayman sweetened it. Of course, outsiders pay up. Can't leave our farms and forges undefended. Tempting, Henry Ferdinand murmured, twirling his mustache, weighing boons against perils. Paul Grayman dangled the bait. Support me, your grace, and I'll share some farm wonders with your lands. Henry's eyes lit. That marvelous reaper. Word of Arda's mule and man wonder had spread through the coalition. Acres scythed in hours. Hesh, more than that, Paul Grayman grinned. Plows for deep tillage, threshers to strip grain from stalks and winnow the chaff, seed drills for rows at once, chaff cutters, root slicers, grist mills, the lot. One exotic name after another tumbled out, leaving Henry slack-jawed. By the heavens, Paul, have you a coven of artificers at beck and call? Paul Grayman dipped his head. I lured a fair few from the south. They build my stray notions into steel and sweat. Beyond Guy Burns, Hansel had quietly poached disgruntled artificers from Crystallite and beyond. Their craft had revolutionized Arda and Bayardin's fields. No wonder, Henry marveled. Clever notions, everyone. Paul Grayman hid a mental tongue stick. Past life scraps of knowledge had gifted him the blueprints. Marching to Center City, he had eyed Manda's ducal breadbasket. Rich soil, level plains, bountiful streams. Perfect for a granary realm. His own Demesnes paved the industrial path. Tempting terms, yet Henry demurred. Paul, I'll mull it. Best gather more voices, proper debate. Naturally, Paul Grayman soothed. Rome wasn't built in a day. Mull away. A guard's voice boomed from the doors. Owen Schroeder, my lord. Henry brightened. Schroeder's here at last. Paul, you and your lads camping outside the walls. Daft. Schroeder's prickly as thorns, bunking with the ranks. Hard to pin him for a chat. Paul Grayman shook his head. City life dulls the edge. Never. Out with the troops they stay. In swept Schroeder, two shadows at his heels. Paul Grayman and Mellon drew blanks. Henry sprang up. Sir Hal Duke, of the Watchers' Legion. In Center City, Paul Grayman and Mellon traded glances. Watchers' Legion. The storied host garrisoned the Nerodin Vale in the kingdom's northeast, sworn to the crown alone. Their watch, holding the steppe hordes at bay. Schroeder bowed to the trio, then turned. These are Sir Duke and Squire Arthur of the Legion. Duke's an old mate from my service days. Introductions flowed. Paul Grayman recalled Schroeder's tales of Legion strife with northeastern lords, forcing his quiet retirement. Sir Hal Duke and Arthur bowed. Greetings to Henry and Mellon, then to Paul Grayman. Count Grayman, Schroeder warned me, but your youth still staggers. Paul Grayman chuckled. High praise cheers. Henry waved them to seats. Arthur stood vigil behind Duke. Paul Grayman cut in. A moment, Sir Duke, then yours. Quick business. Your Grace distrusts Manda's knights, Maltz's taint. He wants a new host, borrows ours meantime for security. I back it. You, Schroeder pondered. Sound. Green troops take time, but supplies. Henry jumped in. Arda's board is mine. Paul Grayman pressed. 2 battalions. 1,000 odd. Schroeder nodded. Fair. Your Grace, Henry winced. Plenty. Arda's lavish rations. Steep but safety first. A duke could feed 1,000. Details hashed. Billets, rotations, readiness. Done. Henry eyed Duke. Respect tinged his tone. Sir Hal, your purpose. Duke first felicitated the new Duke, then stated it plain. To sound your grace on the Watchers' Legion's place in your realm. Chapter 313. The steppe gates and Bloodhand's ambition compared to other continental powers. The older kingdom enjoyed singular geographical fortune. To the north sprawled the endless Roki spine, thousands of miles of jagged peaks marching east to west, a colossal bulwark that checked the steppe horde's mass charges. Eastward rose the Duskspine Range, so named from the far side, where it loomed as the sun dipped low, warding off eastern realms' covetous eyes. The Duskspine snaked north to south, curving sharply northward to meet the more northerly Roki spine. At their juncture yawned the vast Nerodin Vale, a mighty trough linking the kingdom's northeast marches to the continent's heartlands. Folk called it the Nerodin Corridor, or simply the Northeast Passage. Any horde from the northern steppes, or the Gaebella Empire in the east bent on invading the northeast, must thread this valley. Large hosts alone could march and supply through it. Small bands slipped other paths, but infiltrators rarely amounted to much. Each winter, steppe orc raiders, lean bands scaling icy passes, slipped into the northeast provinces. They gutted villages, torched steadings, seized winter stores and slaves, then vanished back into the wilds. When tides turned, kingdom forces plunged the corridor to scour the steppe fringes, scattering clans. For all the ceaseless blood feud, trade flickered on. Orcs craved iron, cloth, grain, salt. Men hungered for their hardy herds, above all the war steeds that forged cavalry. Kingdom sovereigns guarded this choke point jealously. The Vale answered direct to the crown, garrisoned by the mighty Watchers' Legion. 20 to 30,000 strong in peacetime, its commander vested with sway over the northeast lords. To gauge your grace's stance on our Watchers' Legion, Sir Hal Duke, deputy commander, laid it bare to the new Northwest Duke, Henry Ferdinand. Stance, the trio grasped it quick. Northeast lands bore the orc lash yearly. The legion scoured far for grain, gear, recruits. The Northwest Gulf, especially prosperous eastern Manda in the ducal core, fed vital supplies and men. Royal edicts compelled aid. The Northeast Gate stood sentinel for all. Under tooth and nail peril, lords mostly complied. The legion bartered cheap, passed toll-free, levied troops or labor. But favor waxed and waned with local whims. Great lords like the Northwest Duke mattered most. As a Ferdinand, Henry knew the drill. Yearly, legion envoys bore ducal warrants for half-price goods, free passage. Henry mustered ducal gravitas, twiddling his mustache in ponderous show. Then drawled, You know we've just fought a savage war. Trade choked, folk scraping by. So, Duke betrayed no flinch. His squire Arthur tensed, a flicker of ire crossing his young face. Henry pivoted. Yet you guard the kingdom's door. The king's command binds us. Hard times or not, we'll shoulder our share. Brothers' terms stand then. Duke exhaled inwardly. The old dance, woes first, grace second, like granting the heavens bounty. On behalf of the lads, your grace, our thanks for your stout fellowship. Business done, talk turned to the Vale's tempests. Schroeder, Legion veteran, leaned in. Pressure on the brothers these days. Duke sighed heavy. Truth, mounting. Last winter's white blight scythe step herds. No trade fodder, they'll raid. Worst in the frost, they've quieted lately but probes persist. Paul Grayman probed. Hold the corridor tight. Duke shook his head. Pinpricks scale the roky spine. Northern woods cloak them. Hunter clans bed down deep. Sweep scatterem but ghosts in the mist eye. Squire Arthur piped up. Last year the crown yanked troops south for the rebellion. Left us stretched. My view. Step orcs dwarf that covet wolf grand Duke's ilk. Crystallites highborn, blind short sights. Awkward hush. The lad's tongue ran wild. Some great house whelp, honing edges with the deputy. Duke barked, Arthur. Statecraft's no squire's prattle. Arthur clamped it sullen. Duke conceded, lad's not wrong. White wolf clan surges, step lords now. Chieftain bloodhand, a titan, blends honey and fang, swallows tribes whole. Signs point to his dream, one step under hoof. Grant it and united orcs doom mankind. The words hung cold, a step wind's bite. Lord squabbles paled beside that shadow. Chapter 314. Semaphores spark and words on wings a perilous age, indeed. Paul Grayman sailed home to Heartlake town, with that chill thought gnawing. Orcs, rebels, once distant tales. Now, brushing his world ever closer through widening webs of men and matters. Heartlake's loftiest spire pierced the horizon first, the Lord's keep, then the town sprawled below. Town no more. Folk flooded in Arda hands, steady merchants, southern talents, scattered refugees resettled. Over 10,000 souls. Vesper Lake's central aisle groaned under the press. South Shore boomed. Simple homes rose in ranks, linked to the aisle off-center, hugging the bank, by a grand new double-arch bridge. Farther out, fresh forges stirred amid scaffolds. War's end revived trade lanes. The administrative council ramped output. Cans, cloth, tools. A proper townlet took shape. Gazing on those tidy roofs, Paul Grayman's heart steadied. Home, amid the world's raging seas, this haven endured. Owen Schroeder alone returned with him. Councils decreed. 2nd Infantry Battalion garrisoned Manda. Rest shipped via Navy back to Arda. Militia mustered in war dissolved to hearths, local auxiliaries too. Arda's host slimmed to 5,000. 6 infantry battalions, independent artillery and transport batteries, 1,000 naval hands. Old Steward Ford led the council welcome at the docks. Greetings flowed, then Irene rushed up, eyes ablaze. Paul, only she dared such cheek with the count. So thrilled, good news, eh? Yes. Listen, Irene beamed like a child acing sums, awaiting praise. Our first semaphore lines up. Oh, brilliant, sweet surprise. War's second flare had sidelined the chap telegraph. Paul Grayman dumped it on Irene and Ford. His spark flared hot for grand strokes, plans, sketches, but wilted on minutiae. First link, Freeland Harbor, Heartlake Barroway. Works, messages flown yet. Irene curtsied, skirts pinched, smile coy. Internal tests passed, but we await your lordship for the grand show. Paul Grayman rubbed hands gleeful. Music to my ears. 2 days on, Heartlake's castle square brimmed. Word spread, Lord unveils distant speech, flags for letters, towers relaying afar. At Freeland's new tower by Town Hall, crowds swelled. Mayor Theodore, Advisor Peter, Navy Chief Austin, Merchants Todd and Godwin, Forge Masters, all poised for the Gulf's first long-reach signal trial. Heartlake's hub, the keep's own turret, pivot of the web, closest for haste, Paul Grayman's base station hugged home. Spotlit, he strode the steps. You know the drill. For the test, I've pondered deep. You suggest the words. Boom, square erupted. First semaphore phrase. History's ink. Brain's word. Grand utterances brewed amid buzz. Squire set a table. Quill, ink, parchment. Paul Grayman roared on. Message flies to Freelan, echoes back verbatim. Proposer checks fidelity. Who's first? Scribble it, silence fell, odd. Fervor cooled, gravity dawned. Botch it under Lord's eye. Hansel bowed aside. Your rank supreme, my lord. You scribe or name the hand. Fair. Hansel, I'll pick. Eyes roved the throng, lit on a face. Forefinger stabbed. Morrison. You, deputy abbot in the crush gaped, finger to nose. Me, I, you. Crowds shoved Morrison forward. Sweat beaded, nerves danced. What words? Weighty, fitting a cleric, none of that drivel. Lightbulb. Quills scratched. Paper whisked towerward. Breath held, eyes locked on the signal arm, tall pole atop. Semaphore limbs twisting wild in the signaler's grip. Arms stilled. Now wait Freeland's reply, if sent true. Murmurs swelled. Guesses on Morrison's wisdom. Would it wing home? Scarce 20 minutes ticked. A squire burst from gates, paper aloft, hollering wild. Back. It's back, hush crashed cheers. Squire read solemn. If successful, you shall soon bask in the radiant light. Morrison whooped. Word for word, thunder. Horse relay Heartlake Freelan. Full day round. Chapter 315. Telegraph's toll and lords leash the optical telegraph trial scorched success. Paul Grayman dubbed it the telegraph, swift as lightning's lash. He flung it open to all. Pay the toll, reap the speed. Messages delivered, scribes pen them fresh, straight to doorsteps. Word winged via telegraph. Not just Freeland Harbor, but east to Barroway, Byerdin's seat. Paul Grayman tiered access threefold. Military first. War words flew gratis, top priority. Official second. Clerk swapped short, sharp dispatches with Heartlake, duty-bound, coin paid, reimbursed. Both graded secret, no logs for the hush-hush. Ciphers jumbled letters, words into gibberish. Nonsense to outsiders, even signalers blind to sense. Arms clicked letter shapes by rote. Ciphers shifted seasons, borne by couriers. Shared codes blanketed, specials tailored for hot zones. Primitive stuff, mere shuffles, swaps, but era-proof. Civilian last, idle wires only, steep fees. 1 copper per letter, names, addresses tallied. 1 silver, 1,000 coppers, barely 200 words. Parser's eye, take Marlowe, cannon chief. Fresh off the boat, 800 coppers monthly. Arda lean then, now thrice promoted, 3 silvers made him mid-upper folk. Friendly wire, warm words cost a 3rd month's pay. Merchants forge lords, priceless whispers justified vaults. Timely tip tipped profit or ruin. Civies targeted thus. Plain text public, logs filed. Safety and spies sifted for sparks of strife. Ciphers, slang slipped some secrets, trade tricks mostly. Days on, council wired Freeland and Barroway. Heartlake Machine Works unveils bounty, agri-tools, looms. Kin in fields and threads, come see. Locals rippled it wide, even newborn Emden. Machinery meant productivity, as with the reaper, fortunes forged. Folk of means stirred, eyes on Heartlake. Pre-expo, Paul Grayman hosted feast for Kent's old vassals, branches too. Usurpers' backers punished. Heartlake Council clipped their wings. Guests crept wary to the backwater once scorned. Jaws dropped, roads widened, cobbles gleamed where mud choked, homes mushroomed. Bounds burst Vesper Lake's south shore. Streets thrummed, carts clattered, hawkers hollered, nowhere near the yokel hole of yore. The Isle's hoary keep looked dowdy, outpaced. No snickers, though. At table stewards old Philip's queue, they sat prim pious. Paul Grayman last, cup high. Welcome to Heartlake. Corner Bay master hands wrought these dishes, pure Gulf gourmet. Eat, drink merry. Thanks, Count Grayman, cups clinked afar. Brief toast, then Paul Grayman faded. Social chill sapped him amid strangers, appetite fled. Prods drew forced warmth. Old Ford Hansel, council brass drove the mirth. Hosts and guests harmonized. Sweetest, no land stripped, titles spared. Council hands off local reigns. Big strokes, though tariffs say, demanded accord. Paul Grayman coaxed, linger, lords. Expo looms, machinery marvels for you. Last, eyes off the furrow sometimes. Shed the moldy, seize the shiny. No gain sans pain, ears perked. Deep that, Viscount Helson rose, saluted cup. Count great learning blooms here, old Philip whispered. Helson, Paul Grayman nodded. I, Viscount, Heartlake Gulf's brain hub. Ha, you scoff. Watch years unfold. Helson waved frantic. No doubt your fire. Toward your schools, wonders unknown to me. May my kin study there. Gasps. Loyalty swift. Distant Emden science boarding here. Hostage ploy. Paul Grayman beamed. Welcome wide. Youths afar, exchange learn. Zealots all, doors flung. Count mine too. Grayman my house, feast fired harder. Chapter 316. Jenny's whirl and shuttle's flight spinning and weaving, humanity's twin cradle crafts. With civilization's first gleam, looms whispered into legend. Spinning splits twain, twist and draw. Fibers raw must coil for strength, stretch to thread. Primes use drop, spindle and distaff. Roving on stick, hand draws, spindle whirls to twist and wind. Slow but spindly light. Centuries past, hand-spinning wheels revolutionized. Bulkier, costlier, yet tenfold fleet. Tweaks followed, cranked to treadle. Foot pedals freed hands, spun wheels wilder. Then flywheel, creative leap for coarser yarns, pull proving pesky. Time to redefine the ancient art anew. Sacred Reckoning 1991, 1st of October. Heart Lake Machine Works Expo dawned. Crowds from Arda, Bayardin, Emden converged. City traders, yeoman squires, titled peers, dream-chasing commons. Doors flung wide to triarchy folk. Square before Lord's Hall brimmed. Nobles, merchants, mud legs agog round a contraption. Works demo hands cranked a marvel. Mainframe upright spindles, twin rails spanned. Sliders gliding fore and aft. Carded roving danced betwixt. One hand shuttled rails, the other cranked wheels to whirl spindles, ranged rakish. Threads twisted in spin, loop topside released. Wire dropped to hook, forward pull gathered yarn below. Loop. The 18th century, Jenny Spinner. Honoring true sire Hargreaves, Paul Grayman kept the name here. Old Ford's fresh grandbabe girl dodged gossip, earning stewards tearful thanks. Gentlemen, Guy Burns beamed pride swollen. Count Grayman's brainchild, the spinning Jenny. Note Jenny's Ford's wee granddaughter, no tittle-tattle. Behold her wizardry. 1 wheel, 10 spindles, demo scale, matches 10 weavers. Power boundless. 1830, 80 spindles, scores fold surge. Gasps rippled. Lord of Light such sorcery, new dawn breaks. Fingers itched, ropes and armed guards glowered. Lord's secrets guarded fierce. Fakery. Threads fresh spun proved touchable. Catch no gossamer finds, like handworks lace weft. Warp weight only. Still epoch leap absolute. Hubbub hummed or lit faces. Guy Burns swelled soul full, chest puffed. Paul Grayman's spark and frame, yes, but his craft and crew's sweat birthed it. Knowledge serves the many, not few's toy. Count's creed rang truer, Guy Burns strode miles ahead. More shocks brew. Gentlemen, universal looms lag, what use oceans of yarn? Warehouse dust, horror. Could it be? Aye. Heart Lake matches Jenny's pace, with new looms. Bait bit. Guy Burns strode next booth, eyes trailed to clothe draped beast. Rip unveiled. Loom clear. Oak bones, 2 yards and a half long, 2 yards tall, treadle powered. Yet gears gleamed odd, tradition twisted. Ages ago, weavers flung shuttles hand to hand. Arms width cloth. Wider, twin teams. Pace plodded, breadth bridled. Flying shuttle cracked it. Width sword, speed streaked. Ahem! Behold work's second marvel, the flying shuttle loom. Guy Burns' pride burned brighter. Chapter 317. Patton's shield and shuttle's secret looms across human kingdoms shared a frame. Massive oak, weft breadth bound by shuttle reach. Heddle rods split warp threads. Balance rigs ensured one rose whilst t'other fell. Reeds once wood, now steel, combed yarns parallel. Hand-flung shuttles choked speed and span. The expo loom bore wizardry, the flying shuttle. Twin leather belts slung it cross the warp. Either side, knockers slid brass rails on the batten, linked by cord handles. Weaver yanked one, belts surged alternate. Sharp tug left or right, fired shuttle through threads. 4 wheels glided guideboard. Opposite knocker caught, reversed the shot. Flying shuttle, any width doubled pace. Simple, ingenious. Ovation crested anew. Minds churned, copy it. Glimpse the gears, trial error the rest. Cold bucket splashed. Bells pealed mid-gawking. Carriage rolled through. Door swung, robed figure descended. Scales blazon chest. Murmurs, Lord Chief Judge Thomas. Thomas mounted crate platform, boomed. Lads, Arda Bayardin, Emden traders gathered, heed this. Silence pooled. Many don't know me. Chief Judge Thomas, appointed by Count Paul Grayman. Fair warning, these jennies and flying looms. No mimicry. Violators face court. Babel rose. Count Grayman and Count Garnard decree patent law. First true inventor or guild gains exclusive rights, 10 to 20 years. Across Heartlake Council lands, Emden satellites included. No others may use. Details on Lord's whole boards. Short version, Heartlake Machine Works holds these patents. Copyists break law. Outcry. Bold voice risked wrath. Why show us then? Torture by temptation. Thomas shook head. Patent law permits purchase of finished goods, not replication. Like Reaper's prior, guarded tech secrecy oaths. Now legal armor. Fair enough, Works was Count's venture anyway. Ears pricked at next. Note, private copy forbidden, but license purchase, even full patent transfer, permitted under Patent Office witness. Licensed, use within bounds, fresh buzz. Query shouted, does it cover all, Judge? Say common born me invents, patent mine. Thomas nodded. First filer wins. Bring invention to Patent Office. Assessors verify, grant certificate. He added, noble knight commoner, even bondsman, true inventor earns protection. Ha, crowd roared. Minds raced, dormant fancies stirring. Non-inventors eyed tinkerers. Bankroll eccentrics by rights strike rich. Patent Office clerks faced deluge of crackpot wonders soon. Broad strokes, folk. Study patent law close, else stumble into trouble unwitting. Chief Judge departed. Paul Grayman had mulled Pat's long. Industrial sprint needs mass brainpower, not solo genius. Earth's history showed patents double-edged. Protected inventors spurred progress. Spawned junk filings, patent trolls. Net gain. Science surged. Before a week, Arda hoarded secrets, skulked production. Now, Gulf's mightiest host, Duke Henry Ferdinand backing, deterrence enough. Course protection stayed internal. Outside gems, Paul Grayman embraced borrowing cheerfully. Chapter 318. Progress's price and gentle revolution. The expo blazed on, raucous and alive. Within the keep's lord's study, stillness. Paul Grayman cradled coffee, statue still at the square-facing window, satisfaction warming him as he surveyed the throng below. A gentle voice stirred behind. Why not join them? Those marvels all your brainchildren know. Lady Assertia's brainchildren earned a wince. Paul Grayman turned, murmured low, best not. Crowds unnerved him, strangers pressing close, gawping, firing questions once they knew he'd sired the designs. Ugh, dread just picturing it. Lord and commander, he endured public shows when duty called, pirate trials, victory parades, but dodged elsewise. The advisor read his thoughts, sighed inwardly. What had he called it? Social phobia. She pivoted topics. Actually, I've a question for you. Oh, Ladia fetched a blueprint from the corner desk. Burns says this one's already working, yes. The sheet showed another spinner, water-driven, unlike the hand-powered Jenny outside. Arkwright's water frame. Pre-revolution breakthrough, swifter than Jenny, no muscle needed. Paul Grayman nodded. Prototypes live, tests stellar. Then why not unveil the superior machine? Good question. Paul Grayman paced. At first I thought likewise, why not leap to the best? But the salt riots months back taught me, hasty tech rollouts spark unforeseen chaos. Salt riots? Ladia blinked, then grasped. You fear efficient spinners will gut traditional spinners' incomes. She knew. Paul Grayman's salt pan tech had crashed salt prices, wrecking boilers' livelihoods, fueling fury. Exactly my dread, Paul Grayman said. The water frame costs a mint. Only big forge lords or rich workshops afford it. They'll crush hand-wheel folk overnight. Another wave unemployed. Maybe another riot. I won't see Arda troops spill neighbors' blood again. So I launched the cheaper Jenny, broader buyers, fewer tragedies. His fears weren't baseless. England's history echoed them. Jenny's debut panicked handspinners. They stormed inventor Hargreaves' home, smashed his machines. Arkwright's water frame. Factory razed. Weaver John Kay's flying shuttle. Fled to France amid curses, died penniless, exiled. Crompton's mule spinner. Grim fate, too. Were the machine breakers wrong? Survival's humanity's bedrock right. Industrial revolution, still revolution. That word brooks no gentleness. Benefits many eventually. Process. Cold, ruthless, unstoppable. Saint or sinner, lag behind, revolution devours you. Recalling history's tragedies, Paul Grayman shuddered. Once a spectator, he'd merely sighed. Now the engine driving it. 1,000-ton, burden-crushing shoulders. He shook his head. No, even Jenny needs a buffer. Lydia planned change. Her lovely eyes locked on him. How so, my lord? Delay Jenny sails. Claim technical flaws, lifespan issues. But flying shuttle looms. Roll out as planned. Why? Surveyed it. Spinners here scatter, cottage crafters. Weavers, clustered in big workshops, able to buy shuttle looms. Shuttles weave fast. Yarn lags. Shortage drives yarn prices up. Hand spinners profit. Years pass, they save. Then we launch Jennies. They can afford them. Whether they buy, they're cold. I've done what I can. Lydia fell silent, studying him. Paul Grayman scratched chin sheepishly. Economics isn't my forte. Not sure that logic holds. Just slower, safer feels right. No external rivals pressured him. Bigger error margin helped. Some'll call me weak. Don't care. Versus averting tragedy. Bugger the critics. Lydia smiled suddenly, rare warmth lighting her usually stern features. Paul Grayman blinked. Lovely when she smiles. Lovelier even. She curtsied lightly, met his gaze again, eyes bright. Count Grayman, I support this decision wholeheartedly. Her look brought heat to his cheeks. Voice dropped awkward. Lydia, privately, use my name. Like friends do. Yes, Count Grayman, Paul Grayman. Whilst they conversed, the expo shifted gears. Farm machinery, threshers, chaff cutters, root slicers, grist mills. Estate lords gaped, bellowed praise, peppered queries. Fresh crescendo. Chapter 319. Scholars' summons and palace bound Kevin staggered up the staircase, arms wrapped round a tower of scrolls. Vision blocked, he tapped each step cautious with his toes, one tentative shuffle at a time. Top landing reached, he shuffled corridors length to the far door. Master, I've brought the scrolls. Vigorous voice boomed through timber. Ah, Kevin, much obliged. I'll get the door. Another tone, Senior Edmund. Door swung. Edmund's shining pate greeted him. Here, over here. Kevin edged in, eased the burden onto the indicated desk, gentle as cradling eggs. Master, Senior, anything else? David Aldridge stroked his snowy cascade of beard, eyes crinkling. Nothing, lad. Sit, catch breath. Shortly you and Edmund escort me out. Yes, master. The word out ignited Kevin's eyes. Rest. Who needed it? He could march now. But perhaps they weren't ready. He bounded windowward. Edmund steered him to a chair. Kevin had been in the Gaybella imperial capital some weeks now. Every day, since leaving the Northwest Gulf, a revelation. After farewelling his parents in Saltham, Edmund had led him west through Oldor Kingdom's northeast provinces, threaded the Nerodon corridor, skirted the Duskspine Range southward into Gaybella lands. Exiting the Vale, dread had gripped him. Stepp's Edge, Orc country. He'd feared raiders snatching them, pickling or drying them for winter rations. Village elders scared unruly children thus. Northwest Gulf folk nursed Orc terror from the cradle. Edmund had roared laughing. Easy, lad. Orcs look different, but they're civilized, no man-eaters. Aye, they raid our lands bloody-handed, but merchants and travelers pass their turf safe. Steps lean, scare off traders. Disaster, truth. They're like us. Human kingdoms war constantly, no. Difference, orcs admit it's plunder. Humans dress it noble, though mostly it's plunder too. Relief washed Kevin's coiled nerves. Journey shattered old notions. Center City in the Northwest Gulf, supposedly the grandest. He'd imagined capitals no larger. Then Gaybella unfurled city after city dwarfing center. The capital itself beggared belief. Streets endless, buildings cheek by jowl, throngs swarming. Each facet left him slack-jawed. Excitement and inadequacy tangled. Here I'll live and learn. Edmund brought him to Scholar's Tower. Not one spire. The name embraced a sprawling campus. Hushed unlike the capital's roar, scholars dwelling and delving within. The tower proper rose centerpiece. Alabaster needle housing a colossal library, tomes, rarities, priceless codices. Folk said Gaybella's truest treasure wasn't the royal vault, but this ancient white spine. Most agreed. Here Kevin met the elder again, Master David Aldridge, who'd sent Edmund across continents to fetch him, sparing him jail. Gratitude flooded, Kevin dropped to knees at meeting. His new mentor flared, warned henceforth kneel to none. Even Gabella's emperor merited mere bows. Scholars so proud, worship bloomed in Kevin's chest. Settled in, first came Gabelan language. Edmund had drilled basics en route. Fluency demanded grind. Kevin showed flair, plus Gabelan and Oldoran shared roots. Weeks in, he navigated markets, asked directions solo. Chair-bound now, he watched mentor and senior pore over a letter, no departure imminent. Knock, Master Aldridge, carriage ready. Waiting for wheels. Kevin sprang up. Right Edmund, Kevin, let's away. Aldridge smoothed his beard, grasped oak staff, strode doorward, pair trailed. Carriage boards, driver flicked reins, unhurried clip-clop. Scholars' tower and environs boasted flat cobbles, ride silk smooth. Minutes on, Kevin ventured, Master, where to? Gabelan practice when possible. Aldridge eyed him pleased, accent spot on. Fine student, gifted, diligent both. Reminded him of Oldor's little princess, equally linguistic, equally prized. He the palace, business with his majesty. Kevin jolted. The palace, the emperor, highest he'd met back home. Count Paul Grayman of Arda. Now abruptly, an empire's throne. He knew now, counts sat beneath marquesses, marquesses beneath dukes, dukes beneath grand dukes beneath kings. Gabella's emperor, peers to kings yet half step higher, kings secular, emperors tinged sacred. Gap between emperor and his old lord. Heaven and earth. Master I, tongue nodded. Hard, easy. I'll bring you oft, familiarity breeds comfort. Oh, nearly there. Aldridge soothed casual, as visiting neighbors. Thus Kevin, heart hammering, rattled toward the fortress palace gates. Chapter 320. Palace probes and triumphant tales, the carriage halted sharp at the palace gates. Driver grumbled, Master Aldridge's coach. A stiff voice countered, duty demands it. Inside, Aldridge shrugged to his charges. New voice, fresh blood. He flung the door, ushered Edmund and Kevin down. Noble-clad officer stood sentinel. Spotting the famed scholar, tension knotted his brow. Stiff bow, Master Scholar, my apologies. Aldridge waved jovial. No harm. Palace rules, search every rig. Ease swept the officer, he peered thorough in the cabin. Mount up, master. Sorry for the hold. Hands waved through. Aldridge chuckled, hooded lads back aboard. Door latched, hooves clopped inward, palace depths unfolding. Edmund frowned, whispered, Daya's house badge. Aldridge eyes shut, repose feigned, smiled faint, silent. Kevin glanced twixt senior and master, sensed undercurrents but held tongue. They'd tell when time came. Deeper in, minutes dragged. Kevin reckoned the trek looped his village thrice over. A lighted court usher led to a side chamber, unpretentious, far from gilded pomp. Oval table ringed 11 chairs. Counsel for crown and council. Aldridge claimed left of head. Kevin flanked Edmund, standing sentinel rear. 5 minutes ticked. Cry outside. His Imperial Majesty. Aldridge rose swift, faced door. Kevin straightened, schooled o'er to solemnity. Steady, a bearded man strode view. 40s, crag sharp, lines iron, scowl sovereign without effort. The Gabella Empire's ruler, Emperor Bartley Griffin. Kevin mimicked bows. Day's grace, majesty. Aldridge hailed deferent. And to you, old teacher. Bartley grinned back. What? Empire's emperor, Aldridge's pupil. Kevin reeled inner. Bartley claimed throne seat. Aldridge sat. You guess why I summoned you? Aldridge stroked beard. Crown Prince Anthony's return. Yes. Ha. Bartley boomed joy, face alight. Anthony, my pride. Crushing win, crushing. Ha. Kevin knew the stakes. Edmund drilled Gabella's woes spare time. War raged east, with Nesta Empire. Frontier sprawled endless. No duskspine barrier like with Oldor. Skirmishes perennial, wars recurrent. This flare, year past ill luck. Nesta breached Gabella lines, rampaged deep torch, pillage, slaughter. Fury fired, Emperor Bartley unleashed veteran Duke MacDonald, seconded by second Prince Anthony Griffin. Kevin burned curious on Anthony. Edmund's mentions dripped admiration. Per senior, prodigy from cradle, diligent unwaning, not like prodigies fizzling to mediocrity. 18 fresh, yet polity and prowess peerless. Paired oft with Oldor's crown Princess Catherine, talents towering peers, easing fathers' thrones early. Emperor's glee screamed Anthony's heroics. Indeed, Anthony's stratagem, ruthless, swift, sure, surprise strike. Nesta's gutter, rats routed. Ha ha, third guffaw since entry, majesty thawed to mirth. Aldridge smiled pained. His pupil's bluster endured throne years, even before strangers. Yet that fire charmed. Ahem, cough nudged decorum. Oh, your new pupil. Bartley flushed, pivoted to Kevin behind Aldridge. Aye, majesty. Edmund fetched him from Oldor lately. Oldoran, Bartley clapped Kevin's shoulder, vice-like grip. Strong sovereign. Study hard under Aldridge. Luckiest break of your life. Oh, you're my junior now. No shame on me. Kevin bowed frantic, stammered. Why yes, majesty. Edmund aside. Gabelin new to him, majesty. Ha, take time. Unfazed. Bartley turned grave. Teacher, business. Victory demands grand rites. Chapter 321, Shadows of Ceremony and Secrets, Grand Ceremony. Aldridge's curiosity was piqued. Indeed, grand, like those ancient murals in the old amphitheater. Aldridge knew well, the imperial amphitheater was built in the days of the ancient Belar Empire, walls steeped in history and repaired countless times, preserving priceless frescoes. Among them, one great mural depicted Belar legions parading conquered foes in a grim procession. This was no mere parade. It was a ritual of intricate rites and sequences. Master, you keeper of history, shall devise the ceremony's flow, each rite detailed, every echo of old glory revived. Your majesty. The emperor aimed to continue, but Aldridge shook his head sharply. I find your notion most ill-advised. Why? Bartley Griffin's shock was plain. He had expected his master's assent. Your Majesty, we have taken over 50,000 prisoners, an unprecedented triumph over the Nestor in their wars, Aldridge said. A grand ceremony to celebrate victory and swell national pride seems fitting indeed. But he waved a warning. The Nestor have tentatively offered submission. We can leverage this in talks for solid gains. Why provoke them with vain spectacle? Such Belar-style pageants, though honoring us, deeply shame the Nesta. They will take it as national disgrace, stiffen resolve, and the war may flare anew. Indignation flickered in Bartley's voice. Nonsense, master. Such chance lets my son, Prince Antonio, shine. His plan won the war. Glory cleanses slander. You taught Antonio. Would you deny him a brighter dawn? Aldridge countered without a pause. Too much brightness too fast will harm him. Many would rather see him fade into the background. Bartley's face darkened. That truly worries you. Tell me, fear of whom? The Dyers. Aldridge said nothing, silence thick around him. Bartley's fists clenched. He's my son. I guard Antonio's every hair. Who dares harm him? Sighing, Aldridge said, a shield blocks the blow before you. It fails to stop a dagger in the back. Your son commands respect from high, but more may be curse than gift. Troubled, Bartley waved away the burden. Very well, master. Ceremony postponed. Aldridge exhaled relief. Prince Antonio returns soon, majesty. Shall we discuss terms with the Nesta? Yes. Time for plans. Draft a strategy. Bring it before the court. Meeting stretched into dusk. Dinner joined the two in quiet grace. To Kevin's surprise, imperial fare matched the grandest of city elite. His master, chief scholar David Aldridge, clearly counted in the gilded few. Before, Kevin had fancied the emperor's soup spoons were gold. After meal, the trio bowed out. Corridors held for the moment's grace. Along came a tall youth, gracious smile first. Good evening, Master Aldridge. Late still with my father. Your efforts honoring. Aldridge smiled back. Good evening, Crown Prince. Advisor's duty, hardships no matter. Kevin gazed wide. The eldest royal. Unlike Emperor towering in majesty, this son gleamed richness, refinement. Behind him, a veiled lady in waiting gave discreet nod. A coin flipped in Kevin's mind, court secrets. Brief courtesies passed. As shadows crossed, the prince glanced back. Here for my brother's return, Aldridge said only, for the empire's fresh victory. Prince laughed meaningfully. Great victory indeed. Brother outshines all. My heart swells with pride. He turned, veiled lady close behind. Their departing glances met. The lady's eyes, unseen, seemed to smile. Carriage bore them moonward. Kevin's chest swelled with questions, yet lips locked tight, a commoner's hesitance. Palace whispers brood, court intrigues to savor. Back at the tower, Aldridge bade them rest. He had letters to pen. Once out of earshot, Edmund pressed Kevin. You're coiled tight. Questions, spill, secrets, none here. Know this, His Majesty's 2 sons have different mothers. What? A royal sibling rivalry. Queen hails from great Daya's house, her father the chancellor. Antonio's mother passed young, unknown to all. Edmund sighed. Rumor says his mother was a witch. Shock swallowed Kevin whole. The emperor, heir of a witch. The so-called ill fame. This was court indeed. Chapter 322. Revels, rumors, and witches. On the 3rd day of November in the holy calendar year 1991, the Gabella imperial capital simmered with joy. Even though Emperor Bartley's plan for a grand triumph had been quietly shelved under Scholar Aldridge's firm persuasion, word of victory alone was enough to set both court and common folk alight. As the heart of the empire, the capital drank first from every stream. Grain, coin, and comforts all flowed here before trickling down to lesser towns. Those who lived within these walls, nobles or laborers, merchants or beggars, enjoyed swift transport, low prices, and an abundance of goods. Even the city's slaves ate and drank better than free peasants in many outlying provinces. When an empire won a war, it stripped the loser bare. Plunder and reparations, in coin, goods, and bodies, came rattling toward the capital in long, groaning caravans. So it was no wonder that, unlike the weary countryside, those who dwelt in the capital, the first to taste the spoils, longed for victory with all their hearts. When the news of Nesta's defeat spread, they flooded the streets in celebration without waiting for any official decree. Kevin followed close on Edmund's heels, weaving through the jubilant crowds. The main avenues had turned into an open-air carnival, drums and pipes tangling in the air, flutes trilling over the deeper thump of barrel drums, laughter and song rolling like waves. Girls with flushed cheeks and bright eyes tried to tug him into their circles to dance. He ducked and sidestepped as politely as he could, clinging to Edmund's cloak like a drowning man to driftwood. Well now, little brother, Edmund called over the noise, not bothering to hide the envy in his tone. Who would have thought you'd be this popular at your age? Please don't tease me, senior, Kevin muttered helplessly. If Edmund's hairline would only stop retreating, he would be handsome enough himself, Kevin thought wryly. After a time, they slipped from the riot of color and sound into a side alley. A tavern tucked away here, Kevin murmured. Shouldn't it be out on the street? Yet here they were, standing before a small, well-worn inn whose door stood wide. It might be hidden from the main roads, but it was hardly empty. Men had flocked in 3s and 4s to raise cups in honor of the victory. A burly, broad-shouldered man with a thick, wild beard loitered by the door. Spotting them, he waved energetically. Kevin trailed Edmund over. Up close, the fellow looked even more like a bear in borrowed clothes. Edmund clapped the man's arm and then gestured at Kevin. Let me introduce you. This is my master's newest student, Kevin. Kevin, this is my friend, Amberlove. Ignore the scruffy, disreputable exterior. He just happens to be captain of the Royal Guard. Spare me, you spiteful book rat, Amberlove grumbled, always blackening my good name. He thumped Kevin's shoulder in greeting, a blow that nearly drove the air from the boy's lungs. Good to meet you, Kevin. If you run into trouble in the capital, come find me. Edmund here spends all day buried in dusty scrolls, utterly unreliable. Thank you, Captain Amberlove, Kevin managed, trying not to rub his aching shoulder. No wonder this man commanded the Royal Guard. I've got a table ready. Come on inside. They followed a serving lad through the common room's din into a small private chamber. Once they were settled, Amberlove chattered away cheerfully about nothing in particular. After enduring this for several minutes, Edmund finally snapped. All right, why did you drag me out here? I had an article to finish. The captain put on a wounded expression and clicked his tongue. My goodwill, wasted on a mule. If I did not haul you out to breathe from time to time, you'd rust into your chair in the scholar's tower. Besides, the whole city is toasting the victory over Nesta, and you would sit home alone like some brooding hermit. You have a whole company of guards to drink with. Why abandon them? Edmund retorted. I got all the off-duty ones blind drunk last night, Amberlove said, sounding very pleased with himself. They are likely still hugging their hangovers. They were still bickering when the door opened and the server arrived carrying trays, platters of meat, bowls of stewed vegetables, baskets of warm bread, and jugs beating cool with condensation arrayed themselves in front of them. Kevin's mouth watered. Once the table was laden, the young man bowed slightly. "Honored guests, please enjoy yourselves. The owner says, in honor of the Imperial Army's great victory, all drink is free today." Amberlove crowed with laughter. "Hard. Your master knows his trade. We will be back, you may be sure." Then some mischievous thought struck him. He cocked his head. "Tell me, lad, do you know who won this glorious victory for us?" The server froze a heartbeat, then answered in a lower voice. I heard it was His Highness Prince Antonio." Amberlove glared. "Why the stammering?" The servant grimaced. "Nothing, sir. Nothing at all." "You hesitate because you mind that he was born of a witch, do you not?" Amberlove said bluntly. The server nearly jumped out of his skin. "You said that, not me. Please, sir, be careful. Loose talk about His Highness's birth can land a man in chains." Amberlove waved a hand. "Fine, we will not discuss Prince Antonio's blood. Let me ask this, then. Do you truly believe mages and witches are born guilty?" The server scratched his head. "To be honest, they are the villains in every horror tale. A man raised on such stories cannot pretend he feels nothing. But born guilty? No, we are not like country bumpkins who swallow any old yarn whole. I have never actually seen a sorcerer or witch in the flesh." He leaned in, hand half masking his lips. "But I have heard from travelers out of Corner Bay. They say the church there has launched a witch hunt, burned a lot of people alive." This time, Edmund spoke up. "Oh, and what do you make of Corner Bay's witch hunts? Approve or oppose?" The server flinched, suddenly aware he had wandered too far. "Heavy. Men of my station don't get to have opinions on such things. Please enjoy your meal, honored guests. Call if you need aught else." He bowed and all but fled. Amberlove and Edmund exchanged a look, then turned their attention to food and drink, drawing Kevin into lighter talk. When they were near full, Edmund wiped his hands and turned to Kevin. "Do me a favor and stand watch by the door, will you? Amberlove and I have a few matters to discuss best not overheard." "Yes, senior. If anyone comes near, knock." Kevin stepped outside, propping his elbows casually on the windowsill that overlooked the narrow street, letting the cool air wash his face. His eyes, though, flicked back to the corridor. From within, voices dropped low. Kevin could catch only fragments through the wood. Grand Duke's support, Edward's shipment, His Highness, the organization. The words tangled in his head like loose threads on a loom, hinting at patterns he could not yet see. Chapter 323. Under the river of stars' voices, music, laughter, the clink of glass on glass, all of it rolled together into one great tide of noise. Under a small forest of candles, the whole blazed almost as bright as day, light glinting off silk and jewels, as guests drank deep, traded toasts, and spun through lazy dances to the lilting strings. After finally disentangling himself from a ring of overly enthusiastic nobles, Siegfried Etheis slipped along the wall like a shadow, ducked through the nearest door, and stepped out into the garden. Cool night air rushed into his lungs. He drew in a long, luxurious breath and felt the fuzz of wine and heat clear from his head. The red-haired young man tugged out a handkerchief, dabbed the sweat from his brow, and loosened his collar with a sigh of relief. The sky above was crystal clear, a sweep of velvet strewn with stars. Siegfried tilted his head back, staring up, and muttered, half amused, half exasperated, "Nowhere to be found inside, of course you've skulked out here to hide." Honestly, he was not talking to himself. Another young voice drifted back from the gloom. "And you have not hidden out here as well?" Siegfried turned toward the sound. In a quiet corner of the terrace, a lone figure leaned against the stone balustrade, a glass cradled in one hand, eyes lifted to the heavens. By the soft silver of the moon, he could make him out clearly enough. A strikingly handsome youth with hair like spun gold and a pale, clean-cut oval face. A straight, elegant nose, well-shaped mouth, like some sculptor's idea of the ideal young noble brought perfectly to life. Yet the ice-blue eyes were nothing like lifeless marble. They were sharp and alive, keen as a hunting hawk's. The redhead clicked his tongue. "TCH, Antonio, you do realize tonight's banquet is your celebration. The guest of honor cannot simply vanish. The man at the rail was none other than Prince Antonio Griffin, second son of the Gabella Emperor, the so-called witch-born prince, and the man to whom Siegfried had sworn his loyalty. That title, witch's son, clung to Antonio like a burr. Even royal blood could not entirely shield him from glances and whispers in the empire's upper circles. Add to that the blinding talent he had shown since childhood, and he had drawn envy and wariness in equal measure from his peers. Even so, there were those willing to acknowledge and embrace him. Siegfried Aethys, heir of an ancient imperial house, was foremost among them. He and Antonio Griffin had been together since they were boys, nominally prince and vassal, but in truth, more like brothers. As children they had studied side by side under the famed scholar Aldridge. As men they had entered the imperial army together, serving on the same campaigns and poring over the same maps by guttering lamplight. Compared to Antonio's elder half-brother, the crown prince, it was Siegfried whom he truly counted as kin. In private, they had always called each other by name. At Siegfried's scolding, Antonio snorted softly. Banquet's leading man, is not Duke MacDonald out there basking at the front of the hall? Besides, if I had not accidentally scraped together a little credit in this war, they would still be tripping over themselves to avoid the witch-spawn prince. This time it is rather more than a little credit, Siegfried said, shaking his head. We have been deadlocked with the Nesta for how long now? Neither side able to break the other. No one imagined it would be you who snapped the stalemate. Ours is a realm that worships merit on the field. After this, your standing and your reputation at court will be nothing like they were. A flicker of anger crossed Antonio's face. All that is secondary. HMPH. If it were not for those useless old stumps clinging to their posts and refusing to move, the army could have broken out long ago. Siegfried spread his hands. We have dead wood by the cartload. Nesta has the same. That is why we were locked in that ridiculous stalemate for so long. As you said yourself, this age is a contest of rot. The side that is slightly less rotten wins. Ha ha, ha ha. They glanced at one another and both burst out laughing. A clear woman's voice drifted into the quiet. And that is why we serve under your highness, to help change this decaying age and give the world a new life. A woman glided towards them from the shadows of the path, her steps graceful, white gown catching moonlight with each movement. Her figure was slim and poised. Her long black hair seemed to blend into the night around her. Siegfried groaned. Honestly, Carol, how many times have I told you? Stop saying things like give the world a new life out loud. People will start thinking we are some sort of cult. Antonio lifted his glass towards her, the corner of his mouth softening into a smile. You slipped away as well, Carol. Carol inclined her head to him and then to Siegfried. Your Highness, Lord Aethys, you know I do not do well in crowds. Her other name, and all that it entailed, made busy halls and roving eyes dangerous places. The life that name had forced upon her had only deepened that instinct to withdraw. Antonio's brows drew together slightly. You must learn to adapt, Carol. I swore once that, sooner or later, your kind would walk anywhere under the sun with heads held high. Siegfried knew precisely who he meant by your kind. He glanced sidelong at Antonio and saw that distant look settle over his friend's eyes again, as if some old memory had reached out and taken his hand. Sensing the weight settling over them, Carol spoke more softly. Yes, your highness, I shall try. Forgive me. Realizing her words had plucked at some tender string in him, she quickly shifted the subject. Will you stay hidden out here all night, your highness? Lord Aethys, half the hall is looking for you both. Siegfried was quick to play along. Looking for Antonio, you mean? Really, Carol, are you that eager to send him back in? After these glorious feats, half the noble houses will be desperate to parade their daughters in front of our dear prince. You truly do not mind. Color rose in Carol's cheeks. Aye, her gaze flicked, almost of its own accord, to Antonio. He said nothing. Instead, he tipped his head back once more, eyes roaming the heavens. After a heartbeat, the other two followed his gaze. Above, the sky bloomed with stars. Countless points of light scattered so thickly they almost blurred together into a single, gleaming band. A river of fire spilling across the dark. For a long moment, all three simply stood there, breathing in the cold air and soaking in the quiet splendor. At last, Siegfried broke the silence. You know, Antonio, you have loved stargazing since we were children. Do they truly fascinate you that much? Antonio lowered his head a little. Sometimes I think that, set against the vastness of that river, everything that happens on the ground is laughably small. If the stars were alive and looking down at us, would we not seem to them as ants seem to us? Careful, Siegfried said dryly. Ponder that too long and you will twist your mind into knots. But have you ever wondered what those lights truly are? Antonio pressed. What are the stars? Stars are stars, Siegfried said. Surely that is enough. Yet why do they shine? Antonio persisted. Are they burning without cease? And you know things look smaller the farther away they are. So how far away must those stars be? How large are they? Siegfried gave a low whistle. I only know this much. Whatever they are, they lie far beyond the reach of folk like us. Perhaps your questions will remain riddles forever. The stars burned in Antonio's eyes as well as above. If they are far enough away and we can still see them, they must be immense. What shape do they take, I wonder? Might there truly be people living upon them? Siegfried stared at him. You have not started taking old myths literally, have you? Even Carol's expression turned curious. She had long admired Antonio as a brilliant, composed prince. Seeing this almost childlike side of him was oddly endearing. Perhaps I have, Antonio said lightly. If there are folk up there, I would dearly like to meet these star-born strangers one day. Chapter 324. The sun returns home on the 6th day of November in the holy calendar year 1991, the Gebella imperial capital blazed with color and light. The grand thoroughfare running from the eastern gate to the city's heart had been transformed into a spectacle. Banners in every color of the rainbow snapped and billowed. Musicians perched on hastily erected platforms played bright fanfares, and the street itself had become a river of humanity. On either side, the crowds pressed thick, their murmur rising and falling like the tide. Every few heartbeats, someone would crane their neck eastward, searching for the first glimpse of the returning army. Even beyond the city walls, the roads stretched long with waiting folk. They had gathered to welcome home the victorious legions. The empire's creed was simple. Glory belonged to those who conquered. The common people spared no enthusiasm for soldiers who returned bearing laurels. To keep order, the city guard had posted sentries at intervals along the route, chains of armed men holding back the throngs that threatened to spill into the street itself. Just after the 11th hour, someone, no one would ever quite know who, shouted, "They come! They come!" The cry raced from the eastern gates like wildfire, spreading through the streets and into the heart of the city until it reached the central plaza. On the plaza's western side, a massive dais had been erected. Emperor Bartley Griffin sat at its center, surrounded by the imperial house and the great officers of state. His brother, Prince Felton Griffin, occupied an honored place beside him. His eldest son, Crown Prince Oliver Griffin, sat near, as did third Prince Dicky Griffin, also born of the Empress. But the Empress herself was absent. The great ministers, Chancellor Duke Diaz, Royal Advisor Master David Aldridge, flanked the throne on either hand. The dais and its immediate vicinity bristled with guards. Common folk were forbidden to approach. Only the great noble houses of the capital received places nearby. Through Master Aldridge's influence and the prestige of the Scholars' Tower, Kevin and his senior Edmund had secured seats on the newly erected tiered benches not far from the dais itself. When the cheering from the eastern approach reached the plaza, Emperor Bartley stroked his beard and broke into a wide grin. Soon he would see his second son, returned from long campaigns. 10 minutes later, trumpets blared, drawing ever nearer. The crowd's roar swelled like a living thing, wave after wave crashing against the dais. Every eye turned eastward. At last, the vanguard emerged into view. Kevin stretched his neck, desperate to catch a glimpse of the legendary second prince. Edmund beside him was already quivering with barely contained excitement. But no one else stood. They dared not be so bold. The column drew closer, and Kevin finally spotted him, Prince Antonio Griffin. Impossible not to. He blazed like a torch, golden hair that caught the light like spun metal, a face of perfect proportions, egg-shaped, fair, with refined cheekbones and a sculpted mouth, a frame that spoke of disciplined grace, not an ounce too much, not a fraction too little. Distance kept his eyes hidden. Yet Kevin would have wagered anything they were the keen, proud gaze of an eagle. The gods, it seemed, had lavished every gift upon this one form and left no flaw. He rode a white stallion at the column's head, spine straight, reins held light as silk. The soldiers flanked him in 2 perfect rows, and in that arrangement lay the entire weight of natural command. Here walked a prince worthy of the name. Antonio had ventured into public before, true enough. At ceremonies, always at the emperor's side, always ringed by guards so thick that ordinary folk could barely glimpse the figure within. Those who had seen him at close range spoke of his beauty and bearing, but in an age without portraiture, rumor and imagination had to suffice. Great nobles took care to go about the city disguised, and Antonio was no exception. Thus most of the capital's people had never laid eyes on him clearly. Until today, he rode the length of that street in full view, and the city saw at last the legendary witch-born prince. That infamous epithet, far from inspiring fear, now acquired a sheen of mystery. The remarkable beauty lent it weight, made folk incurably curious to know more. Of course, the true reason for the shift was simpler. Antonio bore the laurels of victory, and history has ever been generous to the victorious and the great. He dismounted before the dais and ascended the steps slowly, gravely, until he knelt on one knee before Emperor Bartley. "Father, I have returned." The court rose as one. Master Aldridge smiled with quiet pride. Prince Felton wore a gentle expression. Chancellor Diaz stroked his beard thoughtfully. Crown Prince Oliver smiled, though the expression bore a faint rigidity. Third Prince Dicky gazed at his half-brother with open admiration. The emperor seemed suspended for a heartbeat. Then slowly he rose. His hand trembled slightly as it descended to rest on Antonio's shoulder. When he spoke, his voice carried a tremor. "My son, now that you have achieved such glory, your mother would feel great pride." Antonio's shoulders gave a slight shudder. Some nameless emotion stirred in his chest. "Thank you, father. Rise, my boy." Bartley helped him to his feet, and imperial composure settled once more over his features. "Is Duke MacDonald well? Before you left, did he give no final message?" "The Duke is in excellent health. He will return with the remainder of the army once terms with the Nesta are finalized. The old general says this victory will secure the eastern border for at least 10 years. Ha! Excellent, though he strove to maintain gravitas, joy kindled in Bartley's eyes. Let anyone dare question his witch-born son now. He turned to the plaza's edge and raised his voice to the crowd. "People of the Empire, we have utterly defeated the Nesta. This victory will keep them humbled for a decade at least." The response was thunderous. Waves of cheering, cries of acclaim rolling like storm surge. "Our triumph," Bartley continued, "rests upon the unity and valor of our finest soldiers. The Empire rewards great service without stint." His gaze swept the young officers arrayed below, hardened captains, callow lieutenants, all bearing the marks of hard-won victory. The pillars of the Empire's future, the Emperor thought with satisfaction. "My lords, ascend. Today you are the true heroes." One by one they climbed, some moving with veteran ease, others with youthful restraint. The first to greet Bartley was a red-haired youth. Young Ethies. Bartley clasped his hand warmly. He had known Siegfried for years, as Antonio's closest companion. "Your exploits in Duke MacDonald's reports were magnificent." "You have done well," Siegfried bowed. "All credit belongs to His Highness's strategy and the Duke's supreme command." "Ha!" Bartley clapped his shoulder heartily. "Promise me you will continue to support Antonio in years to come." "I shall not fail in my duty, your majesty." "Good man." Another hearty blow to the shoulder, and Bartley turned to the next officer. As the ceremony unfolded, the plaza's fervor grew white-hot. Music swelled, dancers spun, wine flowed freely. Already the bards were composing new verses, shaping the day's events into legend. And the hero of those verses, none other than the Golden Prince himself, radiant as the sun, impossible to ignore. Chapter 325. The Council of 10, the welcome ceremony for the returning host, ran on until well into the afternoon. Emperor Bartley Griffin heaped rewards upon the victors. Some officers found themselves raised to higher rank, others granted fresh tracts of land, others again showered with gold and fine things. When the formalities finally wound down, the whole company repaired to the palace. Their Bartley ordered a lavish banquet laid on, inviting every courtier and every officer who had borne a blade in the campaign. Thanks to his master and scholar's tower privilege, Kevin once again ate until he could barely stand. This was no ordinary imperial supper. It was a spread crafted by the finest chefs in the capital, dishes layered with sauces and spices he had never even smelled before arriving in Gaebella. By the end of the night, sovereign and subjects alike drifted away full and content. It seemed everyone who had attended had got exactly what they wanted out of the evening. Kevin had drunk a little alongside his elders. For someone who rarely touched wine, it was more than enough. Back at the tower, he barely managed to undress before collapsing onto his bed, snoring almost at once. He woke groggy, eyes gritty, head thick as wet wool. Rubbing the sleep from his face and forcing his stomach to behave, he made his way to Master Aldridge's study. What he found there drove the last of the drowsiness from him. Besides Master David Aldridge and Senior Edmund, 3 other people occupied the room, and one of them was none other than Prince Antonio Griffin, the second prince who had only yesterday ridden home in triumph. Tonight Antonio was dressed as a modest nobleman, cloak drawn close, hood shadowing his features. Clearly he had come incognito, not as a prince on parade. 2 more figures stood at his back, 1 man and 1 woman. The man Kevin recognized at once as Amberlove, captain of the Royal Guard, whom Edmund had introduced him to only days earlier. The woman was unknown to him, though strikingly beautiful. From her bearing, he guessed she might be a court lady of some sort, like the veiled attendant who had followed the crown prince in the palace corridor. From the look of the half-finished cups and the relaxed slant of their postures, they had been talking for some time before he arrived. Kevin had not prepared himself for such company. His nerves jolted awake. His tongue promptly tied itself in knots. Amberlove pulled a face at him, brows wagging as if daring him to embarrass himself. Antonio simply regarded him with cool interest, taking his measure from head to toe. "Kevin, come and greet His Highness," Aldridge said at last, rescuing his student. "You saw him yesterday, after all." Kevin hastened to bow. "Your Highness," he turned to the captain. "Captain Amberlove, sir." A smile touched Antonio's lips, so warm Kevin felt for a heartbeat, as if someone had opened a window onto spring. "So you are the new pupil the master has taken in. You are indeed very young." In truth, the prince was only 4 or 5 years older than Kevin himself. Master Aldridge was gracious enough not to turn me away, Kevin said, cheeks coloring. Antonio stepped closer and clapped him lightly on the shoulder. "Study hard under him. You are fortunate. He has not accepted a new student in many years." The prince's tone and gesture stirred another memory, Emperor Bartley's broad hand on his shoulder in the palace. Father and son, for all their differences, shared the same easy way of claiming people. Antonio questioned Kevin a little about his life in the tower and his progress in his studies. Kevin answered as best he could, and the longer they spoke, the more the young prince seemed to shift in his mind from distant, awe-inspiring figure to something more like an elder brother in the neighborhood, approachable, even gentle. Whatever mask he wore at public ceremonies, in private Antonio was not so hard to speak to. At length the prince glanced towards the door and tugged his hood up again. "Master, shall we?" "Yes," Aldridge said, rising and taking up his staff. "Time we were on our way. Edmund, you need not come this time. Stay here with Kevin. If anyone calls, receive them for me." That settled things. Kevin no longer needed to guess. Clearly, his master was going out alongside the second prince. "Understood, master," Edmund said. "Mind you all take care." The 2 students walked their elders to the tower's front gate. As the group stepped out into the street, Edmund murmured under his breath, more to himself than to Kevin. "Looks like the master is not exactly optimistic about how things stand." A few minutes later, a closed carriage rolled out from the scholar's tower quarter. Inside sat 4 figures: Prince Antonio, Master Aldridge, Amberlove, and Carol. Opposite the prince, Amberlove finally broke the brief silence. "Your Highness, you still hold to your earlier position then?" Antonio did not answer straight away. His brows had drawn together. His thoughts were clearly running ahead of the conversation. Aldridge lifted a hand. "Not here. We will talk once we arrive." At his side, Carol nodded slightly. "Yes, best to speak when all the masters are present." The carriage rattled on at a brisk pace, clattering through the city and out beneath the northern gate. It followed the great road until a second walled compound loomed into view, ringed with high stone and patrolled by alert soldiers. Besides the city garrison, the imperial family possessed its own standing army, no smaller than 50,000 strong. This outpost was their base in the capital's northern district, the North Camp. The carriage drew up before the camp's main gate. The driver presented a token. The guards waved them through at once. They had recognized the crest on the door. Antonio held command within these walls. His comings and goings did not raise eyebrows here. They disembarked in front of a solid, blocky building at the camp's heart. Their Siegfried ethis, red-haired and uniformed, awaited them. Though the camp as a whole bristled with watchposts, this building in particular had extra men on every corner. "Your Highness, Master Aldridge," Siegfried bowed smartly. "Everyone has arrived." Antonio nodded. "Then let us not keep them waiting." He strode inside, the others at his heels. They entered a wide chamber, dominated by a great round table. 9 people already sat around it, each one cloaked in black. When the prince's party appeared in the doorway, they rose as one and bowed. Antonio swept them with a look. Only 9 of the Council of 10. Master Barnet has still not returned. An elderly man among them stepped forward half a pace. "Forgive us, Your Highness. Master Barnet has not yet come back from the Northwest Gulf." Antonio took the central chair. Aldridge, Siegfried, and Amberlove settled to either side of him. Carol remained standing just behind his shoulder. "I recall he left for the Gulf last year," Antonio said. "Did he not return while I was in the field?" The same old man inclined his head. "Yes, Your Highness. He did come back once during your campaign, but after only a few days he departed again." "Why? Has the plan there not gone smoothly?" "It would seem not." The elder's mouth thinned. "The latest reports say the lords of that region split into 2 factions and went to war. Regrettably, the side Master Barnet supported was defeated. Fortunately, our personnel withdrew intact. Master Barnet himself, however, we do not presently know his exact whereabouts." He hesitated, then added, "You know his temperament, Your Highness. Master Barnet has always been proud. Once he sets his mind on an aim, he will not give it up halfway. The Northwest Gulf scheme was his own creation. It is likely he has simply gone to ground somewhere, watching and waiting for another opening." A cough, dry and embarrassed. "And he has never been one to keep in close touch. He goes his own way, and rarely informs the rest of the Council of 10. Months without word from him are, sadly, nothing new." Antonio nodded slowly. He knew Barnet's kind well enough. A lone wolf was useful in the right forest, but always difficult to leash. Chapter 326. The Council's machinations. Antonio understood Barnet's nature well enough. The man was born a lone wolf. His temperament and abilities suited him to solitary work. Try to force him into harness with others, and the traces would snap. A woman's voice cut through the silence, sharp, dismissive, the words dripping with contempt. She remained hooded, her face invisible, but the disdain in her tone was unmistakable. "The Northwest Gulf was always marginal to our greater strategy. That fool Barnet got some wire crossed in his head and decided to make a grand gesture there. That the plan failed. Good. Let it humble his arrogance. Afterwards, he can learn to follow orders like everyone else." Antonio waved a hand. "Barnet surely has his reasons. But we digress. Let us turn to today's main business. I hear our covet-wolf Grand Duke in the south finds himself in rather tight straits." All eyes swung toward Amberlove, the captain of the Royal Guard. Affairs in the older kingdom's southern reaches had always been his province. Amberlove bowed slightly. "Indeed, Your Highness. In the 3rd month of this year, Crown Princess Catherine led the main strength of the kingdom's army southward. By month's end, they had shattered the southern forces near Thornhold Fortress and pressed onward. The princess's pace caught our Duke Garth completely off balance. He barely had time to stabilize his gains before marching north to meet her. They have been locked in contest in the Fothal region ever since, with honors divided among several engagements." Antonio murmured thoughtfully, "Even with our assistance, it goes thus." One of the black-robed figures, his voice thin and rasping, leaned forward. "Your Highness, before you departed on your eastern campaign, we set down specific limits. Beyond weapons, grain, and coin, we sent 2 batches of our practitioners to serve in Garth's army, roughly 30 souls in all. More would risk drawing the attention of the secular powers and expose our organization's secrets prematurely. And yet, he paused meaningfully, if we were to unleash our full strength, we could crush the Crown Princess's forces without effort. Of that I have absolute certainty. The elder black-robed man nodded. The practitioners we sent were chosen for their enchantment expertise. They can dramatically improve the soldiers' equipment without raising obvious suspicion. Beyond that, we have supplied quantities of our special preparations. Amberlove offered his own counsel. I would recommend we increase our support. At present, Garth remains the weaker side. The original plan had been to keep the war simmering around Thornhold. No one had anticipated it would drift this far south, to Farthel, well past the fortress line. Antonio shook his head. Our fundamental goal is to keep the older kingdom mired in civil strife, too consumed with internal struggle to threaten us. If Garth can hold his ground, does it truly matter whether the battle line sits at Thornhold or Farthel? Master Aldridge, seated at Antonio's other elbow, nodded. Precisely. A man like Garth, ambitious, ruthless, is most useful when half-starved. Feed him too well, and he may turn and bite us. The old scholar's eyes flickered with a momentary shadow of guilt. Stirring civil war in Oldor sat ill with his conscience. Yet the larger vision, the longer game, demanded it of him. Amberlove ventured a cautionary note. Still, the intelligence I have gathered suggests the power balance between Garth and the Crown is shifting. In Oldor's favor, that drew immediate attention. No one wanted Garth to collapse too soon. The captain elaborated. The Crown Princess's forces, their equipment is steadily improving. Beyond the usual arms, their rate of armored troops is climbing steadily. One of the black-robed elders blinked in surprise. Can the Oldor royal house truly afford such expenditure? The rasping voice interjected. Impossible. They bled their treasury white, just feeding their armies last year. Unless Crystallite has begun raining gold coins. Aldridge stroked his beard thoughtfully. Perhaps the northern lords are contributing. If so, we must reassess our understanding of the Oldor crown. The Schroeder family still commands considerable respect in those lands. Amberlove continued. There is another complication. Our supply lines through intermediaries and Corner Bay merchants are compromised. It appears Oldor has discovered the role played by those merchants and has begun applying pressure on the coastal powers. Now every maritime nation is tightening controls on its traders. Silence pooled in the chamber as each mind worked the problem, how to restore the balance without overexposing themselves. The black-robed elder caught Antonio's eye. Your Highness, it is time we employed our own naval assets. Send word to Edward. Since glimpsing the truth of the art, he has been utterly obedient to us. Antonio considered for only a heartbeat. Very well. Have Edward sortie. Send Garth grain, weapons, whatever proves necessary. And he paused, ice-blue eyes glimmering. Everyone leaned forward to catch his next words. Order him to harass Oldor's coastal holdings, particularly the Crown lands. Aldridge frowned slightly, so the boy's heart grows colder by degrees. Yet such ruthlessness, he supposed, was the price of kingship. Clap, clap, clap. The rasping voice, its owner making a show of applause, laughed with bitter irony. Ah, the old pirate king returns to his trade. But your Highness, might we not turn our focus inward? Your elder brother grows restless lately. Surely you have noticed. Should we not take action? Antonio did not look at him, though he understood perfectly what was being suggested. The others stirred, uncomfortable at the speaker's tone. It bordered on impertinence before their prince. The black-robed elder coughed pointedly, a reminder of decorum. The rasping voice pressed on. Your Highness, have you abandoned your earlier naivete? Your fantasy of brotherly harmony? I tell you truly, Crown Prince Oliver Griffin will be your greatest obstacle in the end. Better to move first than late. Antonio raised one finger and brought it down gently on the table. The rasping voice died at once. That, Antonio said, his tone cutting as a blade, I will handle myself. A look of such crystalline authority swept toward the hooded figure that he bowed his head immediately. Yes, Your Highness. The next matter, Corner Bay. When the meeting broke up and the assembly filed out, the black-robed elder caught the rasping voice's owner by the sleeve and drew him aside. "You overstepped today," he said quietly. Your tone before Antonio bordered on mutiny. "Ha," came the harsh reply. "I merely accelerate his growth. He must face reality sooner or later. And you forget, the Oldor crown and the Diaz family are kin through marriage. Striking at Oldor is striking at Diaz. Our prince knows perfectly well what he needs and how to take it. He has always known. Do not mistake his patience for weakness." The elder fell silent, lost in thought. Perhaps the younger man had a point. Perhaps not, but one thing was certain. In Games of Thrones, patience was often the deadliest weapon of all. Chapter 327. The alchemist's full Wells sat hunched in a tavern in Heartlake Town, nursing what had to be his 5th cup of bitter wine, shoulders slumped, eyes fixed on nothing at all. Months ago, he had been a celebrated alchemist in Crystallite City, well known enough to command decent fees, prosperous enough to own his own workshop, comfortable enough that hunger was never a concern. A good life by any measure. Then he had accepted that cursed commission. It had started simply enough. An old customer recommended him to a man of considerable standing. Just how considerable? Well, the sort of man who could crush an alchemist like a flea without so much as pausing. This gentleman explained that he had a certain bodily affliction, requiring the particular expertise of someone like Wells. As Wells was privately speculating whether the man's troubles might be marital in nature, said gentleman removed his hat. The sight nearly made the alchemist's knees buckle. The man's scalp was, well, boldness scarcely captured it. There were still a few stubborn hairs clinging on, making a last desperate stand, but the battle was clearly lost. "Master Alchemist, I am not yet middle-aged. I did not foresee my crown becoming a desert quite so soon." The gentleman's anguish was palpable. Here was a man terrified of what he saw in the mirror, and even more terrified of what awaited him. Wells had not hesitated. "Your lordship, I am honored to take on your commission. Though I must warn you, it may require several experiments and incremental refinements. He would have taken on far worse." This was his ticket upward. His old client had made it clear. Solve this man's problem, and a barony awaited. Perhaps even a viscount's title. A barony, the lowest rung of nobility, true, but nobility nonetheless. A rank above any mere knight. He imagined common folk bowing low, addressing him as Lord Wells. His descendants would bless his name for generations. So Wells had accepted on the spot. Moreover, he had possessed real hope. His family had been in the alchemical trade for generations. He possessed a hereditary formula, by pure chance, that addressed exactly this sort of affliction. He had made one request, that the gentleman himself test the first batch. Personal constitution varied, he explained. What worked for one person might not work for another. He swore no harmful substances would be added. The nobleman had agreed readily. A man of such station kept servants whose sole purpose was testing whether poison lurked in food or drink. He had no fear Wells would betray him. The gentleman seemed pleased. That very evening, he invited Wells to dine. It was an honor that set the alchemist's heart racing. The nobleman was merely being gracious, testing the waters, but Wells took it as a sign of confidence. Back in his workshop, Wells had ransacked his family archives for the old formula. He had spent a week preparing the initial batch, working feverishly. Then he had delivered it to his new patron's hands, returned home, and waited for news. 3 days later, a servant arrived with an invitation. Wells had practically floated to the nobleman's estate. What he saw when he arrived nearly stopped his heart. The man's scalp was now completely, utterly bare. The last heroic hairs had surrendered. "Gone! Look what you have done, you blithering idiot!" The nobleman had shrieked, his face purple with rage, spittle flying. All pretense of dignity abandoned. "What sort of charlatan are you? I should have known from the start. A common hack, a street corner fraud. Maggot. Vermin. Sewer rat. I shall expose you to the entire city. Your name will be filth. Mark my words." 2 burly servants had seized Wells whilst he thrashed and protested. "My lord, one more chance. Perhaps the formula requires internal application. Let me try once more. Get out of my sight. Did you think I would believe you twice?" They had stripped him, shaved every hair from his body, dressed him in rags, and caged him like an animal. For several days, they had left him on display not far from the city gates, a public exhibition of one man's humiliation. Once released, Wells had discovered his workshop destroyed. Neighbors pointed and whispered. Everyone in Crystallite knew his shame. He had sat in the ruins of his life, mouth moving soundlessly, eyes empty. His father's legacy ruined. Two figures had loomed over him. Is this the poor bastard who offended some nobleman? I saw him by the gates. An alchemist, they said. One of them leaned down. Hey, friend, can you hear me? Wells had looked up with hollow eyes. Think he's lost his wits? Only one way to find out. A paper was thrust before him. Can you read? Wells' mind had been blank, but his hand had reached out and his mouth had moved, reading the words aloud from sheer trained habit. Hard. Literate fellow, even if he is a washed-up charlatan. Fills the quota, at least. We get our bonus this month. The man had turned to Wells. Listen, brother. Crystallite is no place for you now. The Greyman Lord in the Northwest Gulf is recruiting skilled folk. Fancy your chances out there. Yes, Wells had whispered, resistance drained away. Good enough, they had hauled him into a carriage. 2 days later, when the fog had finally lifted from his mind, Wells had realized his predicament. Some lord had seemingly claimed him. The Northwest Gulf. He had nearly wept. Of all the god-forsaken corners of the realm, he had started shouting, demanding to be released, certain there had been some terrible mistake. One of his captors had produced a document. Master Wells, according to the contract you have signed, you owe 5 years of service to Count Paul Greyman. Contract. What contract? I never signed anything. Please look more carefully. Wells had stared at the parchment. His own name was there, in his own hand. The terms were clear. 5 years in the service of one Count Paul Greyman of the Arda domain. This is kidnapping. I was not in my right mind. Master Wells, you have just offended one nobleman. Surely you do not wish to offend another. The alchemist had opened his mouth, then closed it. He was a commoner now, a disgraced one. He was in no position to offend anyone, least of all a lord. Fate, he had muttered bitterly, slumping against the window. One miserable step at a time, I suppose. And so Wells had found himself rattling westward toward an exile he had never chosen, nursing a bitterness that no wine could quite numb. Chapter 328. Niter, ice, and injured pride after the best part of half a month jolting along in a caravan, Wells finally rolled into the Northwest Gulf, and found, to his surprise, that it looked nothing like the desolate backwater he had imagined. The people thinned out compared with the south, true, but it was hardly some barren edge of the world. Once they crossed into Emden, towns began to dot the roadside more thickly, and the travelers they passed no longer wore the hollow, hungry faces he had grown used to. This is one of the richest holdings in the Northwest Gulf, the convoy leader told them proudly during a rest halt. Used to belong to the Kent family. Not long ago, they tried to grab the Northwest Duchy and lost everything. Now Count Paul Greyman runs the land. Folk here were not always this well fed. Maltz Kent was a vicious brute. Our count scrapped half the old taxes and tolls. That is why these people can finally fill their bellies. So this was the man Wells was bound to serve for 5 years. Compared to the noble who had caged and shaved him for a failed hair tonic, this Greyman sounded almost decent. The further north they went, the better the roads became, broad and level. The carriage no longer rattled his bones to dust. Caravans grew more frequent, wagons piled high with goods. At last the convoy reached its journey's end, Heart Lake Town. Town felt stingy. By Wells' standards, it was already a small city. Many of the buildings were clearly new, timbers still pale, stonework sharp-edged. Whatever this place had been, it had not looked like this for long. The sight knocked his old prejudice about the Northwest Gulf clean out of his head. The streets were neat and properly paved with dressed blue stone. Rubbish was scarce. There was no familiar stench of rotting waste. In that respect, it put Crystallite City to shame. Wells could hardly believe his own nose. Pedestrians bustled past with a confidence and energy that did not match any country village he had ever known. Snatches of conversation reached him in all manner of accents. He even caught foreign tongues, And there, that was unmistakably Corner Bay speech. If merchants from that far-flung coast had bothered to come, there was clearly money to be made. Wagons laden with cargo rolled steadily in and out of the gates. What truly amazed him, though, was the way everyone moved. Carts and pedestrians alike kept to the right-hand side as a matter of habit. Two streams, one going, one coming, flowed past each other without chaos, the risk of snarls and collisions cut down before they could begin. Perhaps 5 years here will not be such a hardship. Wells found himself thinking as he followed the others towards the town hall to register. The party he had traveled with was a motley collection: blacksmiths, artificers, schoolteachers, and more. He alone bore the title of alchemist. Sour as his mood had been on the road, he had exchanged hardly a word with anyone. Heartlake's town hall stood at the center of the new southern district, on the shores of Vesper Lake. Once, Heartlake had been overseen directly by the administrative council from offices on the island. After Emden was brought under Greyman rule, however, the council had spun off a separate civic office to manage the burgeoning town, shifting their own seat to the South Bank. Clerks there assigned the newcomers temporary lodgings and handed each of them a little pouch of coin for their first few days' expenses. Wells spent those days wandering, eyes and mind wide open. Everywhere he turned, he stumbled across something that made him stop. Half the things that had taken Crystallite by storm over the past year, it seemed, had been born here. The fine porcelain all the nobles were clamoring for, the new paper that scholars cooed over, the printed books that had appeared in scholars' studies as if by magic. Everything had Heartlake stamped on it, if one knew where to look. So this is where it all comes from, Wells breathed. Who would have thought the Northwest Gulf held a place like this? One afternoon, when he tramped back to his dormitory, the steward pressed a sealed letter from the town hall into his hands. His posting, it seemed, had been decided. He was to report to the offices the following day. There, a civic officer led him out to a saltpeter works on the edge of town, an ash nitrate workshop, they called it. He stood before a low sprawl of sheds and vats, the air tangy with acrid fumes, and learned that he was now officially a chemical technical instructor. Wells had no objection. His family's trade gave him more than enough familiarity with boiling lyes and leaching nitrates to manage. So his new life began. Each day he watched over the workers at the vats, correcting dangerous mistakes before they cost fingers or eyes, testing batches for purity, drilling apprentices in the basics. It was not glamorous, but there was a quiet satisfaction in it. He took pride in his craft. Whatever else had gone wrong in his life, he was still an alchemist, and that meant something. Applying his knowledge, he streamlined the refining process and improved yields. The workshop staff, from the foreman down to the newest lad, sang his praises. There were other instructors at the works as well, all alchemists whom Count Greyman had lured in from various cities. Wells traded notes and techniques with them, though in his heart he thought their skills decidedly ordinary. Bit by bit he pieced together the bigger picture. The saltpeter works was part of the Greyman family's own estate business. What does Count Greyman want with so much niter, anyway? He asked once in the mess, genuinely curious. Mostly for the Count's ice houses, I hear, one colleague replied. Speaking of ice, he also invented a treat called ice cream, crushed ice, cream, honey. You should try it. In summer, the stuff makes him a fortune. Wells frowned into his bowl. Could a little luxury, sweet, really justify an operation of this scale? If it was just ice they needed, why not cut blocks from frozen lakes in winter and pack them deep in cellars? It would be cheaper than making the stuff by alchemical means. Still, the Count was the employer, and what he did with his own saltpeter was his business. As long as the wages came on time, Wells had no cause to complain, and the wages were hardly stingy. As a high-grade talent from the capital, he received a salary of 3 silver coins each month. The works provided his food and a decent bunk besides. Rumor had it that all of Greyman's ventures treated their workers well. Whenever new hiring was announced, a crush of hopefuls descended on the gates, desperate for a place. Once upon a time, when he had his own shop in Crystallite, 3 silvers a month would barely have turned his head. But that shop lay in rubble now, and his reputation in the capital had been ground underfoot along with his clothes and hair. Here in the Northwest Gulf, 3 silvers was more than enough for a single man to live not just comfortably, but well. Wells found little to fault in his current existence. In the long view, he meant to squirrel away a tidy sum. Then, once his contract with the Count expired, open a new alchemy shop of his own, here in Heartlake. The little city had a future, he could feel it, which brought matters back to the present, and to the reason he was sitting in a tavern, cheeks flushed and eyes dark, glowering into his cup. A few hours earlier, at the Lord's own manor, he had, in his view, suffered yet another insult, and the sting of it still burned brighter than the wine. Chapter 329. The chemistry of all things. This very morning, Count Paul Grayman had summoned Wells and his fellow alchemists to his castle. It was Wells' first glimpse of the man who ruled these lands. The alchemists had not expected him to look so young, barely into his 16th year, by the look of it. During his weeks in Heartlake, Wells had certainly heard the tales. The legendary deeds accumulated like snow in winter. Militarily, within his first year as Lord, he had trained forces to sweep the pirates that had plagued the Northwest Gulf for a generation. Then he had put down rebellions among the vassals of Bayardin. Not long ago, he had conspired with other lords to topple the ambitious Maltz Kent, who had reached for the Northwest Duchy and lost everything. Agriculturally, land surveys, consolidated fields, waterworks, crop rotation. Commercially, encouragement of sea trade, expeditions to Corner Bay. And his inventions, good heavens, the list seemed endless. Canned goods, ceramics, paper, salt panning methods, that miraculous reaper machine. These had spawned entire new industries in Arda and Bayardin. Even the legendary fire lance that made enemies tremble came from his designs. Legends piled upon legends, until the Count seemed less a man than a folk hero. The common folk spoke of him as they might speak of prophets. If only he had been born lordship somewhere to the south, with a few bribes slipped to the right bards, he would already be sung alongside names like Crown Princess Catherine or Prince Antonio Griffin, young geniuses of the age. Yet here was this paragon, and he looked barely old enough to command respect. That had surprised them all. What pleased them more was that Count Grayman did not trade on his title like other nobles. He did not posture or command obeisance. "Please, gentlemen, be seated." He gestured with an open hand, inviting them to chairs arranged casually. It felt less like a lord receiving subordinates, and more like the opening of a salon for learned discussion. He began by praising their work. Genuinely, it seemed, with specific comments that showed he had studied the reports. He expressed satisfaction with what they had accomplished. The alchemists demurred politely, swearing to redouble their efforts. Then Grayman said something that set their hearts racing. "I intend to build a laboratory here in Heartlake. I wish to support your alchemical research fully." The room erupted. Every alchemist dreamed of a proper laboratory, well-stocked, well-appointed, where one could pursue the mysteries of the art without constraint. But it was a rare dream. Most alchemists scraped by on pittances, bound to rigid formulas and prescribed procedures, handling their reagents with the caution of people spending someone else's inheritance. Even those fortunate enough to have wealthy patrons knew the money came with strings. Wells had once possessed a small laboratory in crystallite. That seemed like another lifetime. Even then, it paled beside what a sealed lord's resources could provide. Like the others, Wells felt hope kindle in his chest. With care, he ventured a question. "How fully, if I may ask, my lord? What support can we expect?" Grayman considered. "Before you begin any experiment, you will submit a proposal. The purpose, the significance, the resources needed, and a preliminary budget. If I judge the scheme sound, I will approve it. We call this process Project Establishment. Then you will receive funding to purchase materials and equipment. Every coin spent must be meticulously recorded. I will have auditors examine the accounts." So there were limits. But the alchemists felt no resentment. This was generous, beyond measure. "Your wisdom is evident, my lord." Someone ventured, unable to resist flattery. "You shall profit richly from this. Alchemy is the most wondrous art." Another enthused. Grayman raised a hand, smiling faintly. The praise did not seem to sway him. "I should like this laboratory to operate under the name of Vesper Academy. You will effectively become part of the academy staff, answerable to the education ministry." The alchemists exchanged glances. The ministry was run by a woman, if rumor was correct. Would they truly answer to a woman's authority? Well, if she approved the funding promptly, They supposed it would be tolerable, and if she was genuinely a scholar, she would understand the importance of their work. Grayman continued, "This arrangement benefits you as well. You may recruit talented students from the academy as assistants or apprentices after they complete their foundational studies, of course." The alchemists nodded approvingly. The Count had thought of everything. Someone cleared his throat nervously. "My lord, regarding the fruits of our research, the discoveries we make." He trailed off, embarrassed, but everyone understood. They were thinking of the eternal human preoccupation, profit and renown. Grayman's expression turned grave. "Since you will be conducting experiments with academy resources, the patents on any new inventions belong to the academy. However, if the discoveries prove useful, the academy will award generous bonuses." Fair enough. They were adult men. They understood there was no such thing as a free gift. Yet there would be compensation. But then, and make no mistake, whoever invents or discovers something shall have his name attached to it for all time. Any attempt to steal credit is forbidden. I will enact laws to enforce this. The relief in the room was palpable. They had feared the Count would claim all glory for himself. "Finally, I propose we name this laboratory the Chemical Laboratory, taking the name from the concept of transformation of all things." An excellent name. Wells was first to applaud. Alchemy began as an attempt to transmute base metals into gold. We failed at that, but in the process created countless other substances. Is that not precisely the transformation of all things? There is sense in that. Very fitting. Chemistry, the art of transformation, all agreed the name was apt. "Excellent," Grayman declared, clearly pleased. "Then so it shall be." The conversation that followed became animated with plans and possibilities. How should the laboratory be arranged? What equipment would they need? Grayman listened carefully to their ideas on alchemical methods, deftly skirting around proprietary secrets without seeming evasive. The alchemists found themselves liking this young lord more with each passing moment. The discussion grew so lively that the sun climbed high. Eventually, servants began to clear their throats. Grayman noted the hour and invited his guests to stay for lunch. When the food was laid out, a generous spread, they continued talking between bites. Grayman picked up an odd implement, 2 thin sticks bound together. "Gentlemen, I should like to propose a first project for your laboratory once it is established." One of the elder alchemists rose. "Lord Grayman, you have provided us with extraordinary resources. To solve problems for you is only fitting. What difficulty do you present?" Grayman replied casually as he manipulated the strange chopsticks. "I wish you to research large-scale nitrate extraction from excrement, urine, and decomposing animal and plant matter." A chill wind seemed to blow through the room. Forks froze. Faces turned, carefully blank. Chapter 330. Filth, Pride and Turning Points, Excrement, Urine. Every alchemist at the table froze. Wells was the first to spring to his feet. "Count Grayman, with respect, how can you link the noble art of alchemy with something so foul? And in the middle of a meal, no less." "Foul?" Paul Grayman blinked, then realized his misstep. "You are right. I should not have raised it at table. My apologies." The alchemists shifted in their seats, faces tight. This was not about timing. Their profession was one of the few respectable paths open to a clever commoner. If the Count truly meant to set them to work on chamber pots, how were they any different from dung pit laborers? No one in this age talked about the dignity of labor. To Wells and to many of the others, it felt perilously close to an insult laid bare. A gray-haired alchemist named Hoffman cleared his throat and stood. "Lord Grayman, forgive my bluntness. You are not jesting. Such things are handled only by the lowest slaves. We are alchemists," Wells finished for him, resistance thick in his voice. Paul Grayman rubbed his chin. "Very well. I understand. Let us continue the meal." They all thought that was the end of it and bent back to their plates, though the food had lost some of its flavor. Then the Count spoke again, almost idly. "This reminds me. The Treasury is rather strained of late. The establishment of the chemical laboratory may have to wait on further discussion with the Council." Every head snapped up. Their half-cooked duck was about to flap off the plate. The threat was plain enough. Refuse the project, and they would go back to the boiling sheds as glorified overseers. trudging through the same routines day after day. Accept it, and they would gain a fully funded laboratory, space, and resources to chase any question they dared to frame. Low murmurs broke out along the table. Men leaned towards their neighbors, weighing words and futures. Paul Grayman ate on, unhurried, as if he had not just dangled their dreams over a chasm. In the end, after glances traded and quiet calculations made, most of them arrived at the same conclusion. Swallow a little pride now, in hopes of something greater later. Their forebears, those first madmen who had tried to make gold from lead, had debased themselves in far stranger ways. At length Hoffman stood again, speaking for them all. "My lord, it is a tenet of our profession that we hasten to our patron's aid. After sober reflection, we agree that your difficulty should indeed be our first concern, provided, of course, that we have access to the laboratory you described." You abandon your principles quickly, Wells thought bitterly, half rising to object. Before he could, several of his colleagues pinned him in place with withering looks. Adaptable, these fellows. Very adaptable. Paul Grayman smiled, clearly pleased. "If your enthusiasm is so great, I shall instruct the council to give the chemical laboratory top priority. Once you have drawn up a detailed plan, equipment, space, staff, we shall go over it together." "My lord is wise," Hoffman said, bowing. "Only about this method of extracting niter from, such substances, do you truly believe it feasible?" They all knew latrines grew filmy crusts of saltpeter if left long enough. If the Count did not mind the stench, he could simply have people scrape it. "Tell me," Paul Grayman said, "you are familiar with the concept of microorganisms." A chorus of yes answered him. Knowledge of such invisible life was the very first lesson drilled into anyone who came to Heartlake Town. The alchemists had even peered through the Count's precious microscopes themselves, watching teeming swarms of creatures no naked eye could see. Thanks to that, everyone now boiled their water as a matter of course. Those unseen little worms, as the common folk called them, were widely blamed for stomach upsets. "I have a bold hypothesis," Paul Grayman went on. "Certain microbes influence how matter changes in nature. The saltpeter in latrines may well be the work of organisms we have yet to name. In his old world, it was proven fact. Here it could only be conjecture. No one had even uttered the words nitrifying bacteria." The alchemists nodded politely. Few really took it to heart. "You might as well say it is the work of the sun," one of them thought. "If we can increase the numbers of those microbes that hasten niter formation," Paul Grayman continued, "we can speed the process in dung and urine. And if they are alive, then factors like sunlight, temperature, and moisture must affect their growth. Whether for good or ill, that is what experiments will tell us." So he did intend to blame the sun then. "We shall follow your instructions, of course," Hoffman said. "We will test it thoroughly. What else could they do?" Even those who found his theory dubious could not simply refuse. Not with a gleaming laboratory so close at hand. If it all proved a wild goose chase, it would be the Count's silver poured down the pit, not theirs. "Good," Paul Grayman said. "I shall make time to work alongside you." Left unsaid was his own thought. Leave it entirely to this baffled lot, and they would be a decade building their first niter bed. He knew enough of the principles to guide them. This was not something he could delegate entirely. Most of them, however, heard something different, that the Lord intended to drop in now and then to make sure they were not shirking. They hurried to pledge their diligence. Thus the luncheon ended, each man balancing hope and misgiving in his own way. Spineless, the lot of them, no alchemist's pride whatsoever. Later that day, Wells found himself back at the Flying Dragon Pavilion, glowering into another cup and savaging his colleagues in his head. Yet even as he cursed them for yielding, part of him longed just as fiercely for that bright, well-equipped laboratory. His heart twisted itself into knots. Well, now, if it is not Wells himself. The words, in a familiar crystallite accent, came from just behind him, and they had used his name. Wells turned and stared. Standing there was a man he knew, of sorts. Guy Burns, a mechanist. To call them acquaintances was generous. In crystallite, they had done a little business, that was all. In those days, Wells had quietly looked down on him. Burns had scraped by in the capital, shunned or mocked by his peers, his clothes as threadbare as his prospects. The man before him now shattered that old picture. Guy Burns was well dressed, his jacket well cut, boots polished. There was something different in the way he moved too. An ease, a quiet authority Wells grudgingly recognized from officials in council halls. "Burns, you ended up in the Northwest Gulf as well. Sit, have a drink." Politeness opened his hand, curiosity kept it outstretched. He ordered another cup. As they talked, Wells slowly realized just how well this once shabby mechanist had done for himself. Guy Burns was now one of the most trusted men under Count Grayman, placed in charge of the famed machine works, the very factory that turned out wonders like the Reaper and the flying shuttle loom. He was not merely an artisan now, but a key figure in Heartlake's hierarchy. His pay and privileges put Wells' own technical instructor post firmly in the shade. Resentment flared hot and sharp in Wells' chest. In Crystallite, this man had trailed behind him in both craft and standing. Now, in this far-flung corner of the world, he towered above him. Under Guy Burns's startled gaze, Wells tipped back his fresh cup and drained it in great, defiant gulps. "I will seize my chance as well," he vowed silently, the wine burning a path down his throat. "I will claw my way to the top, whatever it takes." Chapter 331. The Loom of Progress and the Web of Politics, since the October Exposition had unveiled the flying shuttle loom and Jenny Spinner to the world. Every man with a stake in textiles had pressed forward with offers to buy. At Paul Grayman's instruction, the machine works announced that the Jenny Spinner still suffered from unresolved technical difficulties, and its sale would be deferred. Mill owners across the realm groaned in disappointment. The flying shuttle loom, however, launched precisely on schedule, and the Heartlake Machine Works found itself drowning in commissions. Driven by this demand, the works expanded its yards, took on fresh apprentices, and prepared to churn out shuttle looms in their hundreds. Beyond the looms themselves, cotton gins, threshers, chaff cutters, root slicers, and grist mills all found eager buyers. Each was marked for increased production. These new machines poured rivers of gold into Paul's coffers. Though he had taken pains to separate the public treasury from his private purse, the machine works remained Grayman family property, outside the administrative council's direct control. Its revenues flowed straight into Paul's private treasury. Yet the works paid taxes like any private mill, and those taxes filled the public treasury. Many found this baffling. In their minds, the entire domain belonged to the Grayman family. The council existed solely to manage the Lord's affairs, obeying Paul's every command. Since Paul held ultimate authority over the public treasury, the works paying tax to the council seemed no different from a man passing coins from his left hand to his right. Despite repeated questions, Paul insisted on this procedure. All Grayman family enterprises, including the works, obeyed the same laws as any civilian workshop. Another source of satisfaction was the growth of maritime trade. As civilian sailing ships multiplied, seaborne cargo claimed an ever greater share of exports, meaning less gold lost to the tolls of inland lords. To further develop sea trade, the council purchased a shipyard from Count Price Parker, which occupied a natural harbor. The Franklin Port Shipyard sent managers and technicians to overhaul the facility, retrain its craftsmen, and prepare for building new style vessels suited to Arda's needs. Expanding domestic demand across the vast Northwest Gulf region also featured in Paul and the council's plans. After Paul proposed his tariff union to Duke Henry Ferdinand in Center City, he had pitched the scheme to other lords. For months, correspondence flew thick and fast as they weighed the plan's pros and cons. Before external consensus could form, internal dissent erupted. Abolishing tariffs was momentous. By ancient tradition, Paul and Myron convened the great families of Arda, Bayardin, and newly incorporated Emden in Heartlake Town. Lower nobles, great landowners, and powerful merchants and mill owners. Paul explained that the tariff union would slash or eliminate duties between Northwest Gulf domains, sweeping away trade barriers to forge a tightly integrated economic zone. He had expected this to be mere formality, anticipating unconditional support. Instead, he met fierce resistance. Merchants and mill owners welcomed the plan. It would slash import costs and lower export expenses to other domains. Opposition came from landowners. Their estates produced the grain, cotton, and wool that fed merchants and mills. With tariffs gone, local buyers would have more choices. slashing the competitiveness of their crops and gutting their incomes. Thou shalt not touch a man's purse. Though Paul's crop rotation, land consolidation, and property surveys had irked them, they had largely complied, seeing long-term benefit. But on tariffs, they united as never before, opposing him with one voice. Lower nobles from Bayardin and Emden split according to whether their personal estates leaned toward agriculture or trade. The resistance was so strong Paul had to table the matter. Opponents breathed easier, touring Heartlake's new sites before departing. They could see the Count's reluctance. After the meeting, Paul's first move was to consult Chief of Staff Schroeder about rewarding the army. Many officers had distinguished themselves. Many soldiers had fought bravely. "I have no objections to your proposal," Paul said, marking the document with a bold tick and his signature. "But this will create vacancies in junior officer posts, will it not?" "Yes, my lord," Schroeder replied. "We plan to fill them from veteran soldiers and Greyman Academy cadets." "Good." However, Paul held the old knight's gaze. "Control the background of these new officers." Schroeder gave a knowing nod. "Count Greyman, I will manage it." The lord had long discussed this with him, and Schroeder understood his aim. He had hoped to shift the balance gradually over years, but the Count seemed impatient now. Paul's voice echoed in the chamber. "Schroeder, I need the general staff, know my will, to reach down to the company and platoon level." Chapter 332. The patent law's first spark. In the early days of the patent law's promulgation in Heartlake Town, civilian responders were few and far between. Most people regarded it with deep suspicion. Once the initial novelty wore off, the general consensus was that this was merely the Lord's way of protecting his own inventions. And why not? Since time immemorial, craftsmen had guarded their secrets jealously. It was only natural that Count Paul Greyman, a noble of such stature, would do the same. The idea that he might bind himself to the same laws he imposed on others seemed laughable. Consequently, the first applicants were mostly charlatans seeking easy fame, brandishing half-baked contraptions. Paul had to instruct the administrative council to vet applications strictly, weeding out the chaff. "I reckon we should give it a go," said Jim, eyes shining with excitement in a Vesper Academy classroom. "The Lord means it." Nick, sitting opposite, looked uncertain. "I believe his lordship's law is genuine, but these students had recently returned from surveying duties in Emden and learned of the patent law. Jim had promptly suggested patenting their lens rangefinder invention. The published regulations allowed for team patents when inventions were collaborative efforts. Jim's anxiety was palpable. He felt time pressing down on him like a hot iron. What if another surveying team had the same epiphany? Those silver coins would slip through their fingers. The senior officers in Emden, led by Bryce, had shown keen interest. If they secured the patent, they'd have the most reliable customer in all of Arda. Jim even nursed a dark suspicion that the army might patent it first. After all, the artillery officers had seen the device, and the law placed no restrictions on applicants. Nick, however, hesitated, but without that mysterious letter, we'd never have thought to use lenses. Patenting it without finding the author feels wrong. The original rangefinder for artillery had proven cumbersome and inaccurate. In their darkest hour, an anonymous letter had arrived, detailing how to improve it with telescopic lenses. After countless trials, they'd succeeded. The artillerymen no longer needed to drag long ropes with multiple assistants. Yet they couldn't fathom who'd written it. Someone with profound geometric knowledge, likely from Vesper Academy, or perhaps from military or administrative departments. How else would they know of the problem? "Why worry about that?" Jim protested. The class split into factions, arguing fiercely. "Students, what are you discussing?" A melodious voice interrupted. Betty Lady Eileen, head of the Education Bureau and their dean, entered. The students turned, greeting her respectfully. Since Eileen had taken over Vesper Academy, she transformed it from a makeshift operation into a proper institution. Recruiting teachers, structuring classes, refining curricula, imposing strict examinations. Though younger than some students, she commanded respect. Her linguistic scholarship was renowned, and she designed and overseen the Telegraph project. After Nick explained their dilemma, Eileen asked to see the letter. A few lines in, she nearly laughed. The style and disguised handwriting were unmistakable. Why hadn't he signed his name? She couldn't fathom it. I suggest you apply for the patent boldly, she told them. I know this handwriting. My friend would be delighted to see you succeed. But Nick and others remained uneasy. Could you introduce us? We'd like to speak with him. He deserves a share. Unnecessary. Eileen waved a hand. My friend's identity must remain secret. He needn't be involved. They speculated, a secret agent perhaps. Thank you, Dean. Jim grinned, nudging Nick. The Dean has confirmed it. What are you waiting for? Very well, Nick agreed, his own desire for the patent overcoming his scruples. The classroom buzzed with excitement. We could build a workshop, mass-produce rangefinders for army and civilian use. The market would be huge, but starting a workshop needs capital workers. A small workshop first. Earn seed money, then expand. The rangefinder needs telescopes. Those are the Lord's patent. Don't forget, we'll pay licensing fees. Simple design, but lordly law protects it. No fear of copies. They chattered on, dreaming of fortunes. Eileen watched, heart swelling with pride. Protecting and promoting progress through law, Paul's constant refrain, was finally bearing fruit. Chapter 333. The pirates' homecoming on the western waters of the older kingdom, a merchant vessel cut slowly toward the realm's greatest harbor, Westport. She was a galley, massive, with 20 long oars protruding from each side. Drums set the rhythm. The oarsmen pulled in perfect unison, stroking the sea in synchronized waves. The deck bristled with watchful figures. One might call them crew. Their bearing suggested otherwise. These were warriors in sailor's dress. At the high stern, 2 men gripped the rail, each nursing a cup of ale, their gaze fixed on the coastline breaking the horizon. Fine weather today, Captain Edward, said the black-haired youth with earrings, grinning at his tall, middle-aged companion. Indeed, good weather for gathering intelligence, the man replied, raising his cup. He was lean despite his frame, his face weathered by salt and sun. Whiskers curved sharply upward from his lip, like drawn swords. Yet his eyes burned with a fierce, unmistakable clarity, the sort that lingered in memory long after a glance. Few knew that Captain Walker Edward, the legendary pirate who once ruled the Northwest Gulf before vanishing into mystery, was about to resurface. Fewer still knew his new title, member of the Mystic Order. He had come under orders to harass the older kingdom's western coast. Years of piracy, however, had taught caution. Reconnaissance came first. The youth raised his cup in return. Back on Uldor's waters, Captain. Must stir old memories, yes. Quite sentimental, Edward shrugged. You'd be disappointed. My years were spent in the Northwest Gulf. I passed through these middle waters only a handful of times. Sentiment hardly applies. Besides, the Royal Navy is no joke, even if they're softer than those Northwest lords. Different prey entirely. He paused. Speaking of the Northwest Gulf, Nathan, did you not visit recently? What took you there, if you're at liberty to say? Nathan was young but highly valued within the order. His capabilities were formidable. Most notably, he had torched the royal capital's granaries the previous year, even as the princess's forces occupied the city under martial law. Nathan tilted his head thoughtfully. Nothing I can't share with you. You know Maltz Kent, Count Kent. Edward smiled thinly. Ambitious, cunning, ruthless, though that runs in the family. Why did he cross us? Quite the opposite. He wanted to join the order. Master Barnett approached him with a plan to make him our external asset. He's no fool to trifle with. Exactly why he could be useful. Like Garth, wouldn't you say? True enough. Was that your mission? Nathan shrugged, mouth twisting. It fell through. Edward's eyebrows rose slightly. For the order to fail at something, especially when the target seemed willing. Master Barnett had a plan, Nathan explained. Plant Kent as the next Northwest Duke, then eliminate disloyal elements, shape him into another Covetwolf Duke. Simple enough, but Barnett disappeared mid-scheme, and Kent, impatient fool, moved on his own. Made himself a target, predictable, given his reputation in the Northwest. And the local lords rallied against him. His army crumbled. Never even warmed the ducal seat before they besieged his gates. After that, Nathan's lip curved into a thin smile. He lay in a coffin. My handiwork. Why? Edward frowned. To keep him from talking, partly. A broken tool serves no purpose anyway. but mainly because the dog forgot himself, tried to threaten us into supplying aid. A cur that bites the hand feeding it deserves the pot. And Master Barnet, Nathan shook his head. Who knows? The man's movements are his own affair. Edward ventured cautiously. He hasn't come to harm. Nathan laughed sharply. You underestimate him still. As a member of the Council of 10, Barnet commands power beyond measure. One man against a small army, he'd emerge unscathed. Even before vast forces, he'd slip through untouched. No mortal lord threatens him. Look at Kent, second only to the Duke in the northwest, and still Barnet held him like a puppet. We needn't worry. Edward nodded, taking a slow sip. Nathan studied his eyes. Tell me, Captain, how did you come to join the order? Edward gazed into memory, silent a moment. 10 years passed. I recovered an ancient scroll from a merchant vessel. By chance I touched art, real magic, not myth. Wonders I'd heard only in legends manifested before my eyes. I became obsessed, corrupted perhaps. He paused, then continued. My body awakened latent casting ability. I hunted forbidden knowledge relentlessly, pursued what common folk deemed heresy. Yet the circle was so closed, most dismissed magic as fancy. But persistence bore fruit. I found the order. The gateway to a true magical world swung open. Behind it stood. He trailed off then softly, that venerable highness. He turned his gaze skyward. Once I offered my power freely, they welcomed me. That moment, how to explain? For one raised an orphan, it felt like discovering home again. Nathan nodded slowly. Yes, once our gifts awaken, we diverge from the common path. Even without that knowledge, time teaches us we are apart. Cast out, even. Captain, you chose wisely, seeking your own kind. Only fellow mages truly understand. His tone darkened. Yet some fools among us harbor delusions of blending with the mundane, forgetting what happens if their secret spills. We must crush that naivete, teach them the world's cruelty. Chapter 334, Bloodlines and Stormfronts. Speaking of which, Nathan, how did you come to join the Mystic Order? Their conversation drifted on across the deck as Edward turned the questions back on his companion. The young man smiled faintly. With a spellcaster for a mother, you do not really get to choose your fate. Is that so? For a heartbeat, genuine envy, and something very like jealousy crossed Edward's weathered face. He had imagined it 1,000 times. What if he had been born into a mage household, fed on secrets from his very first breath? His body carried the talent, but his youth had been squandered as a common man. The years when he'd been strongest, hungriest, had been spent blind. By the time he finally touched the art, his body was no longer truly young. If I had had a mage for a master in childhood, he thought, I might stand far higher than I do now. Higher than this stripling, at the very least. He did not like to admit it, but this youngster already sat above him in the order. If I may be so bold, Edward said carefully, which master is your mother? He had decided it was worth cultivating this second-generation mage. If the boy's mother ranked high in the order, that connection would reach a very long way indeed. Nathan's smile deepened, and he leaned in just enough to murmur a single sobriquet. Edward's answering grin froze. A jolt went through him, sharp as cold iron. He knew that name. Anyone with even a toe inside the Order's inner circles knew it. A title that belonged to one of the Council of 10, the Order's supreme body. The Council of 10 sat at the very pinnacle of the magical world. Every great operation the Mystic Order undertook was first weighed and decided at that table. The Master Barnet they had just been discussing was counted among their number, though his solitary habits meant that 9 chairs were more often filled than 10. I had no idea your bloodline was so illustrious, my lord, Edward said, and did not immediately notice that some instinct had swapped boy for lord. Most mages carried a quiet superiority in their dealings with ordinary folk, but even among themselves there were layers. Children of mages awakened more easily than those plucked from the peasantry. Where both parents wielded magic, the odds rose higher still. When generation after generation in a family awakened, people began to whisper of mage lines and pure-blood houses. Those born to such lines looked down, quite openly, on colleagues whose parents had never so much as lit a candle with a spell. The Mystic Order was the mightiest magical cabal Edward knew. Its highest echelons were made up of the strongest casters alive. To have a mother seated among the 10, no wonder the boy moved as he did. A flicker of inferiority stirred in Edward's chest, right until Nathan snorted softly. "Whatever others think," Nathan said, "I have always judged worth by ability. Bloodlines." There was naked scorn in the word. He went on, tone almost conversational. "Truth be told, I have a brother. Same mother, same father, same blood you just called illustrious. And he is entirely, stubbornly mortal. And this brother of yours?" Edward asked more gently now. "I do not know," Nathan said. "We were separated when I was very young. My mother hardly ever speaks of him." Edward let it lie. The man's family clearly held tangles best left undisturbed. Silence settled between them for a time. They drank, each with his own thoughts. As the ship crept closer to land, and the outline of Westport slowly sharpened against the sky, a sudden stir broke out along the deck. Men jostled to the larboard rail, craning northwards, voices overlapping in low, excited bursts. Edward and Nathan followed their gaze. Out on the northern sea rode several strange vessels. No oars jutted from their hulls. One, sometimes two tall masts thrust up from each deck, and on them hung vast sheets of canvas, fat with wind. Sailing ships driven solely by wind, Nathan said, genuine surprise coloring his tone. "You do not see many of those." "It stands to reason," Edward replied, an odd note of approval in his voice. "In these northern waters, strong winds, heavy seas, this is the design one ought to use." There was a spark in his eyes now, a fellow craftsman recognizing kindred thought. Shipwrights the world over bow to designs from Corner Bay, and so they have filled the seas with the same old pattern. Galleys, every last one of them. When I roamed the Northwest Gulf, I played with designs that did away with oars altogether. But with the resources I had, I could only build toys. Nathan laughed. "So your interests range beyond magic, Captain. When you earn your bread on the sea, you soon learn to care how a hull is put together." Speaking of the Northwest Gulf, Nathan's eyes took on a sly gleam. "Are you still in touch with the old crew you left behind?" Edward blinked, then realized what he meant by old crew. He snorted and waved a dismissive hand. "Merely riff-raff. Outer pickets. When I sailed south in search of the art, I left them to their own devices." "Oh," Nathan's gaze grew slightly wistful. "When I passed through the Northwest Gulf, I heard the pirate bands had been wiped out. Root and branch." "What?" Edward straightened. "They say a lord named Grayman did it. Invented a weapon that calls down thunder from the sky." Grayman. Edward rolled the name across his tongue. "A very quiet house. It seems they have finally birthed a talent. As for calling down thunder, that sounds like tavern talk." "Regardless, this lord clearly commands real strength at sea," Nathan said. "You do not clear out pirates that quickly without it. There are reports the Northwest Lords are shipping supplies to the Crown by sea. We may well find ourselves facing him." Edward snorted again, lip curling. "The lion leaves the mountain, and the monkeys proclaim themselves king." While they spoke, a sailor approached and bowed. "Captain Edward, we are nearing Westport. Shall we make harbor?" Edward swept a hand forward. "Make harbor. We will take a look ashore." Confidence and pride rested easy on his features. "Mark my words, Nathan. Within a year, the older kingdom's western coast will lie under the Mystic Order's hand." Not far off, the wind-rigged ships they had spied earlier also angled their prows toward Westport, sails full, racing the pirate captain's galley into harbor. Chapter 335. Red Dragon and Westport 3 sailing ships, towed by straining dockside teams, inched their way into their berths. Half an hour later, Quake led a squad of sailors down the gangplank onto the stone quay. Northwest Industries had been selling more and more armaments to the Oldor Royal Army. On top of that, Arda kept sending extra aid to curry favor with the Crown. As seaborne transport grew stronger, and to avoid unpleasant surprises on land routes, Heart Lake Town increasingly relied on shipping its goods by sea, keeping things discreet. This time the frigate Southern Star had escorted 2 merchantmen south to Westport, all 3 hulls packed with supplies for the royal forces. Crates of tinned food, racks of armor, bundles of weapons. They had barely taken a dozen steps when a hearty voice rang out. "Hi, hi. Captain Quake, it is your turn this time, is it?" Quake spread his arms. "Oh, Viscount Dillon, it has been too long." They embraced with genuine warmth. To safeguard each convoy, Heartlake required that a Navy warship accompany every shipment. At first, compared with other domains, the Northwest Gulf had not sent much to the Crown, but it had never stopped sending. Once Arda lit the high furnace ironworking tree, and the Lords co-founded Northwest Industries, supplies from the Northwest surged, though the royal government still had to pay hard coin for most of the steel. Within the kingdom's inner circles, the Northwest Gulf was slowly shedding its old image as a remote, dispensable backwater. The king's worries about his youngest daughter out there eased a fraction. Anyone who could send this much material clearly was not starving. To manage the flow properly, the government stationed liaison officers at Westport, responsible for receiving incoming cargo. Dillon was the most senior of them, a viscount in his early 30s, keen to make his mark and climb. When he had first been posted here, he had sulked, wondering whom he had offended to be exiled to deal with country folk. Then he had watched the first Northwest flotilla dock, box after box thudding onto the quay. In that moment, he saw his opportunity. Now Quake handed him a sealed document. "Here is the manifest for this shipment, my lord. Please have it checked." Dillon clapped his shoulder and laughed. "No rush, no rush. You Northwest folk do solid work." Neither man knew their meeting had already drawn interested eyes. At a neighboring berth, a galley lay quiet. On her stern deck, Edward and Nathan watched from a distance. "Judging by his robes, that one is a royal official," Nathan murmured. "And that banner is the Greyman Red Dragon from the Northwest Gulf," Edward replied. "No mistaking it. It seems you know the Northwest houses rather well, Captain. I did haunt those waters for years, HM. Wait," his gaze fixed on Quake, chatting amiably with Viscount Dillon. A moment later, Edward smiled. "Well now, did not expect to see an old acquaintance." "An acquaintance?" Nathan raised an eyebrow. "Nothing much. A man I nodded to from time to time, back when I flew the black flag. Also ace." "Of a sort," Edward said. "Looks like the Greyman family have taken him in. It would appear the old crew I left behind truly did all fall into Greyman's net." Nathan's eyes narrowed. "So at least some northern lord is backing the crown hard. The Northwest Gulf, at minimum, is pulling its weight." When Quake finished his talk with Viscount Dillon, he followed tradition and led his men in search of a tavern. After more than half a month at sea, the feel of a solid street beneath their boots put everyone in high spirits. They strode towards the town center, laughing and swapping stories. "Long time no see." The words came from nowhere, close by his ear. At the same instant, a shoulder bumped his firmly. Quake started, spinning round. The man who had brushed past him walked quickly, and was already being swallowed by the crowd. Quake caught only a glimpse of a tall back, naggingly familiar, yet no amount of effort could haul the matching face into focus. "Strange," he muttered. "Very strange. Perhaps it had been chance. Perhaps that line had not been meant for him at all." "Captain, is something wrong?" asked Alan, a young naval officer cadet at his side. Nothing. Let us move on." By the following afternoon, the Southern Star and her sister ships were resupplied and ready to sail. Viscount Dillon came down to the quay to see them off. The liaison officers had already laid in everything needed for the return north, so the turnaround was brisk. "Captain Quake, there is one important favor I must ask," Dillon said, fishing in his coat. "Name it, my lord." The Viscount drew out a sealed letter and offered it with some care. "I need this delivered to a lady in your lands, a Miss Betty Dyers." "Lady Betty?" Quake blinked. "She oversees education for us." "Who wrote to her?" "As far as I know, she hails from Gaybella." Dillon shook his head. "That I do not know." "The letter came from the palace. The messenger insisted it must be carried to the Northwest Gulf by someone trustworthy from your side. I judged your weight sufficient." "Ha! You flatter me, my lord. I shall see it safely home. Thank you. Personally, I suspect, from the surname, that she may be related to the Queen's house." "Truly," Quake sucked in a breath. "That is quite something." He tucked the letter away with exaggerated care. Back in Corner Bay, he had already been stunned to learn of Lady Laddie Sesha's friendship with Grand Duchess Helen. Now it seemed there was another of Lord Paul Greyman's inner circle who might have royal connections. Quake thumped his chest and swore once, twice, 3 times that the letter would reach Betty Diaz's hands. Then he boarded the Southern Star, under Dylan's waving farewell. One by one, the 3 ships were hauled clear of their berths, canvas-bellied, and they slipped out of Westport, bows turning north. Out beyond the harbor mouths, a galley edged southward. On her deck, Edward watched Westport slowly recede, eyes gone hard as iron. "People of Aldor," he murmured, voice low and cold, "next time we come, it will not be with so few." Chapter 336. Night of blood and fire night had fallen over the warehouses of Westport's docks, yet Viscount Dylan still strode the yards with a knot of officials at his back, overseeing the endless shuttling of crates. 2 days earlier, he had received yet another squadron from the Northwest Gulf. Captain Quake's convoy had come the previous month. Yesterday's escort had been under a man named Turbot's. Since the latter half of the year 1991, Northwest ships had been arriving at roughly 1-month intervals, each time disgorging fresh supplies. It was now the 12th month. A light snow had recently brushed the city. In a little hut beside the warehouses, the Viscount and several clerks warmed themselves at a roaring hearth, peering out through the window as laborers hauled bales and crates onto waiting wagons. Winter had not cooled the war. The kingdom's forces and the rebels still ground against one another in a bitter stalemate, and the front howled for supplies with growing desperation. Both sides were locked in a test of endurance now, waiting to see who would crack first. For 2 days, Dylan had run himself ragged mustering this cart train. Now he had it backed up to the docks, loading by torchlight so it could roll out for the front at first light. The fire poured a comfortable heat into the cramped room. A pot simmered over the flames, filled with tinned meat from the Northwest Gulf. The Viscount and his staff spooned out steaming portions, washed them down with cheap wine, and traded gossip about the city. Inevitably, the talk turned to the horror that had shaken Westport 2 nights before: the assassination of Admiral Pike. Officially, the affair was under strict seal. Unofficially, half the city buzzed with rumor, some muttering of sorcery. One clerk, seated at Dylan's elbow, leaned inconspiratorially. "My wife's younger brother serves as a guard in Admiral Pike's household. He saw everything. Do you want to hear it? Spare us the teasing," someone snapped. "Out with it." Even Dylan, nominally responsible for upholding the gag order, said nothing to stop him. The clerk drew a slow breath, savoring the attention, then lowered his voice. It was on the eve of the day of descent. The Admiral hosted a feast at home, half the senior navy in attendance. The wine was flowing, spirits were high. At the height of it, 2 servants brought in the main course, a whole roast ox on a great platter. The Admiral and his guests came forward, plates in hand, ready to carve. He paused, eyes widening as he slipped deeper into the telling. Just as they crowded round, one of the servants looked up with a twisted smile. He called out, clear as a bell, "My Lord Admiral, Captain Edward sends his regards." A shiver ran round the little room. Before anyone could so much as blink, he snatched up the carving knife and drove it straight into Pike's chest. No warning, no hesitation. For a moment, even the crackle of the fire seemed to falter. The guests froze, the clerk went on. All those officers, struck stupid. The household guards at the walls, though, moved at once, drawing steel and charging. He swallowed, but before they reached him, the servant threw up both hands and cried, "My lords all, Captain Edward sends his regards to you as well." What happened next? The clerk's face had gone pale, his voice dropped to a rasp. His body began to swell. Arms, belly, chest, ballooning rounder and rounder until he looked like a great ball of meat. A couple of the listeners clutched their cups tighter, knuckles white. The guests felt something was very wrong and scrambled back, but there was no time. With a bang like thunder, the meatball burst. Someone let out an involuntary curse. The blast was so strong that my wife's brother, who wasn't even that close, felt an invisible fist slam into him. He said it was like being booted in the chest by a giant. He went flying. A few men took long swallows of wine, trying to steady themselves. He was stunned, ears ringing, eyes full of stars. He doesn't know how long he lay there before he could move again. When he got up, the hall was chaos. Most of the guards who'd rushed in were down. Only those who hadn't yet moved, and a handful of guests who'd been standing farther off, were still on their feet. My wife's brother was lucky, only a dislocated arm. The closer you'd been to that thing, the worse you fared. The clerk hesitated, then added, the worst part was the floor. Bits of bodies, chunks of flesh, splattered everywhere. Like a vision of the underworld. Some of the ladies started screaming and never stopped. They say a few have not been right in the head since. Afterwards, when they tried to take stock, they couldn't even piece the assassin back together. There was nothing left big enough. He'd blown himself to mince. When he finished, everyone realized they had been holding their breath. They gulped it back in, along with their fear. Viscount Dillon very nearly lost the last mouthful of tinned meat he'd eaten. So the talk about sorcery, someone muttered, was true then. Seems likely. No ordinary method could do that. Another replied, I've a friend in the Navy. A third said grimly, he says the place is in uproar. That blast wiped out nearly all the senior officers posted here. The ones who lived are still flat on their backs. They fell into uneasy speculation until one of them suddenly pointed out of the window. Look, is that fire? All eyes turned. Far off, flames licked high into the night. That's the direction of the harbor, someone breathed. Dillon resisted the urge to swear aloud. Disaster seemed determined to make Westport its winter home. My lord, should we go and help fight it? One official asked. We have men to hand. The Viscount shook his head firmly. No, the harbor has its own fire crews. We would only be in the way. We will see how much has been loaded and keep the laborers from bolting. They stepped outside. From the direction of the blaze came a confused roar. At first they took it for the shouts of men battling the flames. As the sounds grew clearer, an uglier note emerged. Those were not fire calls. Those were war cries. Panic rippled through the yard. Everyone hold your nerve, Dillon shouted. Clerks, get the laborers into groups. No running, no screaming. He turned to the officer commanding the warehouse guard. Captain Mark, put your men on full alert. Anyone who tries to start a stampede, cut them down. He did not know what was happening, only that it would not be good. As the senior official in the warehouse district, he had no choice but to act. Under the threat of leveled spears and bellowed orders, the laborers slowly settled. Dillon dispatched a runner to find out what devilry had seized the docks. Half an hour crawled by. When the messenger finally staggered back, he was drenched in blood and gasping for breath. Lord Dillon, Captain Mark, it is dire. What has happened? Mark grabbed his arm, thrusting a flask at his lips. The man gulped twice, then choked out, Pirates. Pirates are upon us. A shocked silence crashed through the yard, shattered almost at once by a rising babble of fear. Chapter 337. A Pirate's Ultimatum, Pirates. How can it possibly be pirates? The clerks gaped one after another. The western coast of the Royal Demesne had not seen a true pirate raid in years. From what hole had this lot crawled? Out beyond the warehouses, the glow of flames swelled brighter, licking higher into the night. Whoever had come was setting fires quite deliberately, and judging by the lack of answering roar from organized troops, meeting precious little resistance. My lord, should we support the garrison at the harbor? Asked Captain Mark, commander of the City Guard detachment, managing to keep his head where others floundered. Reinforce? Yes, we should. Viscount Dillon began, then stopped himself. No, you and your men are not to move. Our duty is to hold the warehouse district. He drew a breath and hardened his voice. Strengthen the defenses here. Under no circumstances are those pirates to reach these stores. Yes, my lord. Mark obeyed, though he could see the Viscount's hands tremble. For all his bark, Dillon was rattled to the bone. He had never faced anything like this. Under Mark's orders, the city guardsmen began herding laborers into rough formations, blocking street mouths with wagons and crates, throwing up clumsy barricades in anticipation of a charge. All the while, everyone silently prayed the raiders would seize what they wanted elsewhere and melt back into the dark. Fortune, however, had other plans. The fireglow crept steadily closer, the noise on the wind sharpened by degrees. Shouted orders, screams, the raw edge of killing cries. They rose and fell in waves, battering nerves already stretched taut. Panic gnawed at the laborers first, spreading in ripples. Even the soldiers were not immune. Most of them had never stood in a real battle line. Another scout came bolting back from the docks, chest heaving, face gray with terror. He grabbed at Dillon and Mark alike. It's bad, my lords, it's bad. The Navy at the harbor, the Navy is finished. A chill ran through every man present. Westport was a harbor city. The royal fleet stationed here served double duty as garrison and watch. The guards in the warehouse district were drawn from their ranks. If the navy had been broken, there was little left that could credibly be called a defense force. A few scattered posts around the city would not stop a determined raid. Fear curdled into anger in Dylan's gut. Yes, the admirals had been gutted by that sorceress assassination. But could the rank and file truly fold so quickly? Had comfort softened them that much? He was, on paper, the highest authority in this corner of the city. If there was ever a time to show some backbone, it was now. Drawing himself up, he shouted so that all along the barricade could hear, "Children of the kingdom, this is the hour to prove our loyalty to His Majesty. We will hold this place. Not so much as a splinter will fall into pirate hands." Silently, he added, "And if you must loot, you see rats, find some other quarter to ravage. Children of the kingdom, clap, clap, clap." The mocking applause cut across his words. A voice, light and edged with amusement, floated down. What an inspiring speech. What a paragon of royal fidelity. Who said that? "Show yourself," Dylan snapped, whipping round. "There, up on the roof," one of the clerks pointed frantically. Dylan looked up. On the rooftop of a warehouse just ahead stood a solitary figure. Of middling height, wrapped in black from throat to boot, hair lifting lazily in the night breeze, he cut a silhouette straight out of a storybook. Mysterious wanderer framed by a full moon. "You! Who are you?" Mark stepped swiftly in front of the Viscount, sword rasping free as he planted himself between the stranger and his charge. The tableau would have done any stage proud. "Me," the man in black smiled. "I am exactly what the Viscount just named. A pirate." Pirate, color drained from several faces, not so much from the word itself as from the insolence behind it. The man had left his comrades to their work and strolled here alone, into the teeth of a prepared defense. "Reckless fool," Mark snarled, "you have come here to die." Snatching a bow from a nearby guard, he knocked an arrow and loosed in one smooth motion. "Die, you idiot." The shaft flew true, every onlooker could see that, straight into the intruder's chest. And yet it passed through him as though through smoke, clattering harmlessly against the tiles behind. "Dear me," the black-clad man said lightly, "our gallant knight's aim is not quite what it might be. You should practice more, sir." "Ha ha ha." A murmur of horror skittered along the barricade. "You cheap tricks and parlor illusions," Mark bellowed, more furious than convinced. "Up there, take him down." Several guards lurched off in search of ladders. The rest stared upwards, faces drained of blood. Some rubbed their eyes, as if willing the sight away. They had all seen the arrow strike home. There had been no flash of armor, no spray of splinters, just a body that offered no resistance at all, as if it were an image painted on air. One thought surfaced, unbidden in every mind. Sorcery. Magic. In the same breath, they remembered the Admiral's exploding assassin. Of course, the pirates must have made common cause with spellcasters, crippling the Navy's command with witchcraft, then striking the harbor while chaos reigned. And the man on the roof was one of those spellcasters. Nathan stood above them, smile never leaving his lips, drinking in their fear. "Now then," he called pleasantly, "before you get those ladders up, shall we have a little negotiation?" "Negotiation," Dylan echoed, thrown. "You have quite a treasure trove tucked away behind you," Nathan went on. "Here is my proposal. You hand over everything in your warehouses, and your weapons too. Even a gnat is meat, as they say. In return, we let you all walk away perfectly unharmed." He clapped his hands together, as if applauding his own generosity. "Everyone wins. How does that sound?" "Never." Dylan's temper finally snapped. These were vital supplies for the front, entrusted to his care. Letting them vanish into some nameless pirate's hold would see him stripped and flayed in the capital. "This is the property of the Oldor Kingdom. You will not lay a finger on it." "Oh," Nathan's eyes narrowed. The curve of his mouth did not change, but a colder shadow slid across his features. "In that case, do not blame us for what follows." Even as the last word left his tongue, the sound of marching feet rolled down the street. At the far end of the lane, shapes boiled out of the darkness. A mass of armed men surging towards the flimsy barricades, steel catching the firelight as the pirates came howling in. Chapter 338. Shadows over Westport, the royal capital of Crystallite, hummed with a strange blend of nerves and cheer. In just a few days, it would be Holy Descent Day. Every household busied itself with preparations. Hawkers and shopkeepers wove through alleys and markets, shouting their wares and chasing a little extra profit before the year turned. For most, the rebellion far to the south felt very distant indeed. Only families with loved ones in uniform watched the festive bustle with divided hearts, one half praying for safe returns, the other half daring to hope the new year would bring better days. Inside the palace council chamber, the air was very different. No ribbons, no music, only stiff backs, tight jaws, and the weight of bad news. Word of what had happened in Westport had reached Crystallite and rattled the upper echelons of government. King Rodney had summoned his ministers, including Earl Rupert and Earl Merlin, to discuss their response. For the moment, however, they were still only grappling with the first blow, the slaughter of the Navy's senior officers in Westport. What followed that night had not yet reached their ears. From what little investigation there had been time to conduct, the assassin, if one could so call a man who exploded, had been a long-serving servant in Admiral Pike's household. The man had always been the model of a loyal retainer, diligent, reliable, unremarkable. No one who knew him could imagine such a frenzied act. Of course, that in itself proved nothing. Faces lied. A man might be threatened into treachery, or tempted by promises he could not resist. Dragging someone into the muck was rarely difficult. What truly chilled the council was the manner of the killing. How did a living, breathing man simply detonate, taking scores with him in the blast? No one present had heard of such a thing before. The Westport Civil Office had dispatched alchemists to examine the scene. They had found nothing overtly suspicious in the physical remains. The actual loss in naval fighting strength scarcely troubled some of the men in that room. The older navy had been raised long ago to crush pirates. Once the sea lanes had quietened, its duties had dwindled to customs work. More than one senior figure had been itching for an excuse to pare it back and plow the coin into the army instead. After arguing themselves in circles, Rodney still felt no closer to understanding. At last he turned to Earl Merlin, his spymaster. "Lord Merlin, you have been unusually quiet. Have you no thoughts?" Merlin started slightly, then bowed his head. "If I may speak plainly, Your Majesty, the Westport affair reminds me of something that happened last year." Last year? Several ministers turned towards him. Merlin's gaze swept the chamber. "Do you recall the fire at the royal granaries?" "Of course we recall it," someone said grimly. That blaze had delayed the expedition against the rebels by nearly a full year. Merely assembling replacement stores had been an ordeal. No one at this table would ever forget it. At the time, Merlin continued, the situation was thus. The official responsible for those storerooms, a man known for his care and diligence, set them alight with his own hands. In Westport, a trusted servant became the instrument of murder. I cannot help but link the two. Rupert stroked his beard, frowning. "You suggest the same hand guides both." Merlin nodded. "The same hand, yes, and that hand has access to powers we do not understand." Quiet murmurs broke out. Over the past year, the inner circle had been briefed on details the wider court never heard. The granary warden, Bart, had always been almost painfully cautious, meticulous in his duties, yet witnesses had described bouts of strange behavior in the days leading up to the fire. Before anyone could press Merlin further, a side door of the chamber opened. A palace guard slipped inside, bowed, and handed King Rodney a rolled sheet. Cold pricked the king's spine even before he touched it. Instinct told him this was not good news. His fingers tightened on the parchment as he forced it open. Around him, debate rumbled on. Only Rupert, nearest the throne, noticed the change in his sovereign's face, the whitened knuckles, the slight tremor in his shoulders. "Your Majesty," Rupert called softly, "what has happened?" "See for yourself, Rupert." Rodney's voice rasped in his throat. The Navy is." The Lord Chancellor took the letter. The first two lines alone sent a roaring wave through his mind. Pirates have invaded. The Navy is destroyed. This. His hand shook, the parchment rustling audibly. The letter was passed from minister to minister, and as each man read, color drained from his face. "This is a plot," one thundered. "Tied to the assassination of the Navy's leadership, it must be part of a chain of schemes." Aldor has been invaded, another snarled. We must answer this. We will answer this. Merlin spoke again. The western coast, at least the royal demesne, has been free of pirates for many years. According to this account, the raiders number close to 1,000. A force that size cannot have sprung up unnoticed on our shores. They must have sailed from far away. Rupert nodded gravely. The mastermind need not be foreign. Given the current campaign, the most likely culprit is Giles. His army is faltering in the Fathel region. A side blow elsewhere would serve him well. His lands touch Corner Bay. Hiring or allying with pirate bands from those coasts would be child's play. The letter itself came from the mayor of Westport. By his own report, when the pirates struck, he had quickly realized the defenders could not hold. With the navy shattered and enemy numbers overwhelming, he had deemed it better to withdraw with the king's civil officers than see them captured and humiliated. They had fallen back to a town east of the city. The raiders still squatted in Westport, sending out raiding parties into the surrounding countryside. After lengthy debate, the council agreed. Their first priority must be to raise a force, retake Westport, and either annihilate these sea wolves or at the very least drive them back into the water. Unfortunately, the kingdom's main field army was locked under Grand Princess Catherine's command against Giles's rebels at Fathel. Any expedition to the west would have to be formed from scratch. Lord Rupert, the king asked at last, "Whom do you judge fit to command such a force?" The Chancellor thought for a moment, then said, "I believe the task could fall to the eldest son of House Abbot, Harrison Abbot." Abbot? Rodney's mouth twisted. "You mean the Earl Abbot, who married a common harlot?" His son? "These are desperate times, sire," Rupert replied smoothly. "And Harrison's mother was of good blood, from a distinguished line. His own lineage is unimpeachably noble." "Ah, very well," the king sighed. "So be it." Chapter 339. Ransom and sorcery to deal with the pirates squatting in Westport. The capital Crystallite and the surrounding shires were thrown into a sudden, fevered mobilization. The easy, festive mood that had been building for Holy Descent Day was blown away like smoke. In taverns and market squares, people cursed these wretched sea wolves who had appeared from nowhere and ruined their holiday. A force of nearly 3,000 men was hastily assembled, with Harrison Abbot, eldest son of House Abbot, appointed to command and march west to scour the pirates from the coast. Families whose sons held posts in Westport quickly joined hands to petition the crown. Their children's lives were in the balance. For all they knew, those boys were already in chains. They did not oppose sending an army, but begged King Rodney to delay any assault until ransoms could be arranged. Pirates, after all, were in the business of gold, not glory. Pay them, retrieve the noble captives by the old traditions, then strike. To soothe their fear and anger, Rodney granted their request. On the morning before the army was to depart, the city watch of Crystallite shuffled bleary-eyed to the gates to greet the new day. As the bolts thudded back and the leaves groaned open, the men on duty saw a gaunt horse in the distance, pounding towards them with a rider slumped over its neck. Something about the scene was wrong. Spears came down, blocking the archway as the man dragged his mount to a halt. "Let me through," he gasped, wild-eyed and half out of breath. "I am Viscount Welland Dillon, His Majesty's appointed civil officer in Westport. I must report to the king at once. It is urgent." His beard was overgrown, his clothes stiff with sweat and grime. He smelled as if he had not seen clean water in a month. "Viscount Dillon," one guard muttered doubtful. They knew the Dillon name, no minor house in the capital, but the scarecrow in front of them hardly matched the picture. And as for Westport, had that not fallen to pirates? What civil official could have come riding out of that? Insisting on their duty, they moved to clap irons on him first and ask questions later. The Viscount, stung by the insult, fought like a cornered cat. Days of terror and humiliation had stripped his temper raw. He raged at the gate guard, voice cracking. The commotion brought their captain, himself a minor noble, down from the wall. One look at the man's face, and he pushed through, barking at his men to stand aside. "By all the saints, Viscount Dillon." Without waiting for an answer, he took the filthy man by the shoulders. "Take me to the king," Dillon demanded, almost sobbing. "Magic. By the heavens, they have magic." The captain quietly filtered out that inconvenient word and patted his arm. "Azy, old friend, I will see you provided with a fresh horse, but you cannot appear before his majesty like this. A hot bath and clean clothes first, at the very least." Half an hour later, scrubbed in a rush and thrown into the best garments the watch could find at short notice, Dylan swung into the saddle of a fresh mount. He dug in his heels and shot away in a blur of hooves and cloak. "Are you sure you do not want to pass by your house first?" the captain shouted after him. No time. By the time he clattered into the palace yard, word of his arrival had flown ahead. King Rodney granted him swift audience. A chamberlain led Dylan into the council hall, where Rodney sat with Earl Rupert, Earl Merlin, and the rest of the great officers. Their earlier discussion cut short by the news that a survivor from Westport had come. "Your Majesty," Dylan said, nerves tight as bowstring, bowing low. As a middling official, he had seldom stood this close to the throne. "There is no need for ceremony," Rodney told him. "Bring a chair for the Viscount." "Thank you, Your Majesty," Dylan murmured, edging onto the offered seat. "Lord Dylan," Rodney continued, "how did you escape? What is the situation in Westport now?" Color crept into the Viscount's cheeks. "To speak plainly, sire, I did not escape. The pirates released me. They sent me back with terms. Unless sufficient ransom is paid, they will not free the noble prisoners." He produced a folded sheet, covered in neat columns of names and sums, the going price for each family's scion. No one around the table looked surprised. It was a pirate's way, after all. That particular trouble could be left to the affected houses to chew over. What concerned them more was the enemy's strength and nature. At their urging, Dylan began to describe the night the city fell. Terror tightened his features as memory rose. "I begged for this audience because of what I saw that night," he said. "My tongue may stumble, but I beg your Majesty and my lord's indulgence." He swallowed. "First, my own belief. We are not facing ordinary pirates. If we fight them, we must prepare ourselves as never before." His halting delivery drew a few frowns, but they let him continue. "On the night they struck, I was in the warehouse district, sire. The front was clamoring for goods, so I had the clerks and a detachment of city guard loading wagons through the night. When we realized something was wrong at the harbor and scouts brought word that pirates had landed, we threw up defenses around the stores at once." He paused, eyes glazing slightly. "Then a stranger appeared before us. His pupils dilated. He by the father above, he was a mage." "A mage," Rodney breathed, and several ministers echoed him. Their minds leapt at once to the granary fires, to the self-exploding servant in Admiral Pike's hall. Another brush with the uncanny. "Yes, Your Majesty." "My lords," Dylan straightened a little, voice hoarse but firm. "I swear by the Lord of Light, I am not lying, and I did not missy." When he showed himself, Captain Mark loosed an arrow straight at his chest. We all saw it strike, but the shaft passed through him as if he was smoke, right through, and shattered on the tiles behind. Faces around the table grew still more grave. After that, Dylan went on. The pirates surged up to the barricades. We refused their demands. The guards clustered tight around me and the clerks, and then, in the air just before us, a ball of fire appeared. "A torch, perhaps," Earl Merlin interjected carefully. "You may have overlooked." "No," the denial burst from Dylan before he could check it. He clutched his head in both hands, breath coming fast. "I did not mistake it. It appeared from nothing, hanging there out of thin air. I swear to you I did not missy. I did not missy." His last words dissolved into a broken whisper. The men watching him exchanged glances. The young Viscount had clearly been shaken hard. "It grew," Dylan said at last, voice low. "Larger and larger, until suddenly, bang, it burst. The men were packed too close. Half the soldiers around me fell at once. Even I, standing farther back, was hit. I felt heat on one side of my body, like being pressed against a stove, and a roaring filled my ears. I could not hear anything clearly, only see the pirates, a black tide, pouring over the barricade towards us. That is the last I remember of that night." He went on to sketch his later ordeal, waking bound, being beaten and questioned for information, then the pirates' decision to send him back as their herald for ransom negotiations. When he finally fell silent, the council chamber was utterly still. It was Rodney himself who broke the hush. "Gentlemen," the king said quietly, "we may now say with certainty that the tales are true. Legends have stepped out of fireside whispers. The older kingdom faces an enemy it has never known before, an enemy wholly unknown to us and utterly strange. Chapter 340. A letter from home on the eve of Holy Descent Day. The great hall of Heartlake Town's lordly manor blazed with candlelight. Count Paul Grayman had invited the key figures from both the civil administration and the army to dine together, to see out the old year and welcome the new. By custom, as host and lord, Paul was expected to offer a few stirring words before anyone touched a plate. So he stood awkwardly at the head of the hall, a sheet of paper clenched in both hands, eyes never leaving the ink as he read line after line in a flat, careful tone. The speech itself was excellent. Anyone who worked closely with Paul could tell at a glance it was the work of Baron Bernard Francis, his chief secretary. In elegant but unpretentious language, it praised everyone's hard work over the past year and set out, with real force, what the domain had achieved. In the fields, in the workshops, in the counting houses. It dwelt on the recent victory in the War of the Usurper. How they had finally broken the Kent family's long-standing threat, brought fertile Emden under the Administrative Council's rule, and gained more people, more revenue, more raw materials, and a far wider market. More than that, it had lifted the Grayman name out of its awkward niche in the Northwest Gulf. The house now stood shoulder to shoulder with the Parker and Heller families, and even with the new Northwest Duke, Henry Ferdinand, as part of a de facto community of shared interests. Particular praise went to Northwest Industries, the munitions concern founded at Arda's initiative and backed by all the northern lords. Its steady flow of reliable, affordable weapons to the Royal Army had dragged the supposedly barren Northwest Gulf into the kingdom's highest councils for the first time. And the gold it earned was shared widely enough that Arda's standing rose in every allied hall, all of which, in Paul's mouth, came out as tepid as lukewarm water. For speaker and audience alike it was a quiet ordeal. When he finally reached the last word without tripping over his tongue, Paul announced, with something like relief, that the feast could begin. Conversation burst back into life, as if someone had opened a window. "Magnificent, my lord," Hansel crowed as Paul beat a hasty retreat to his seat. "Your words were truly uplifting." Paul shot him a withering look and then ignored him. The man was plainly enjoying himself far too much. "Really, my lord, you must practice the art of public speaking," Eileen said helplessly. She had grown up listening to her father command the royal court with a rich, resonant voice, and watching her elder sister rouse regiments to fiery zeal in the camp. By comparison, Paul's delivery had been hopelessly flat. No rise where there should have been passion, no weight where there should have been pause. "This was an improvement," Paul replied, quite satisfied with himself. "I did not misread a single word." His mind drifted briefly back to a different life, on a different world, fumbling through compulsory speeches in front of superiors or colleagues, losing his place mid-page, feeling his thoughts go white and empty while his mouth stumbled on automatically. By that measure, tonight had been a triumph. Around him sat the core of his government and his army, people he saw almost daily now. Formal stiffness had long since fallen away. They ate well, drank deep, and argued cheerfully over policy and tactics between mouthfuls of roast and spoonfuls of stew. Among them, newly arrived from Franklin Port, was Admiral Austin, commander of the Navy. Halfway through the wine, he thumped his own forehead with the heel of his hand. "Almost forgot something important, drinking like this," he muttered, pushing back his chair and weaving his way around to Eileen's side. The head of education looked up at him, curiosity bright in her eyes. Carefully, Austin drew an envelope from inside his coat. "Miss Betty Dyers," he said, using her adopted name and title. "This was entrusted to our squadron at Westport by a man who begged us to see it safely to you. He said he had come from the royal capital and claimed to be kin of yours." From Crystallite, Eileen's heart gave a hard, sudden jump. She exchanged a quick look with her maid guard Leah. The same question shone in both pairs of eyes. If the letter had come from the capital, then it was almost certainly from her parents, or from her sister. Had they really found out she was living in the Northwest Gulf? Miss Betty, Austin prompted gently. "Nice." "Yes, thank you," Eileen said, snapping back to herself. She rose quickly and accepted the envelope with both hands, then passed it at once to Leah for safekeeping, casting her a sharp, measuring look as she did so. The maid stiffened inwardly. Surely Her Highness does not think I have been sending word back to Crystallite. Paul leaned in from his place. You have family in the capital, Betty? He asked, then caught himself. Oh, of course. I was being dense. He had finally remembered the surname Dias. The reigning queen herself, consort to King Rodney, hailed from the Dias house of Gaybella. The connection was not exactly subtle. Yes, something like that, Eileen answered, laughing a little too quickly. In a moment of panic, she had once given her mother's name as her own. Now Count Grayman clearly believed she belonged to the imperial Dias line. So be it. She and Leah spent the rest of the banquet with their thoughts far from the table. When at last the guests began to drift away into the cold winter night, Eileen all but fled with Leah back to their lodgings. Once the door was safely barred, she turned on her maid in earnest. She trusted Leah's loyalty without reservation. But even the most faithful servant might think, in all sincerity, that a princess had no business wandering around some northern frontier for years on end. That kind of concern could lead to quiet letters home. Under patient but pointed questioning, Leah protested her innocence with such bewildered honesty that Eileen let the matter drop. Her own instinct agreed. This was not the leak. Then who found us? Eileen murmured, pacing. No answer came. In the end, she pushed the puzzle aside and let her longing take hold. The letter still lay unopened. She drew it out with trembling fingers. During the feast, she had slipped away under some flimsy pretext, found an empty corridor, and turned the envelope over and over in her hands, studying every pen stroke. She did not recognize the writing, but the turns of phrase, the rhythm of the sentences. They were her mother's without question. The whole thing had been written as cautiously as possible. There were no names, no titles, no mention of palaces or crowns. Just you and I, page after page, in case prying eyes saw what they should not. It poured out the writer's aching worry, scolded her gently for staying away so long, and swore over and over that no one would force her into a marriage she did not want. At the end, the tone softened into pleading. Come home, it begged, come back soon. Come if you can before Holy Descent Day, and let the family be whole again. By the time she reached the bottom, Eileen's eyes were streaming. It had taken her a long while to calm herself enough to return to table with her composure intact. Now, safely alone with Leah, she let the tears come. The maid read the letter too, lips pressed together, and when she looked up she said quietly, My lady, we have been gone for a very long time. It is time we went back. Guilt washed through Eileen like a tide. Leah had followed her without complaint into a strange land, served her faithfully for nearly 2 full years, and all that time had been just as far from her own parents as Eileen had been from hers. At last, Eileen wiped her eyes and drew a steadying breath. The ache of homesickness rolled over everything else. You are right, Leah, she said, taking her maid's hand and squeezing it tight. We should go home and see them. Chapter 341, A Promise to Return What? You are going to Crystallite. Paul almost dropped into his chair a second time. He had only just sat down in his office when Betty, Eileen, to those who knew the truth, appeared at the door and calmly announced that she wanted leave to visit relatives in the capital. Yes, Paul. Eileen sounded hesitant, almost guilty. I know the work here is very important right now, but I still have to make a trip to Crystallite. Because of that letter from the capital, Paul asked. Your relatives there have called you home. Eileen dipped her head in a small nod. All right, Paul rubbed his brow. They're in back again, and however long you stay with them, how much time are we talking about? Well, she faltered. In truth, she had no idea whether she would be allowed to leave Crystallite again, if she even wanted to. She had run away to escape her father's iron-clad plans for her future. If her mother's assurances were honest, those chains had been cut. By rights, there was no longer any need to stay away. Her original idea had been to live in the Northwest Gulf for a while, nothing more. Yet she loved the work she had taken on here, perhaps a little over a month, she said at last, plucking a figure from the air. She could not admit her true misgivings, not yet. What if Paul refused to let her go? Very well, Paul sighed. Take a month and a half. Saints, that is a long stretch. I really will miss having you here. Controlling so much of Emden had only hardened his resolve to plant more schools, and soon. The next generation needed the right values, as he liked to phrase it. Never mind how often the word brainwashing tried to sneak into his thoughts. Without Betty, those plans would hitch and stall. In that case, Paul, while I am gone, I would like to recommend Laddie as my acting replacement, Eileen said. If she had to leave, and quite possibly for good, she had no intention of abandoning the work she had begun in the Northwest Gulf. A mere year and a half ago, she had looked on this region as a ragged fringe of civilization. Fields of illiterates, ignorance everywhere, and in all Arda only one makeshift school cobbled together on a lord's whim. Now there were classrooms, timetables, proper examinations. New schools planned, others already full. She knew, without false modesty, that much of that change was her doing, and she wanted it to last. So she named the person she trusted most, Laddie Sesha. I will accept your recommendation, Paul said at once. The two of you are easily the most highly educated souls in my lands. Educated? Eileen tilted her head. What does that mean exactly? How much learning a person has had, Paul said with a shrug. You and Laddie are proper scholars, and you studied in the Scholars' Tower besides, did you not? That is true, Eileen admitted. The praise warmed her for a heartbeat, then curdled into guilt. Should I tell him? She thought. Tell him that I may not come back at all. Whatever else he was, Paul had trusted her. He had handed her the education of his people, when half his advisors had argued against it. He had stood against them and backed her to the hilt. Am I about to betray that trust? Paul, she began. Yes, no, nothing. I should go. I need to speak with Laddie and hand things over. She shook her head. The words would not come. All right, off you go then. Eileen reached the doorway, then paused and glanced back. I am thinking of taking one of the new merchant ships south, by sea. What do you think? I see no problem with that, Paul said. They have been running long enough without a single accident. Oh, good. She closed the door behind her and left him to his paperwork. He had scarcely finished the next report when the door banged open again. Now who? The silhouette in the frame was familiar. The head of education once more. Betty, is there something else? I wanted to say, she swallowed, then blurted, I will come back. I promise I will come back. She had already decided. Whatever happened in Crystallite, she would find a way to see the Northwest Gulf again. Perhaps not in a mere month. Perhaps not under this borrowed name. But she would return. Paul blinked. There was something final in her tone that he did not like at all. An unwelcome thought flitted through his mind. The air in the room seemed to thicken. After a long, strained silence, Paul rose and crossed the floor to stand before her. He met her eyes and asked, very gently, Is this relative someone you cannot avoid visiting? Eileen nodded. Are there difficulties? Paul tried again. I mean, on the road, perhaps. Any danger you expect to meet? She shook her head. All right, he said quietly. Before you leave, think it through properly. If you need anything at all, say so. She dropped her gaze. Yes, thank you, I believe you, Paul said, smiling. About coming back, I mean. I will let Laddie act in your stead, but the post is yours. It will be waiting. So relax and go and enjoy yourself in Crystallite. The warmth in his voice and the way he held her gaze sent a sudden flush to Eileen's cheeks. A nameless feeling stirred, rising up from somewhere she did not care to examine. Thank you, she whispered, and fled before she betrayed herself further. 3 days later, Paul and Laddie stood by the roadside to see Eileen and Lear off. He had arranged a carriage to carry them to Franklin Port. From there, they would board a merchantman bound south. As the driver shook out the reins, Eileen leaned from the window, waving. Behind her, Heart Lake Town was already beginning to shrink. Its rooftops, its tower, the manor itself, and the two small figures who still watched from the verge. A pang caught at her. Is it the work? She asked herself. No, I have handed everything over. Laddie is more than capable. If I never come back, Paul will simply make it official, and she will do very well. Is it my friendship with Laddie Sesha? That hurt, certainly. Aside from Leah, Laddie was the person she trusted most in this cold northern place. But she had given Laddie one of the ways to reach her in Crystallite. Letters could still fly back and forth, and if Laddie ever did appear at the capital's gates, well, the reunion would be quite something. Then what is it? Something else was tugging at her, she knew that much. As the carriage finally dipped out of sight behind a rise, Laddie glanced sideways at Paul. You are not going to try to keep her here? She asked. Keep her? Paul frowned. What for? She is only taking a month and a half's leave to visit relatives in the capital. The question had nudged something under the surface. A vague, restless anxiety stirred in his chest, but he pushed it stubbornly away. "I have a bad feeling about this," Laddie murmured, brow creasing. "Enough," Paul cut in. "She is not my slave. What right do I have to stop her seeing her own family?" "Very well," Laddie said softly. "Let us hope my worries are needless." She said no more. Inwardly, though, she could not shake the thought. Runaway girls did not arrive on wild frontiers by ordinary paths. However long they lingered, sooner or later, they went back to the place the world had chosen for them. Chapter 342. Tidings of disaster dawn was barely breaking when the sharp crack of hoofbeats shattered the morning quiet. A rider, frantic with urgency, drove his mount hard through the empty streets of Heartlake town. Mercifully, most folk were still abed. He thundered across the bridge and into the old quarter on Heartlake Island. As Paul's domains had expanded, and as he had gradually woven into his administration the systems he remembered from another world, Arda's bureaucracy had ballooned. New offices had sprouted like mushrooms after rain. The island, surrounded by water, offered natural advantages in security and secrecy. And since Lord Paul made his residence in the castle there, most departments had chosen to build their headquarters on the Isle as well. The population was now largely clerks and their families, the old lakeside folk who had lived here before. They had taken their relocation payments and moved quite cheerfully to pleasant new homes on the southern shore, larger, newer, more comfortable. In an age when a lord's authority brooked no resistance, no one had dreamed of being an obstinate holdout. In fact, when they had learned the administrative council would not only build them new houses, but hand them coin besides, the whole population had wept with shock and fallen to their knees, shouting Paul's name to the heavens. The rider did not slacken pace. He galloped straight for the Intelligence Bureau's headquarters, then remembered with a curse that the doors would not yet be open. Wheeling his horse about, he drove on. Minutes later, he was hammering at Cecil, the intelligence chief, on his own doorstep. Cecil's drowsy servant grumbled the caller inside. By the time Cecil burst from his house 20 minutes later, half-dressed and swearing, he was already mounted on a fresh horse, galloping toward the manor. "What on earth is this about?" Paul groaned, yawning so wide his jaw cracked. He had been hauled from his warm bed by Steward Philip, and the bitter winter morning was doing nothing for his temper. "My lord, urgent news from Crystallite," Cecil gasped, pressing a sealed document into his hands. "You must send word to Franklin Port at once. Stop every ship preparing to sail south. News from the capital." "What has that to do with?" Paul broke the seal, and the words hit him like a fist in the gut. "Pirates have assailed Westport. The Royal Naval Garrison is destroyed." For several seconds, he stood frozen. Then he moved. "Summon a courier." "Now, yes, my lord. Telegraph Theodore, the mayor of Franklin Port, and Admiral Austin. Tell them to intercept every vessel heading south. Say we have intelligence of pirates. Use plain language. Speed matters more than secrecy." The attendant bolted. Paul and Cecil, at once, convened an emergency council of Heartlake's senior officials. Westport was crucial, a gateway to Oldor's southern reaches and to Corner Bay beyond. If hostile forces seized and held it, they had effectively throttled the Northwest Gulf's lifeline. The region's growing dependence on maritime trade meant losing the port was unthinkable. "My lord," Hansel was on his feet, flushed with excitement. "You must dispatch the Navy at once to retake the city for His Majesty." Bryce let out a harsh, dismissive laugh. The local officers around him, men who had grown up in the Northwest, had long since tired of Hansel's constant appeals to royal interest. Every time the crown had a problem, this man was eager to sacrifice Arda's well-being on the altar of his royal commissioner title, as if that pretentious appointment had ever put coin in anyone's pocket. Who paid his wages? Count Grayman, that was who, not King Rodney. The two men's voices rose, bickering, until Paul felt his skull about to split. Laddie Sesha leaned close and tugged at his sleeve. "Betty sent me a telegraph 2 days ago," she whispered. "Her ship was about to depart, which means it has already been at sea for 2 days." Paul's face darkened. "Can the naval cutters catch her?" Laddie asked, worry sharp in her voice. "The merchantman is slow, laden with cargo," Paul said, though his own anxiety was evident. "They might overtake her, if the gods are willing. Let us pray they do." the discussion turned to military options. Chief of Staff Schroeder reported on naval readiness. "My lord, the two earliest windships, Hope and Southern Star, are undergoing major refit at Franklin Port. We can currently field 12 galleys and 6 additional sailing vessels, including 2 newly commissioned double-masted ships." Major refit. Why? Paul frowned. Those ships were barely 2 years old. When we first built them, we rushed the timber, did not allow proper seasoning. The hulls have deteriorated rapidly as a result. Very well. So we are seriously reduced in fighting strength. Not entirely, my lord. The new double-masted vessels have larger hulls and superior firepower. Each carries 2 rows of 12-pounder cannon on her sides. At range, we can reduce an enemy ship to splinters. The speed is somewhat reduced compared to the square riggers, though still excellent by any reasonable standard. Paul exhaled with relief. That is something, at least. After lengthy debate, the council reached consensus. The sea trade routes could not be abandoned to pirates. Arda's entire current prosperity rested on overseas exports. At the military's urging, the first priority was reconnaissance, understanding what enemy force occupied Westport. Only someone truly formidable could have destroyed the Royal Navy. Coordination with the Aldor government was equally critical. If the pirates proved too strong, it would be foolish for Arda alone to challenge them. The Crown would certainly want a hand in the response. Hansel leaped at the opportunity. "Let me go to Crystallite as our representative. I can liaise with His Majesty's government." Everyone understood his real motive. If he could claim credit for rallying Arda to the Crown's aid, the capital's great ones would view him with new favor. Seeing his enthusiasm, Paul simply nodded. "Go, then. But Hansel, you will take the overland route." "Yes, my lord. I have never sailed long distances, and there are now pirates at sea." Hansel shuddered. "I will leave at first light by road." The naval response would have to wait for Franklin Port's commanders to arrive and plan the details. That night, Paul found his thoughts circling back, again and again, to Betty. 2 days already, he thought grimly. The ship must be miles down the coast by now. He sat in his study long after the others had left, staring at nothing, and prayed, to whatever gods might listen, that the naval cutters were fast enough. Chapter 343. Approach to Westport. The Fortune was a merchant vessel registered to Todd Shipping. A spanking new double-masted sailing ship with a pleasantly plump hull and 2 full decks. She plied regularly between Franklin Port and Westport, carrying cargo and passengers both. Unlike the Spartan bunks aboard Hope and Southern Star, the Fortune offered actual cabins. Small, admittedly, but proper sleeping quarters for those who could afford them. Ordinary sailors still swung in hammocks down in the hold, on rotating shifts. For common folk, even these modest cabins were luxuries beyond reach. They were crammed into the dark, airless hold below the waterline, where the reek was nearly solid, and the damp pressed against your skin like a living thing. It was not so very different from the smugglers' vessels that would sail these routes in centuries yet to come. Dreadful journey, Leah groaned, clutching her stomach with one hand and the rail with the other. Her normally sharp face had gone the color of spoiled milk. She had just finished heaving her guts over the side. The meager breakfast she had eaten was long gone. Eileen rubbed her back gently, concern etched into every line. "I am so sorry. You should not have to suffer this on my account." The first day aboard had been pleasant enough, but on the second Leah had succumbed to seasickness. The Administrative Council had decreed that every merchant vessel carry a physician, and the ship's doctor had eased the worst of it, though eased was perhaps too generous a word. The sickness came and went. Leah managed a wry smile between bouts. "My lady, what manner of talk is that?" Her voice had gradually shifted since leaving Arda, returning to the formal, almost stern tone she had adopted as a royal princess's guard. "A knight's first duty is service to her sovereign. Hardship is part of the path we choose. Ugh." She clapped a hand over her mouth and bolted for the rail again. "You should stop trying to make speeches and just sit down," Eileen said, still rubbing her back with patient, soothing strokes. A voice called out from somewhere on deck. What loyalty! What devotion! It was Velos, the other passenger, a merchant, by his own account, who hailed from Westport and had made Heart Lake Town his base of operations for a year. He was returning home to settle some business matters. Eileen had noticed, though, that Velos and his handful of attendants seemed to circle endlessly around her and Leah, always finding excuses to be nearby. Was she being paranoid? The ship was hardly vast. Seeing the same faces repeatedly was inevitable, and Velos had done nothing overtly suspicious. Besides, even if he had harbored ill intentions, Eileen and Leah felt no real fear. The Fortune's captain and officers knew who Eileen was, a high official of the Administrative Council, one of Count Grayman's trusted deputies. Mayor Theodore had impressed upon them the importance of her safety. Upon arrival in Westport, they would even dispatch an escort to see the ladies to the municipal hall. The officers, mercifully, had not been told exactly what Eileen intended to do there. Velos strolled over now, a portly, ruddy-faced man in merchant's garb. Eileen turned to greet him. "You are most kind, Mr. Velos. Come to admire the view again. Ha ha, guilty as charged. For we landlubbers, the endless sea is a rare and wonderful sight." He gestured expansively toward the horizon. "Though I must say, a female knight is uncommon. Since your attendant bears that rank, I deduce you must be nobility." Eileen's brow twitched almost imperceptibly. "One might say so, yes, might say so. Hard. I am impressed by your humility, a woman of such obvious station, yet so modest in her bearing." Before Eileen could respond, she spotted the Fortune's captain approaching. "Ah, Miss Diaz." He greeted them, nodding respectfully. All three passengers, including Velos, inclined their heads in return. The captain removed his hat as he drew near, a gesture of deference. He had been nervous from the moment. Todd had informed him that the famous head of Arda's education program would be sailing aboard his ship. He had spent the voyage in a state of quiet dread, terrified that something might go wrong and damage his reputation. By the gods' grace, aside from the young lady's attendant suffering from seasickness, the crossing had been uneventful. "How is Miss Leah feeling? Has the ship's physician's care helped?" "Very much, thank you. She is much improved." "Good, good. A few more voyages, and she will have her sea legs entirely. I came to tell you that we are approaching Westport now. If you care to stand here a little longer, you should see it break the horizon." Truly, Eileen's eyes lit up, and Leah managed a weak but genuine smile. They gripped each other's hands. The first time Eileen had allowed herself to show such affection in public, and hurried toward the bow. Velos watched them go, a thin smile playing at his lips. As the Fortune drew nearer the port, the captain shaded his eyes and scanned the water ahead. His frown deepened. "Strange," he muttered. "No traffic, no vessels coming or going. Westport is hardly a hive of commerce, but this quietness, it is not right." Years at sea had honed his instincts. His mind dredged up memories of the pirates who had infested the Northwest Gulf a couple of years back, all supposedly destroyed. But memory was a cautious thing. Could there be pirates lying in wait? He said aloud. "No, the waters here have been clear for some time." And yet, his caution won out. "All hands, reduce speed. Hold position, do not approach the harbor." His crew obeyed instantly, though confusion rippled through their ranks. The first mate, second mate, and other senior officers converged on the captain. He laid out his misgivings in a low voice, and the debate began at once, some arguing they should press on, others that they should turn back north immediately. On the foredeck, Eileen felt the ship's pace slacken and sensed the sudden tension. "Why have we stopped? We are so close." She frowned, unease coiling in her stomach. "I will ask," Leah said, still looking rather gray, and made her way toward the captain. Eileen followed close behind. "Ladies," the captain began, his voice guarded, "I fear there may be something amiss in Westport. I suspect pirates may be in harbor." "Pirates," Eileen said sharply. "The Royal Navy eliminated all the pirates along this coast. The western waters have been clear for years, at least in the Crown's demesne. Which is precisely why I hesitate to believe my own suspicions," the captain admitted. "Yet something, Captain," one of the sailors cried. "A vessel approaching from the harbor. Small galley moving toward us." All eyes fixed on Westport. Indeed, a small oared vessel was gliding toward them across the water, moving with deliberate, unhurried grace. Chapter 344. Snatched from the tiger's jaws, alert the whole ship, stand to. The Fortune's captain barked the order, his brow furrowed tight. He turned to Eileen and the others. Ladies, you'd best get below. Eileen shook her head. If they are pirates and you cannot hold them, hiding will do us no good. She patted the sword at her hip. She and Leah had been traveling in men's garb for convenience, and said, "We know a little swordplay. If it comes to a fight, we can lend a hand." Beside her, Leah nodded. Not only was she the princess's sworn knight, but the princess herself had received excellent sword instruction from childhood and was confident in her own skill. With a blade in hand, no ordinary man could come near. Otherwise, two young women would never have dared to run away from home in the first place. Very well," the captain said, eyeing them doubtfully. The merchant Velos spoke up. "If these ladies are brave enough to face danger, what kind of men would we be to scuttle below decks?" The other passengers echoed his sentiment, vowing to stay on deck and share the risk. "Good," the captain said, his own courage bolstered. He ordered the crew to arm those passengers who had no weapons of their own. The small boat from Westport drew nearer. The captain reckoned there were about 10 men aboard, oarsmen included. His own ship carried more than 50. This single boat posed no threat. But if they were pirates, there would be more of them in the harbor. He told the men on deck to conceal their weapons. "I am the harbor official," the leader called as they came alongside, requesting permission to come aboard. "Very well," the captain agreed. "Lower the rope ladder." The self-proclaimed official and several companions climbed up. "Where is your ship from?" he asked. The captain frowned. "The Fortune, out of the Northwest Gulf. We've called at Westport many times, registered with the harbor office. Surely you recognize us?" His suspicion was turning to alarm. The Fortune's all-sail rig was unusual for these waters, highly distinctive. How could a harbor official not know her? Hearing the captain's question, the official gave an embarrassed smile. "My apologies. I am newly posted to Westport and not yet familiar with all the details." Then his expression hardened. "But why do you linger so close to the harbor without entering? Are you spying on the port? On the Royal Navy, perhaps?" No, Your Honor," the captain hastily explained. "Our rudder is damaged. We wanted to test whether we could repair it before attempting to dock." "I see, the rudder." The official stroked his chin. "In that case, don't drift about out here. Let the wind carry you toward Westport. Once you're close, we'll send boats to tow you in. Dry dock will make the work far easier. Westport has many skilled craftsmen who can handle even a vessel as novel as yours." "Ha! Much obliged, sir," the captain said, feigning gratitude. Velos suddenly spoke up. "Your Honor, please give my regards to your colleague, Mr. Jefferson. He and I are old acquaintances. I shall look him up while I'm here." He extended his hand as he spoke. The official took it, smiling. "Ah, Jefferson, I'll pass on your greetings." After a few more pleasantries, the official and his men climbed back into their boat and rowed toward Westport. "Captain," Velos said urgently, "turn the ship about at once. Get us far from Westport. Jefferson is a name I invented. There cannot possibly be a harbor official by that name." And when I shook his hand, I felt thick calluses, nothing like the hands of a clerk. "Something is very wrong in that harbor." The captain's face went grim. I was already thinking of turning tail. "Your suspicion makes me certain." He gave the order to head north. Faced with the threat of pirates, the crew worked with a speed and efficiency they had never shown before. A north wind was blowing. They angled the hull and sails to split the wind's force, one component pushing the ship sideways, the other driving her forward. The sideways thrust was cancelled by the hull's resistance in the water, while the forward push propelled the vessel northward. Thus the Fortune began to move, zigzagging across the sea toward the northern horizon. The maneuver took time, but the harbor official, confident his performance had fooled them, was no doubt congratulating himself back in port, waiting for his prey to sail meekly into the trap. He made no further move. Only when the Fortune turned north did they realize they had been the ones deceived. After a scramble of activity, several larger vessels emerged from Westport in pursuit. But the Fortune had already gained a good lead. The galleys could not catch her. "What do we do now?" Eileen asked, watching the distant ships fade into the south. Her homecoming had turned into a flight for safety, and she felt a deep sense of loss. And now pirates held the kingdom's western coast. As a princess, she feared for her realm's fate. The captain outlined his plan. We don't have enough food or fresh water to reach the Northwest Gulf. We must find a supply point to the north. Velo suggested. There are many ports along the western coast. They cannot all have fallen to pirates. Securing supplies should be easy. The captain rubbed his chin. You have a point. We could find a nearby port and unload our cargo there rather than haul it all the way back north. But first we must send a boat ashore to scout the situation. That evening, as the sun sank, the Fortune's crew shared a somber meal. They passed a restless night. The next morning, a landing party went ashore and learned from a fishing village that Westport had indeed been seized by pirates who had appeared from nowhere. The Royal Navy garrison was destroyed. Crystallite was now scrambling to raise ships and crews for a counterattack. Aboard the Fortune, everyone shuddered at how close they had come to sailing straight into the tiger's jaws. Chapter 345. Shadows on the road, we part ways here then, Captain. On a wind-swept street in a small coastal town, Eileen offered her hand to the captain of the Fortune. Miss Diaz, you truly do not want an escort? He asked helplessly. He could hardly reconcile the sight before him with the refined lady official he had expected. The two young women who had stepped ashore had promptly bought a pair of fine, spirited horses and proper tack. Now both sat in the saddle like born riders, travel cloaks flaring, swords at their hips. Add that to their claim of being skilled in swordplay, and the image of a mild, bookish head of education dissolved entirely. Even so, the captain could not shake his worry. If anything happened to these young ladies on the road south, would Count Grayman hold him responsible? Captain, really, it is not necessary, Eileen said, her tone gentle but firm. Thank you for looking after us all the way. Leah and I know this region well enough. We have friends in most of the towns between here and Crystallite. You still need to organize men and wagons to move your cargo on. We cannot trouble you further. Her voice was soft, her resolve was not. Very well, the captain conceded at last. Then take great care, both of you. Fair winds on your road, thank you. And may your voyages be safe. Goodbye. They swung into the saddle, gave him a last wave, and rode away from the little town. Since we left home, only a year or so has passed, but the kingdom has changed beyond recognition. Eileen murmured some hours later, her horse picking its way along the rutted road. The siege of Thorn Bastion, the Duke of the Eastern Marches stirring, the standoff at Fothel, and now pirates on the western coast. Our kingdom, she whispered, her throat tightening, truly is beset on every side. While father and my sister exhaust themselves holding everything together, I ran away to hide in the Northwest Gulf. She was not entirely sure whether she was regretting her flight or simply feeling the weight of it. Your Highness, you were not hiding, Leah said quickly. Those supplies Count Grayman sends the royal army. Your work in Arda helped make them possible. Think of the schools you built. How many capable people will serve the Count because of them? Do not flatter me, Eileen said, shaking her head. Paul is the one who always says it. 10 years for a tree, 100 for a person. The schools in Arda have only just taken root. It will be a long time before any real harvest. She gave a rueful little laugh. I dare say even Hansel has achieved more, at least in the short term. He managed to drag half a wagon load of literate folk out of the capital. She broke off as Leah lifted a hand sharply for silence. What is it? Arm yourself, Highness, Leah said quietly, drawing her sword with a hiss. Her whole demeanor had changed. No longer the harried traveler, but the hard-edged knight. Eileen's mood cooled at once. So, we have scavengers on our trail. Her fingers brushed the spring mechanism at her wrist. Hidden under her sleeve was a compact dart launcher, Laddie's farewell gift, for when words no longer suffice. Look behind us, Leah went on. That little group. At first I thought nothing of it, but they have been with us far too long. They may just be heading the same way, Eileen said, though doubt was already creeping in. Then why do they match our pace so precisely? Leah countered. When we speed up, they speed up. When we slacken, they slacken. Always at the same distance. That is not coincidence. You are right, Eileen said, fully alert now. They reined in and turned their horses, facing their shadowers head-on. There were 8 of them, all in plain, unremarkable clothes. When they saw the 2 riders stop and stare, they too came to a halt. For a long, strange minute, they simply looked at each other across several dozen paces of empty road. tension coiling tighter with every heartbeat. At last Leah could stand it no longer. "Highness, allow me to ride over and ask their business." "I will go with you." "No," Leah said firmly. "You should stay here. If they turn hostile, you ride. At once." Eileen narrowed her eyes, a faint, teasing smile touching her lips. "What a handful of hedge thieves, and already you are telling your sovereign to run. Has a year of schoolrooms really dulled my night so much?" Lady Leah." "Very well," Leah sighed, knowing that tone. The little princess could be as stubborn on an open road as she was over a book. In truth, Eileen was not overly worried. The men opposite wore no visible swords or spears. The gulf between a trained knight and a commoner was no laughing matter. Even if Leah, as a woman, lacked the brute strength of a big man, her training and reach gave her every advantage. As long as they did not let anyone in close, a well-taught knight with a good blade could hack a gang of roadside ruffians to pieces. At least that was the plan. To their surprise, the strangers made the first move. Seeing the women halt, they kicked their own horses into a canter and came on. Leah clamped her knees into her mount's flanks, sword lowered in a ready guard. Eileen raised her arm, the hidden mechanism under her sleeve aligning on the oncoming riders. The leader flung up both hands. "Do not shoot. We are friends, your own people." That voice, Eileen frowned. It was oddly familiar. Still, she did not lower her arm. When they were close enough, Leah called out sharply, "Who are you? Why have you been following us?" "Do not be alarmed, Lady Leah Lambert," the leader said, reaching up to his chin. Both women stiffened. He had used Leah's full name. He gave his false beard a hard yank. It came away in his hand, revealing a face they knew all too well. The plump merchant they had shared the fortune with. Velos. Behind him, the other riders pulled off hoods, shook out hair, stripped away small disguises. Every face belonged to a fellow passenger. "Velos, I knew you were up to no good." Eileen snapped, her dart still trained on his chest. He had hovered around them constantly aboard ship, and now this. "Your Highness, Eileen, please hear me out," he said quickly. Plainly, he knew exactly who she was. That at least did not shock her. Anyone who could name Leah Lambert could hardly be ignorant of the princess she served. "We are acting under Lady Arfina's orders," Velos said, raising his hands higher and offering a wry, apologetic smile. "Our task is to remain near you and ensure your safety." "What?" Eileen stared. He swung down from his horse, reached into his coat, and produced a rolled document, offering it with both hands. "Here is my authorization, Your Highness." Eileen moved to take it, but Leah stepped neatly between them and accepted it herself, breaking the seal and scanning the contents carefully. After a moment, she nodded to Eileen. "It is indeed Lady Arfina's hand, and it says exactly what he claims." "Arfina?" Eileen asked, eyes narrowing. "So this came from my sister as well, then?" "From the royal side." Velos lowered his head in silence. That was answer enough. A sudden, sour thought struck Eileen. "When did you start shadowing us?" "Please, do not be angry, Your Highness," Velos said, hesitating. "We found your trail at Stone Pillar Fort and followed you from there to the Northwest Gulf." He dropped to one knee. "It was our failure in the forest, when the black-striped tiger attacked. We could not reach you in time. I beg your pardon." They had been strangers themselves then, stumbling through unknown woods, and Eileen and Leah had vanished into the trees at speed. They had lost sight of their charge, and only learned later that Paul and Laddie had intervened. "Stone Pillar Fort," Eileen whispered. "That is practically on Crystallite's doorstep." A wave of helplessness washed through her. All this time, she had fancied herself a runaway princess, hidden away at the world's edge. In truth, her elder sister had known where she was from the very first step. Chapter 346. An audience in Crystallite, a finely appointed carriage, rolled at a measured pace along the avenue leading to Crystallite's royal palace. Inside, Baron Hansel Abbott sat with his eyes closed as if resting, though his thoughts were racing. In a short while, he would stand before the king. There would be no second chance to make this impression. "My boy, there is no need to fret," said the man at his side. A gentleman in his 40s with silver just beginning to thread his hair, Earl Abbott, Hansel's father. "His Majesty is a gracious, gentle king. I have already coached you in the formalities. Beyond that, speak plainly. Say what must be said." "Yes, father," Hansel replied. His face, however, remained taut and complicated. The older man, by contrast, felt secretly delighted. Only yesterday, his younger son had walked back through the door of the family townhouse in Crystallite. The household was still riding the high of it when Hansel had announced his intention to request an audience with the king. Earl Abbot had quickly learned why. News of the pirate assault on West Port had reached the Northwest Gulf. Under Count Paul Greyman's leadership, the northern lords had resolved to send ships and men to the crown's aid. Their fleet was already sailing south. Hansel had returned as the Northern Coalition's envoy, tasked with coordinating action with the royal government. At last, the father thought with pride, his younger son would stand tall in royal service, just as his elder brother did. A long-nurtured dream was finally stirring to life. Given that Hansel had never before knelt to the king, Earl Abbot had insisted on accompanying him. Better to be present, he thought, than to hear later that a nervous slip had soured his majesty's regard. The carriage rolled through the palace gates and came to a halt. Hansel climbed down at once and stepped up to the line of royal guards. "I am Hansel, Abbot of House Abbot," he announced, "envoy for the lords of the Northwest Gulf, come to seek audience with his majesty." The guard officer frowned faintly at the name, rummaging through half-remembered gossip. Then it clicked. Hansel Abbot, the whore's son, the boy born of that scandal years ago, when Earl Abbot had defied every rule of noble conduct and taken a brothel girl into his house. The story had been the talk of the capital, and had done the Earl's prospects no favors. Contempt flickered across the guard's eyes for an instant before he smoothed his face again. The royal household guard was drawn from the cleanest bloodlines in the realm, young nobles of unimpeachable pedigree. A man like Hansel, whose parentage stained his line, did not sit high in their estimation. He inspected the envoy's credentials with unnecessary thoroughness, then grunted, "You may enter," in a flat, grudging tone. That brief flash of scorn, and the weight of it in the man's voice, cut Hansel like a blade. For a heartbeat, he found himself missing the Northwest Gulf. Out there, no one weighed him in the scales of lineage before looking at his work. He forced the feeling down and returned to the carriage, his face expressionless. The horses pulled forward again, bearing them under the arch and into the palace grounds. All of this was watched from not far off, from another carriage waiting its turn. Hansel Abbot. Princess Eileen peered past the curtain toward the looming palace. The name slipped from her lips almost absently. What is he doing back in Crystallite? Did Paul send him? She wondered aloud. Baron Abbot, the very same who serves as royal commissioner in Arda. Leah pressed a gloved hand to her mouth. Your Highness is certain. Quite certain, Eileen replied without hesitation. When their own carriage reached the gate, it was halted in turn. Who goes there? Out of the carriage for inspection, the guard captain barked. The vehicle was plain, without crest or ornament, exactly what a commoner might hire, so his tone held no more courtesy than before. A ring of guards closed in. It is I, Eileen said coolly, flicking aside the curtain and fixing the man with an unimpressed stare. Your Highness! A chorus of shocked exclamations ran through the guard line. The little princess had not been seen in the palace for a very long time. They knew nothing of her flight to the north. To them, she was simply returning by a different gate from whichever discreet errand she had chosen that day. Our apologies, Your Highness. The captain bowed so quickly his helm nearly slipped, and the entire detachment followed suit. The ring of steel parted at once to let the unmarked carriage roll through. In a side chamber of the palace, away from the great throne room, Hansel now stood before King Rodney. He bowed deeply, then straightened and held out a sealed letter with both hands, not directly to the king, of course, but to a chamberlain who bore it forward. Trusted intimates might hand things to the king themselves. Hansel was not such a man. Neither, for that matter, was his father, who had spent many years warming the same unimportant bench at court. So they moved through the old, elaborate dance of hierarchy and distance. Rodney, his hair and beard gone near white, broke the seal and read the letter slowly, his eyes narrowing in concentration. It was a joint petition. Count Paul Greyman, speaking for himself, and for the other lords of the Northwest Gulf, requested permission to send their fleet to join the Royal Navy in a concerted assault on the pirates. Paul had decided his own signature did not carry enough weight in the capital, and had therefore drawn in his allies, Houses Parker, Heller, and Ferdinand, to sign beside him. The king murmured, The lords of the Northwest are truly loyal and brave. Once again, they rush to shoulder the realm's burdens. First, Paul Grayman had stepped forward with grain when the Royal Army's stores had run dry. Then, at the height of the standoff between loyalists and rebels, he had corralled his neighbors into founding Northwest Industries and shipping arms. Solid, affordable weapons that had kept the royal ranks filled and fighting. Rodney had been forced to reevaluate that supposedly insignificant corner of his kingdom, especially Grayman himself. The king had quietly ordered the Heraldic College to trace that house's history and connections. Sometimes, in private moments, Rodney even wondered whether the old accusations that had dragged the family down should be struck from the record, their past honor restored. He sighed. If only lords in every quarter of the realm were as eager to serve as those in the Northwest, Giles's rebellion would have been a short, sorry episode. He looked back at Hansel. "And you have done well also, Hansel. You have worked hard. It seems Catherine was wise to send you north as royal commissioner to the lords there." "It is nothing more than my duty, sire," Hansel said quickly, ducking his head. He drew a breath. "Your Majesty, before the Northwest Gulf Fleet can join battle alongside the Royal Navy, they require a harbor as a base of operations, a place to refit and resupply. I humbly ask your Majesty to choose such a port." A harbor, Rodney stroked his beard. The request was reasonable enough. "Tell me, Hansel, can these northern commanders keep their men in hand?" The king knew all too well what armies could become in the wrong mood, plundering locusts who left little but ash behind. The last thing he wanted was foreign soldiers marauding through his coastal towns under his own banner. "Sire, from what I have seen, the discipline of the Northwest troops is second only to that of the royal regulars," Hansel replied. He had nearly said, beyond compare, but thought better of it. There were some sensibilities he preferred not to prod. "You may rely on them. They will not trouble the local folk." "Very well," Rodney said at last. "I trust your judgment. We will designate Kielport as the Northwest Fleet's base. It lies closest to your brother Harrison's encampment and will make coordination simpler." "Thank you, your Majesty." Hansel bowed again. He had already heard from his father that his elder brother had been named commander of the campaign against the pirates. The thought filled him with mingled pride and determination. For the first time in many years, both Abbott brothers now stood, in their different ways, in the service of the crown. Chapter 347. Homecoming. The corridors were familiar. The gardens were familiar. Eileen gazed wide-eyed at everything she knew so well. After more than a year and a half away, the palace seemed almost unchanged. She hurried along the passages with Leah at her heels, making straight for the Queen's apartments. "Your Highness, Princess Eileen, the Father be praised." Servants they passed stopped dead, their faces lighting up with shock and joy. The princess had vanished abruptly. The official story claimed she was staying with relatives in Gaybella, but after a year without a single visit home, everyone had guessed something was wrong. Eileen had always been gentle with the staff, and they had worried for her. Seeing her safe within the palace walls again brought a collective sigh of relief that seemed to ripple through the very stones. Eileen smiled at every bow and curtsy, but her pace never slackened. At last, she reached the doorway that had haunted her dreams. A woman's figure appeared at the threshold. "Mother," Eileen cried, throwing herself into Queen Phyllis's arms. The queen held her daughter tight, wordless, tears tracing silver paths down her cheeks. Around them, ladies in waiting and maids dabbed at their own eyes. Velos had sent riders galloping day and night from the coast to bring word of their arrival. So Phyllis knew Eileen was coming. But to spare her worry, no one had mentioned the brush with pirates. "Eileen, my precious girl, how could you be so hard-hearted?" "I am sorry, Mother. I should have come back sooner." They clung together, weeping, until the gentle urging of those around them finally parted them. Leah dropped to one knee before the Queen, head bowed low. "Your Majesty, I submit myself for punishment for my transgressions." Queen Phyllis looked at her for a long moment, then shook her head. "No, you have committed no crime. Leah, Eileen is your liege. The flight was her decision, not yours, much as I wish it had never happened. You faithfully fulfilled the duty of a knight." "Your Majesty," Leah did not look up, her voice thick with emotion. Phyllis reached down and took the knight's hands, raising her up. "Stand, loyal knight. Look who has come to see you." Leah's gaze traveled past the queen, and two figures filled her vision. Father, mother, her cry was a mix of shock and pure joy. Leah, my daughter. The three of them embraced tightly, a reunited family amidst the royal reunion. In a side hall of the palace, King Rodney was deep in discussion with the abbots, father and son, regarding the Northwest Fleet. Your Majesty, the Northwest Fleet is armed with formidable weaponry and possesses rich experience in combating pirates. When I first arrived in the Northwest Gulf, the region was plagued by them, yet within half a year they were wiped out. Of course, this time we rely primarily on Your Majesty's regular forces. Those northerners will doubtless be awed by Your Majesty's might. Hansel spoke fluently, painting a picture of inevitable victory once the two forces combined. I have heard something of Count Grayman's campaign against the pirates. The king mused. He is young, but clearly capable. Tell me, Hansel, rumor says the count invented a weapon that spews fire with devastating effect. Do you know of this? That, Your Majesty, the proper terms are cannon and musket, one large, one small. Only, Hansel hesitated. Count Grayman keeps strict secrecy around them. Unless one serves in the Ardor army, details are hard to come by. Very well. Rodney did not press. Every great noble had secrets. Even a king could not force them all into the light. Just then, a chamberlain hurried in and whispered in Rodney's ear. Hansel saw the change instantly. The king's composure cracked. His face came alive with emotion, mostly joy it seemed, but mixed with a flash of anger. It was puzzling. King Rodney cleared his throat, smoothing his features back into royal impassivity. He turned to Hansel's father. Lord Abbot, that will be all for today. Your son has done well. The old earl rose hastily, bowing. Your Majesty is too kind. The king addressed Hansel again. Tomorrow I will issue you a written order. Take it to the administrator at Kiel Port. He will assist you with the fleet's refit and supply. As you command, Your Majesty, Hansel replied respectfully. Go then and rest. The king rose, ending the audience. The abbots watched him leave through a side door. The moment he was out of sight, King Rodney's pace quickened. His guards scrambled to keep up. He did not stop until he reached the queen's apartments. There he paused, straightened his clothes, and walked in with deliberate calm. Inside the sitting room, he found the person he had longed to see, Eileen, nestled close to her mother, the two of them murmuring softly. Your Majesty, Leah's parents said, bowing as he entered. Eileen looked up, startled. She scrambled to her feet, but could not meet his eyes. She stood there, hands twisting, a child caught in mischief. In a sense, she was exactly that. Queen Phyllis hurried to her husband's side, shot him a warning glare, and whispered, Do not frighten the child. I know, the king muttered. He walked to Eileen, looking down at his daughter's bowed head. He reached out and gently stroked her hair, his voice a blend of rebuke and guilt. You foolish child, running away without a word. Do you have any idea how your mother worried? Father, at his touch, Eileen's defenses crumbled. She threw herself into his arms, surrounded once more by a warmth she had missed desperately. I was scared, she sobbed, tears flowing freely. I was scared, father, truly scared. Not the fear of being punished for a mistake. It was a fear I cannot even name. I know, the king repeated slowly, the guilt heavy in his chest. I will never, he started to promise, then stopped. If the scales tipped again, state against daughter, what choice would he make? Father in heaven, Rodney prayed silently, punish me if you must. Chapter 348. The Red Dragon Fleet arrives with Leah led away by her parents. The sitting room belonged once more to the royal family alone. Not quite whole, though. It is such a pity that sister is fighting in the south at a time like this. Eileen said, the glow of reunion dimming a little. Father, how goes the war there? Do not fret, King Rodney replied, managing a reassuring smile. The royal army will break the rebels in the end. Then your sister will come home. He did not dwell on details. Eileen did not press. In the Northwest Gulf, she had heard enough talk in council chambers to know the truth. The royal host and Giles's forces were locked in a grinding stalemate at Fothel, neither strong enough to crush the other. Tell me, Eileen, Rodney asked after a moment, what sort of man is this Count Paul Grayman? Reports of her time in the north, especially since Catherine had marched south, were regularly placed before him. He knew the outline. He wanted his daughter's own measure of the man. Paul, Count Grayman is. Eileen tipped her head, seeking the right words. In daily life, he is rather a dull fellow, she said at last, lips quirking. He has no taste for banquets or tournaments, or the endless chatter of other nobles. He spends his days hunched over ledgers and charts, or shut in his office scribbling away. In that sense, he is more dusty scholar than lord. But his learning is wide, not deep. He picks up a little of everything, and somehow still arrives at startling conclusions. She warmed to the subject as she went on. Then there are his inventions. The new paper, the porcelain. The capital has gone mad for them, has it not? The tinned food, which I know is already being issued to the army. And the little glass tube that lets you see living creatures, smaller than dust, crawling about on everything. And she stopped herself just before the words, muskets and cannon, slipped out. Paul had been very clear. She was not to speak of his new weapons lightly. Oh, Rodney murmured, stroking his beard. In that case he is a rare talent indeed. He paused, then added, what of that war in the Northwest Gulf last year? How did it come about? Eileen's mouth turned down. All because of that wretch Kent. For years he hid behind the old Duke's favor, and did as he pleased. The lords of the North hated him, but none dared speak out. Before the fighting started, he even tried to squeeze Arda. I happened to be present when his envoy arrived. You should have seen the arrogance. Then the Northwest Duke died, suddenly, suspiciously, and the title was granted to Count Kent, an outlander, over the Duke's own kin. It stank of conspiracy. The Duke's younger brother came forward, accusing Kent of using sorcery to murder him. And that, father, is how the war began. I see. Rodney nodded slowly. Her tale matched what he had heard from his royal commissioners. After his audience, Hansel Abbot wasted no time. The next morning he took the king's writ, mounted a fresh horse, and rode hard for the western coast. 2 days later, he intercepted the royal host on the march, the army his elder brother Harrison led against the pirates. That evening, in a lamplit command tent, Hansel relayed the king's decision. The Northwest Fleet would join forces with the Royal Navy, and Harrison was to choose his forward camp as near Kiel Port as practicable. Harrison, practical to the bone, accepted at once. Extra strength was extra strength, and this was his first independent command. Beneath the armor of confidence, a small knot of doubt still lurked. There was little time for brotherly catching up. After a single shared meal, Hansel took his leave and pressed on toward Kiel Port. On arrival, he went directly to the town hall, presented the king's seal, and negotiated docking rights for the northern ships. Then he scattered messengers up and down the coast, placing men in every harbor and fishing village he could reach. By his reckoning, the fleet should have sailed within 4 days of his departure from Heart Lake Town, and barring misfortune, would by now be somewhere off this stretch of coast, keeping prudently close to shore. Their captains likely came ashore to buy fresh food and water, leaving signs for him where they could. They called themselves a loyal fleet from the Northwest Gulf, but as they refused to allow harbor officials aboard, no master of a royal port dared offer them more than the barest anchorage without word from Crystallite. 2 days later, a pigeon fluttered down to Hansel's hand. His watchers had made contact. The fleet was turning for Kiel. On the evening of the 25th day of the first month in the holy calendar year 1992, Kiel Port saw a sight it had never known. 12 ships, under banners of a crimson dragon, came sweeping in from the open water. Pirate rumors had all but strangled trade. Few merchantmen risked these waters now. For a dozen warships to appear at once was enough to bring half the town running to the quays. First came 6 galleys, oars flashing in the low light. Behind them, 6 full-rigged sailing ships loomed, their tall masts and clean lines so different from the local coasters that even the most jaded sailor stopped to stare. Since Arda had opened its sea lanes, southern ports had grown used to these northern designs, but a war-rigged squadron was another matter entirely. From the flanks of the largest hulls, black iron mouths jutted, rows of cannon muzzles, dark as thunderheads. The onlookers did not know what those pipes were, but something in their bones whispered of danger. These ships had not come to ferry grain. For the first time, Arda was casting its strength beyond the Northwest Gulf. On the quay, Hansel stood waving a handkerchief high overhead. Behind him loomed Harrison in his armor, and the robed figure of Kiel's mayor. "So that is the Northwest Fleet," Harrison murmured, strange-looking ships. In the past year I have seen a few like them, merchantmen mostly, the mayor said. But these are warships surely. And those black tubes. Hearing them, Hansel felt an entirely unbrotherly swell of pride. Never seen the like, have you? He thought, those are cannon. One shot and a deck full of men becomes chopped meat. Hey, Baron Abbot, a voice called. At the nearest berth, an officer in Arda's blue and grey strode down a gangplank, waving. Hansel strode to meet him. Lieutenant Commander Turbits, he said, clasping the man's arm. You have the honor of leading the squadron. Ha! Of the 3 squadrons, mine has the most ships fit to sail, so the admirals decided I should take the lead this time. Come, let me introduce you, Hansel said, turning to gesture. This is my elder brother. Names were exchanged and bows traded. Formalities out of the way, Turbits got to the question that had clearly been burning in his mind. Lord Harrison, what of the pirates? How do they move? We have scouts watching every road in and out of Westport, Harrison replied. Lately, they have been quieter. No more bold raids inland. They nest in the city, and we are not yet sure what mischief they brew. Turbit studied him, impressed despite himself. Many officers of Harrison's age would have rushed at the walls already, eager for glory. Caution was a rarer quality. In that case, my lord, I have brought you a gift, Turbit said, a slow grin spreading across his weather-beaten face. Oh, Harrison raised an eyebrow. On our way here, we ran down a pirate galley, gave her a taste of northern iron, and then boarded her. She fought hard, but not cleverly. When we were done, we had a few tongues in chains. Perhaps they will tell us what their masters are planning. He let the hint of battle hang there, the flash of cannon, the crash of grappling hooks, the brutal work of steel on a slippery deck, without dwelling on it. There would be time enough to recount every stroke later. Harrison's eyes lit. Excellent. Then let us waste no time. We will convene an interrogation at once. Chapter 349, Making Sport of War. Low, bruised clouds pressed over Westport, and a bitter north wind moaned above its rooftops. The streets lay deserted. Every door was barred, every shutter drawn. In times like these, no sane soul went out looking for trouble. More than 20 days earlier, a band of pirates had come from nowhere and struck without warning. The royal fleet stationed there had been wiped out. The raiders seized the city in a single savage rush. They were like demons loosed from the underworld. Anyone who dared defy them was dragged to the main square and executed in public. The people of Westport, who had known pirates only as tales from their grandparents' lips, now understood all too clearly what calamity truly felt like. The pirates went from house to house. For commoners, they forced each family to hand over half their wealth, no more, no less. They even dressed it up with a phrase, claiming that even thieves must follow a code. The higher born were not so fortunate. Those of rank and title had all been rounded up and imprisoned in the town hall. In the finest chamber of that building, Captain Walker Edward, lord of these new-made devils, sat leafing through a ledger, a smug curve at the corner of his mouth betraying his satisfaction. Well, drawled a voice from the doorway. I had imagined the great sea-roving Edward, scourge of the coasts, to be a man who treated gold as muck, above such vulgar things. To find you poring over accounts like any greasy trader does bruise the legend somewhat. The young mage's tone carried open mockery. Edward did not so much as twitch. He took a long draw on the short pipe in his hand and blew out a lazy ring of smoke. Listen here, boy. Why do you think I turned to piracy? He asked. For the thrill of adventure, to build a name that makes sailors shake. Those are the stories other people tell about me. He rose and walked to the window, gazing out at Westport's harbor. If you want to keep a real fleet afloat, especially a pirate fleet that lives with a knife at its throat, fighting well is not enough. You need coin. Then you need to know what to do with it. Our grand work burns money like a forge burns wood, and our revered highness has not yet taken the throne. His support has limits. Nathan spread his hands. All right. You have a point. So how rich have we become in these few days? Edward lifted the ledger. The donations from the townsfolk, the stockpiles in the town hall, counted in Aldor's gold, almost 50,000. Not bad for a port whose trade is hardly flourishing. If we ever capture a city in Corner Bay, the pickings there would drown us. Oh, and another thing. He slapped his own forehead. Our coffers are not done swelling yet. Remember the bill we sent Crystallite? Some of those payments have yet to arrive. Ha, Nathan chuckled. So most of them have arrived. Our glorious King Rodney has actually allowed his nobles to fund their own enemies. It is only natural, Edward said, as if explaining something very simple. The nobility's support is the foundation of the crown. Should he outlaw ransom payments entirely, the great houses would make his life a misery, especially with a rebellion raging in the south. Mark my words, Nathan. Even our dazzling prince, for all our help, will sooner or later have to bow his head to noble opinion. That flock of parasites, clinging to the state and sucking it dry, Nathan said with open contempt. He jerked his chin toward the inner cells. And the swine locked up in the town hall, are you truly going to let them go? Of course, Edward said. Those whose ransoms arrive in time will be released. Edward is a man of his word. As for those whose gold does not come by the agreed date, 2 days from now, I remain a man of my word. Nathan smiled faintly. You might consider extending the deadline, Captain. A little more patience could mean a lot more coin. Edward shook his head. I doubt Baron Abbot will grant us that luxury. By my reckoning, he must be nearly here. He is a cautious fellow, that one. A royal bodyguard promoted to field command does not want his first campaign stained by needless atrocities. He is waiting for something. I happen to know exactly what he is waiting for, Nathan said lightly. Oh, do tell your countrymen, the Northerners. There was a thread of irony in his voice. Abbott waits for a fleet from the Northwest Gulf. Edward's eyebrows rose. So last year's victory has gone to their heads. The lords up there now dare to send ships half a continent away to prove their loyalty. Do not give them too much credit, Nathan said. From what I hear, trade between the Northwest Gulf and this coast grows busier by the month. By taking Westport, we have driven a spike straight into their throat. The pirate captain fell silent, chewing on the stem of his pipe. A report earlier that day had already troubled him. A patrol galley that had failed to return on schedule. Could it be? Nathan, we will leave tomorrow, he said at last. But we shall make sure Lord Abbot finds a little parting gift. What is this? Are you frightened? Nathan teased. Call it what you like. Our purpose here is to wear the enemy down, not hand Giles a second full-blown front. Half our ships have already gone back laden with loot from Westport. We have only 30 hulls left. Caution is no vice. T.S. For once, I agree with your prudence, Captain, Nathan said. But really to fret over a mere 12 ships. 12, Edward frowned. You are certain? 12. I am certain. Nathan's eyes gleamed. My contact in Kielport counted them one by one. They fly a bright red dragon on their flags. Hard to mistake. Kielport, Edward murmured. Not far at all. Well, Nathan asked, shall we try another surprise attack? After Westport, they will not be fools enough to let us catch them napping twice, Edward said. Nathan clenched his fist. Then let them sail into our jaws. We can wait. Edward regarded him for a moment, then nodded slowly. Very well, young man. Your proposal does have a certain appeal. We leave a little present for Lord Abbot on shore, and take every man we can spare to sea. We will meet the Northern Fleet on the water, but I can only wait here until the day after tomorrow. Then I truly must be gone. Other business? Nathan asked. HM. In that case, leave only half your ships, Nathan suggested, a hungry light in his eyes. For 12 enemy hulls, that will be more than enough. Edward pressed his fingers to his brow in mock despair. You, lad, are more of a bloodthirsty pirate than I am. Nathan bared his teeth in a grin, a flash of cold brilliance in his gaze. Very well, I admit it. I came here to amuse myself. The bigger the spectacle, the better. The more thrilling, the sweeter. Quiet days are so dreadfully dull. The pirate captain sighed. I yield. You shall have half the fleet, and my first officer to keep you company. The young mage's eyes narrowed in pleasure. His thoughts drifted back to the granary fires in Crystallite, to the roaring blaze that had delighted him for weeks. New entertainment was coming. He wondered, idly, how long the taste of this one would linger. Chapter 350. A firing line at C-12 warships stretched out in a long column, driving south in silence beneath the gray sky, the flagship unicorn at their head. They were not simply traveling. Boom after boom rolled along the line as the gunners practiced with live shot. For 2 days now, the fleet had drilled under full sail, the ships moving through their own smoke like ghosts. Lieutenant Commander Turbot's squadron leader stood at the unicorn's bows, one hand resting on the rail, pipe in the other, eyes fixed on the empty sea ahead. The interrogation of pirate prisoners had painted a rough picture. At the outset, the raiders in Westport had more than 60 ships. At least 20 had already been sent away, hauling loot back to whatever rat hole they called home. That still left close to 40 fighting hulls. Could his own squadron meet that and live? This was Arda's first show of force beyond the Northwest Gulf, and in partnership with the Royal Army's command, no less. If this went badly, it would not just be a lost battle. It would drag Count Paul Grayman's name through the mud. Defeat would carry a price. Outside Arda, the rest of the kingdom already looked down on the Northwest Gulf as a half-tamed backwater. A failure here would only harden that contempt. That Turbot's thought he could almost stomach. They had been sneered at for years. One more insult would not break them. The true disaster would be at home. A defeat would strike at Count Grayman's prestige among the northern lords. The status Arda had clawed out in the war against the usurper could all too easily slip away again. Though a soldier, Turbot's was not blind to northern politics. The lords were trying to forge a customs union. And if you had a union, you needed a first among equals. A guiding hand, call it what you liked. Arda had proposed the whole scheme, but that did not mean it would automatically lead it. Every strong domain, everyone that fancied itself strong, was angling for that place. What Arda needed, desperately, was another clean, unmistakable victory. Nothing raised a lord's stock quite like success in war. He glanced back at the men on deck, watching gun crews run through loading drills at a near-panicked pace, and remembered the words Admiral Austin loved to hurl at his officers. "We are the most powerful, most efficient killing machine of this age." They had epoch-making weapons on their decks, guns whose thunder might as well be the roar of ancient artifacts. Their officers and men drilled day after day, mastering every tiny step of working those artifacts until their hands could do it in the dark. Once they met an enemy, the plan was simple. Follow the pattern and pour fire into the foe until nothing moved. Good food gave them strong bodies. Strict discipline gave them iron wills. Regular pay kept their spirits high. And generous pensions told them their families would not starve if they fell. What army in the world could honestly claim to do better? "We are the strongest," Turbot's told himself again and again. Commander Turbot's. The shout, still a little too high-pitched for a grown man, broke into his thoughts. He turned and looked down into the eager face of a young officer cadet. "Master Allen," Turbot said, smiling, giving him the formal "sir" he would one day earn. "Reporting, sir. Today's line of battle gunnery drill is complete," Allen declared, all stiff shoulders and seriousness. The older ships, like the Southern Star, had been left behind at Franklin Port for overhaul, but their officer cadets had been assigned to the southbound squadron to gain hard experience. The Navy was not about to waste a single chance to season its next generation. "Very good. Let the gunners rest," Turbot said. "We may well see heavy fighting before this day is out." "Yes, sir." He turned to go, but Turbot's called after him. "Oh, and Master Allen, sir," the cadet said, stopping at once. "When battle begins, you will stay on the lower gun deck with the Unicorn's gunnery officer. Follow his orders." With a boy's small frame, there was no one better suited to dart through low, crowded decks carrying shouted commands. "Yes, sir." Allen saluted smartly, face alight, and hurried away. "First time for line-of-battle tactics in a real fight," Turbot's murmured, half to himself. "We shall see how well the theory holds." The Navy's new doctrine had been stolen in spirit from the Army. The line infantry tactics on land had been Count Grayman's idea, paired with his inventions of the musket and the field gun. Used together, they had broken enemy after enemy in the wars Arda had fought. Time and again, ranks of Arda musketeers, drawn up in neat, unwavering lines, had become the nightmare that other soldiers could not shake. They marched in step to the beat of drums, halted on command, and at a single shouted word loosed a wall of flame and lead that cut men down like corn. After that success on land Count Grayman had ordered his naval officers to find a way to bring the same principle to the sea. Because of his weapons and his tactics, many in the services quietly believed Paul Grayman had been touched by the favor of the divine, blessed with knowledge from birth. How else to explain that a man with no formal military schooling led them to so many victories? The Navy's senior officers, who trusted their lord with almost religious faith, had set to work at once. They began to shift their training away from each ship fighting its own little war, and toward the idea of the fleet as a single organism. Sailing ships of this age were long in the flank and narrow at bow and stern. A few light guns could be crammed into the fore and aft, but the real teeth were along the sides, the great cannon mounted in rows at right angles to the keel. The new tactics played to that fact. Every ship was to turn its flank toward the enemy and fall into a single file, bow to stern, so that the whole squadron formed one long firing line. That way each vessel could bring half its guns to bear, and the fleet's total fire could be hurled outward in a single, murderous broadside. The new naval articles of war spelled it out in careful script. The column was to be the standard battle formation. All ships of every division, it declared, shall exert their utmost endeavor to maintain themselves in line ahead with their divisional leader. Any captain who broke that line without orders in the heat of combat could expect to face a court-martial afterwards, no matter how many enemy ships he might claim to have sunk. The doctrine had another virtue. For all their iron discipline, the men of Arda's navy were still young at sea. Measured against the old maritime powers, the city-states of Corner Bay, for one, their boarding skills, their close-in seamanship, still lagged behind. In the old way of fighting, grappling hull to hull, and turning a battle into a brawl on blood-slicked planks, Arda's sailors would be at a grave disadvantage if numbers were equal. So the question that haunted the admiral's councils had been simple: how to use their range and firepower to the fullest, how to smash the enemy's strength, break their nerve, and leave their decks a ruin before they could close and leap across. Somewhere to the south, beyond the hazy line of the horizon, they would soon find out whether their answers were enough.